passion of Jerez to the madness of Le Mans. We swap Spain for France at round 5 of the 2026 MotoGP season ignites. A couple of hours from the elegance of the country's capital, Paris. This is a motorsport mecca the world over. A fan-friendly for all. It's something very special indeed. Welcome to Le Mans and the French Grand Prix. The 2026 season rumbles on as we take in our second European round here in France. It was back in 1920 when the first ever French motorcycle Grand Prix took place here at Le Mans, long before the days of World Championships that commenced in 1949. 106 years later though, this historic venue welcomes modern day MotoGP once again, and it continues to make records. What with the largest ever attendance a year ago, with more than 310,000 turning up. So far this year it is tight. MotoGP still has an 11-point gap between Marco Bezzecchi and his Aprilia teammate Jorge Martin, but it was Alex Marquez who stopped Bez's winning streak last time out with a home victory at Jerez, whilst brother Mark crashed for his second year running in his home GP. In Moto2, it was a second win in a row for Senna Aegis, who now aims to become the first Australian to win 3 Moto2 GPs in a row since Remy Gardner back in 2021, whilst Moto3 has seen Max Kielers back on the top step with a dominant win at home to extend his championship lead. But of course, the French GP can only be at Le Mans, our home since 2000. A historic centre dating back to the 3rd century, one of the most undiscovered old cities we visit. It's a tradition that blends with this modern love of motorsport that makes Le Mans oh so special. You're in the company of myself, Kiko Giles, and Elliot York next to me as we gear up for our first session of the weekend, Moto3 FP1. It is sunny here on the opening day at Le Mans, but it is a bit chilly. Good morning to you, mate.
Yeah, good morning, mate, and hello to everyone tuning in from wherever you are. You can see the campsites here at Le Mans from Wednesday, and then we came to the track on Thursday, and it was full grandstands on the start-finish straight. Incredible to be here in Le Mans, as it always is, especially when the sun is shining. Don't expect that, though, to be the sort of pattern throughout the weekend, especially on Sunday. We're expecting a heavy downpour on Sunday, so that could spice things up a little bit. It wouldn't be the French Grand Prix here at Le Mans without a little bit of rain at some point, would it? But yeah, thankfully a dry start to proceedings, and it's one of these places, Pico, I know everyone else agrees, that you just get a sense of the legendary status, the history. Walking through the gates, seeing the 24-hour Le Mans sign when you walk through the gates, it doesn't ever get old, and you do feel like you're at a proper event here. Similar to Jerez, to be fair, a little bit less history, of course, in Jerez compared to Le Mans, but similar vibes. Over 100,000 fans packing the grandstand on Sunday, and it's always a great event here in Le Mans, and always great to be back in.
The thing with Jerez, I think, is it's the atmosphere when you're there, and I think that really comes across on the TV. But the stature, the standing that we have here at Le Mans, we are right in front of the Michelin timing tower here on the straight, just at the very end on your right-hand side. That's more or less right in front of where we are commentating from. You come in through the main gates, your big museum there on the left-hand side. The paddock, it kind of takes you through all of the merch stores. You have to go under the track. There is something a little bit more special, there's a little bit more history here at Le Mans, and my second time here, absolutely loving it. The city as well itself is fantastic. The atmosphere, the ambience here on Grand Prix week is pretty special. So we're going to be enjoying Le Mans, that is for sure. We had a glimpse of the championship standings there on the left-hand side. Max Kielers is your championship leader, and after just 4 rounds, he's already 37 points clear. Alvaro Carpe is his nearest challenger, but he gets to win a Grand Prix. Adrian Fernandez, his podium last time out, elevating him up to 3rd. Lamington already not back before by the fellow countryman Marco Morales. So 2 Argentinians up inside the top 5 for our Indonesian fans out there in Southeast Asia. Veda Patama is there in 6th. Pini, your winner from Kota, was a DNF'er last week. Ferretti 7th, Almanza 8th, back from injured after round. Uriarte and David Munoz, what a ride last time in Jerez, back from England likewise. In the Liquid Mode, Dynamo Intact GP team completing the as you can see, the clock is already counting down. Now Russo Moodley is getting ready to gear up. He's outside now, going down pit lane. I think it was Matteo Bertelli who led the charge out. David Munoz, we're talking about him just now, leaves the pit lane. But 35 minutes of Moto3 FP1 gets underway now. And Le Mans, chilly, cold. Turn 3 here is one of the most crashed out corners throughout the entire calendar we go to. I am fairly sure we'll have a couple of front end washouts here coming up in the next half hour or so.
Yeah, unfortunately that might be the case. It is very cold out there, even though the sun is obviously shining. It's 11 degrees ambient air temperature, so very cold still. Obviously the track temperature will be a little bit more than that, but not super high. So I think the riders will know, of course, having been here before and know what Le Mans is all about. So just take it steady on the opening couple laps, get that front tyre temperature up before you really start pushing. And yeah, as you say, this is the Dunlop chicane that they all put through turn 1 and 2. It's sort of the fast right-hander, the double apex right-hander. I think it should pull it before we get into turn 3 and then the rest of the lap. But that is a good stat, isn't it, if you are Maximo Quilez. 90 points from the first 4 GPs for Moto3 season. Only 2 riders have had more.
And the 3 riders that's ahead of him all went on to win the title that year. So, I'm saying for a long year of Moto3, but if the statistics do the talking and suggest what they're suggesting, then Max Quilez may well be on his way to world title glory. We are a long way away from that, though. Of course, we didn't finish now until the end of November. So just the small matter of 6.5 months to go through, and all of the flyaways, which we know can really be an upset. But we can have upsets as well. Max Quilez, of course, here last year, it's where he took his first pole position, thinking back, of course, here 12 months ago. Didn't get it converted in the Grand Prix, though, so we'll have to wait and see what we get on Sunday, particularly weather-wise. Quilez doesn't mind it wet, he don't mind it damp, he don't mind it dry. But really, Quilez is in the driver's seat, 37 points. It's a lot of points to make up after such little track action.
It's looking ominous, isn't it? And of course, you don't need us to tell you guys at home that there's a long way to go in this season and anything can happen. 37 points coming into round 5. The closest challenger, as you said, Kiko Alvaro Carpe, hasn't won a Grand Prix yet either. And to go to Jerez, the circuit that every rider knows about the back of their hands, to go and finish P1 in every session. And delivering a weekend like that to finish P1 on Friday, sticking on pole position on Saturday, and then sort of toy with David Munoz and of course Marco Pirelli came into the mix as well in the latter stage of the race, but then to just pull the pin in the last few laps and win the race by 2 seconds in Jerez was a little bit of a warning sign to the rest, saying you've got a real hard job to try and first catch me up in the standings, but also just try and beat me on a regular basis. And Quilez expected, of course, coming into this year, as we all did, to be a title challenger, and that's exactly how we're playing out.
He topped every single second that he was in last time out. Of course, he needed to go through one, so he doesn't count that. But it was the first time since back in yellow where a rider was absolutely destroyed the entire weekend. So Max Quilez definitely got back to Europe and got his head down. We're looking at Vader Pratama here. Vader Pratama actually missed the Red Bull rookies here last year. Broken ankle thing sustained in the Junior GP. So Vader Pratama getting back to Le Mans for the first time since 2024. He's in the championship overall. He's only 16 behind Carpe, who's second. So it is tight in that battle for P2 overall in standings, and Vader Pratama is very much in that fight.
Yeah, he certainly is, obviously the lead rookie so far in 2026, and I really liked Vader's performance over in Jerez because he qualified in the top 5 in Thailand, in Brazil and in Austin as well. Of course, Austin he made a mistake but was in that lead group, but to start from P17 as he did over in Jerez and to finish P6, it's a track that's a little bit more difficult than others, especially, you know, the likes of Austin and Thailand, to get some overtaking moves done. But Pratama got a great start and was able to get inside that second group and finish just behind Alvaro Carpe, and he said the race was very, very positive for him, especially after the mistake that he made over in Austin. And it's just another sort of reminder to all of us that Pratama isn't going to be going away in this championship fight in terms of the sort of top five. Faded for time again inside the top five at the end of play. Come Valencia in November, that would have been a phenomenal job done. And I think it just goes to show that Patama, it's not a flash in the pan the first sort of 3 Grand Prix. Okay, he crashed in Austin, but was well in the hunt for a podium over there as well. Patama has kick-started life in Moto 3 very, very strongly. And to, like I mentioned with Kiles, go to a circuit in Brett where everyone knows. Patama obviously less so, he's had less experience over in Europe compared to a lot of the competitors out there. To go and do what he did, to fight back for P17 on the grid, a different type of race, but a similar result for Patama. So yeah, kudos to the Indonesian again.
Very, very strong performance indeed, wasn't it, from Faded Patama once again. Coming through the field as well, that was more impressive thing to me. Marco Morelli, likewise, very, very impressive from opening 7, just following 51 Brian Riarte. But yeah, Marco Morelli, spoke with him after the Grand Prix, and it's just those first laps where he really struggles to generate any kind of feeling in the front tyre. But on used tyres, Marco Morelli's pace is the strongest out there.
It was superb, wasn't it? He did lament the start of the race and dropped back a few too many positions, but he did throughout the weekend make some good progress. Morelli was saying, and I think it was turn 6 that he said he went wide at, and then he had to fight his way back through the field again. But his pace at the end of the race was absolutely sublime. Obviously, Kiles turned up the whip. Sort of lap 15, Kiles dipped back into the 144s. Kiles had a 144.9, then a 44.7, and then another 44.7. Lap 11, Marco Morelli was back in the 44s. Obviously had some clean air and obviously a carrot dangled in front of him in the podium battle, so he was able to get some good laps on him, but he said a 44. Yeah, if it weren't for the tough start to the race that Morelli had, he would have obviously been fighting his teammate for victory. Been really impressed with Marco Morelli. Obviously has to iron a couple of things out, but it's been a great start to life as an NASCAR rider for the number 90. So.
It really has, and we just had a little look at number 73 of Valentin Peroni as well, who, as always seems to be the case, has got Alvaro Carpe all over him every single time. They seem to be ending up on track together. Alvaro Carpe and Valentin Peroni really knocking spots off each other last time out in the race, and at the end of the day, it was that kind of messing about. Tearing off the cameras just in the way there of Peroni and Carpe as they came through the corner on the final 2 corners. But yeah, Peroni and Carpe got to start working together. It's costing them so much time. They're not going to be in that podium fight for long. They'll be battling. And right on cue, this is what we're talking about. I mean, Carpe obviously had a bit of slipstream all the way up that front straight there towards this 3-4 chicane. But it's just not working. We saw this over in Thailand as well. We've seen it a lot of times that Carpe and Peroni just seem to get stuck in their own battle.
Yeah, nice little battle boiling there. Obviously, we saw over it in Austin. It was Carpe trying to make a race-winning move up the inside at the final corner, which pushed Peroni off track. And Carpe went a little bit wide as well, which cost Peroni a podium, let alone a first victory. So, yeah, Peroni and Carpe getting in the mix early doors at the French GP as well. Peroni, we saw the two over in Jerez, didn't we, back together with sort of in that top 5, just off the top 3, as it were, Kiles, Fernandez and Munoz, and then just completely sort of lost ground. But Peroni said he started to struggle with tyre wear and just a couple of mistakes here and there whilst battling the grid just some time. But Carpe managed to obviously finish inside that top 5 once again, and Peroni brought it home in P7, which isn't the result he would have been looking for, especially after the start he made. But obviously, if it's not your day, then you're still finishing in P7. Ahead of likes of Almanza, of course, was returning from injury. Riarte was outside the top 10 as well, but he did have, of course, Cartier ahead of him, Morelli ahead of him, Kiles and Fernandez ahead of him as well. Of course, Munoz as well. Munoz just come back from injury too, so it was, I think, a little bit of a disappointing second half of the race for Peroni, that's for sure. The P7, it's not a terrible result in the end.
No, he did get it across the line. Just what we're on about that as well. Got nice little stat lined up here about 2 Argentinian riders up inside the top 10 last time out. We've not had it in 2 consecutive Grand Prix since the last GP of 1981 in Moto 3, Sanford's of course back then, and the first GP of 1982. So Argentinian riders, regardless of whether they were actually born there or not, they just take the nationality, that's one thing or another. But doesn't matter. 2 Argentinian riders up inside the top 10 regularly in Moto 3 at the moment. Good time for South America, particularly with what we've seen Diego Moreira do last year, what David has done before, and he's going to be doing again very soon, I'm sure, in Moto 3. It's the Moto 4 Latin Cup. There's plenty of talent out there, all working its way towards Moto GP.
Yeah, didn't have an Argentine GP this year, but we'll go back to Buenos Aires next year, which I think we're all very excited about. What a city! Yeah, and obviously Kermas was a big miss this year. It's always a fantastic atmosphere, and it's great to see two Argentine riders up inside that sort of title fight. Morelli now, of course, joining Pironi as a rookie from last year. Both, to be honest, very exciting young riders. Got high hopes for them, both in this year and, of course, in years to move on to hopefully Moto 2 and who knows, Moto GP in the future as well. But Pironi and Morelli, obviously 4th and 5th in the championship so far. Indonesia in P6. As well. It's just nice to see different flags being flown.
It's going to be very interesting to see. I'm fairly sure it's going to happen. Marco Pironi is going to get on the case, and on the case, Max Kilo very soon in this 2026 campaign. Very interesting to see how Kilo's handled that, because obviously there was really a time last year when Dennis Foggia, his ex-teammate, was challenging him. What time he did, it didn't end too well because Foggia was a bit of a rolling roadblock. That was over at Prix, of course, and Max Kilo, I don't think, was too enamoured about that one. So when we have Marco Morelli on the pace, I think we are going to have a few fireworks in that Asphalt team, because they've got lots of experience. I know how to manage that situation, but I can't wait to see how Max Kilo, 18 years of age, is going to try and work his way around that. We've had just over the opening 10 minutes or so, David Almanza has found himself up with P1, Alvaro Carpe, Max Kilo, Sergio Fernandez, David Munoz, Spain, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 here so far in MP1. Le Mans, Valentin Pironi, Adrian Cruz, John Kelso, John Espo, Guido Pini completing your top 10. Good stuff from Adrian Cruz, of course, the IP Green Power, it's a French team, they are in their home GP, likewise for Pironi, of course, for the Red Bull KTM Tech 3 outfit. So French teams in P6 and P7 thus far.
Yeah, we saw Cruces during the break, along with David Almanza, actually testing on a Moto 2 machine in the Moven colours. I think the Moven now sponsoring Adrian Cruces. I think I've got that correct. And you'll see Cruces donning a nice orange crash helmet, which is new for this weekend. So interesting things going on in the sort of 27 rider market. We're not hearing much news about Moto 2 and Moto 3 just yet, because of course, although all the Moto GP signatures are pretty much signed, there's obviously other things going on that's not going to be announcements coming through. But of course, as we go through the European lane of the season, we're going to expect some more nuggets to be thrown at us in terms of what the riders in Moto 3 and Moto 2 are doing next year. But very interesting to see how Almanza and Cruz both stand Aragon on a Moto 2 bike.
Yeah, Almanza perhaps not the biggest surprise. He is managed by Javi Martinez, who's the team boss over now at the RW Mervin team in Moto 2. So there's obviously a direct link there. But yeah, straight away. And I think maybe the biggest surprise for Almanza is he's still not 100% fit. So jumping on a Moto 2 bike with a load more horsepower going through your right wrist is probably to be advised against, particularly when Almanza has been so quick so far in 2026 in the Grand Prix he's attended, and was looking at the start like he might well be in the title fight. But at the moment, Almanza is recovering from injury. He's now in 5th place. Title of the down to 42, 3, 5, 6 is David Munoz, the other of the Road Guard Rollins. Solid job last time out by Almanza. I think in the top 10 he was feeling a lot more pain than I think he originally thought he would. Here last year he was top Honda in those tricky, damp, drying-ish conditions in Moto 3. I think he qualified down in 8th place on the grid. Let's just have a little quick check on that. 9 on the grid, 5th at the flag though. So Almanza top Honda here last year, finds himself KTM coming forward.
Yeah, watching his team with David Munoz on screen, and of course we will come on to talk about what a weekend it was for Munoz upon his return from 6 surgeries on that left femur. But yeah, on the other side of the box it was an injury return for Almanza as well, of course, and just said he struggled physically in the Grand Prix and described the races wasn't that great, but I think judging it from the outside as fans and journalists, commentators, whatever you want to call us, and everyone else as well, I think everyone else would have looked at that. The key to the team was a really solid job done from Almanza, but of course when you're a rider finishing in P8 as Almanza did, is not where you want to be finishing. But after the fractured elbow he picked up in that crash over in Brazil, it was a strong ride, a strong return to form for Almanza. Mazda, and he just said he couldn't use the engine brake properly, and going through the fast corners was another issue. The fast and flowing sectors, especially the quarter-final sector in two fast right-hand turn 11 as well. We're looking at some famous turn 13. That's where Almanza was struggling. He was saying he was losing around about half a second through that sector alone. So yeah, obviously, if you're losing half a second in the last split, where you need to be trying to position yourself to make a move in the latter stages of a race, isn't exactly ideal for Almanza. Yeah. But to finish inside that top 10, get points back on the board, of course, after a brilliant weekend over in Thailand and leading the race when he crashed as well over in Brazil. It was a very strong return to form, and of course has now had another couple of weeks to try and get that elbow a little bit more fixed and primed and ready for this weekend in France.
Talking of good weekends that really didn't give any fruit for hard labour, Matteo Bertelli. What a good weekend he was having. That was his best weekend since Kota last year. Didn't get past turn one, did he? Well, he did get past turn one, but not much past it. Yeah, a few metres past, but he was in the gravel. Unfortunately for Matteo Bertelli, no points for the weekend. That really warranted something else. He was pretty strong right all the way through the weekend, inside the top 10. And yeah, didn't even get a lap done.
No, unfortunately, it was his best qualifying since he qualified 5th over in Australia upon his injury return. So it was, yeah, the signs were there, of course, in Austin as well when he finished Friday in P4, did the same over in Prix as well, and qualified inside that top 10 as well for the first time since, as I mentioned, the Australian P5. And yeah, just unfortunate, really. I don't think Bertelli and the team were too impressed by the sort of stewards deeming it a racing incident, but I think that's exactly what it was. Unfortunately, just two riders on the opening lap coming out of the opening corner. I don't think Andrew did too much wrong, to be honest. It was just Bertelli and Fernandez coming together, wrong place, wrong time, and unfortunately for Bertelli, he did crash and wasn't able to continue. But I think when Bertelli looked at it as a whole, it was a weekend where he can take a lot of positives, slowly but surely coming back to what we saw last year from Matteo Bertelli, which is obviously great to see for the Italian, who had such a promising start to life last year before, of course, he picks up those horrible injuries just after the America's Grand Prix. But it is good to see Bertelli coming slowly back to what we're used to seeing him at the start of last year.
We're looking at Ryusei Yamanaka, who, got to be said, has had a real tough start to this year, hasn't he? He put a little social media post out as well. His grandmother, I believe, who passed away back home in Japan. So Ryusei Yamanaka maybe not with his mind, understandably not with his mind 100% on racing. Obviously his grandmother, like all of our grandmothers, are very close to all of us. So tough times for Ryusei Yamanaka, been down outside the top 20 a little bit too often for his own good this season so far, but hopefully he's here at Le Mans, got a bit more clear vision, and he's going to be back fighting for that podium. We know that he can do that, so Ryusei Yamanaka just hopefully he's all good and all okay, and this can be where his season really picks up.
Yeah, I think it's a timely reminder, sort of, the riders who, Yamanaka's obviously started nearly, well, this is a 120th start in Moto3, and he's been in Europe for quite a few years now. But I think it's a timely reminder that, some of these riders come from the other side of the world, spend a lot of time away from their families, and when something like that happens, they're still, obviously, young men. 24 years old is Ryusei Yamanaka, and when something like that happens, it does sort of put things into perspective. Yamanaka won't have obviously seen his grandma or family for quite some time, and obviously spends a lot of time in Europe, so I think it's a little bit of the human factor being a sort of an element at play here, and just a reminder that obviously it's not been the greatest start to a season, his worst start to a Moto3 season, in fact, Yamanaka, but there's obviously things going on behind the scenes that we don't always see and the riders don't always tell us, which is understandable. But sending our best wishes to the Yamanaka family, and of course Ryusei hopefully has a good weekend in France. Hasn't gone 3 races without a point, which is on for since 2020 when he finished here in Le Mans P18, Aragon 24th, and of course the Teruel Grand Prix at Most and Aragon as well in 23rd. So fingers crossed Yamanaka get some points on the board and be back challenging the podiums. Obviously he'll hopefully dedicate that to his grandmother as well. So sending Yamanaka and his family best wishes.
Never had a podium here. Best results of 7th. That came from a best qualifying here of 10th. That was back in 2024. So Ryusei Yamanaka has had top 10 pace in years gone by here at Le Mans. just have to see whether he can do it or not this weekend. Let's move over to his teammate, shall we? Because looking at the wet weather, there aren't many people that are writing off Hakeem Danish. So it looks like Sunday, bring your cagoule if you come into the track. It's going to be damp out there. That might just play into the hands of Hakeem Danish and anyone who wants to move some early money over to him. Of course, we're not encouraging betting, but if you are, smart option. If it's wet, would be Hakeem Danish. He's up there in 8th so far and dry at P1.
Gamble responsibly, Jack Appleyard. Yeah, Hakeem Danish was obviously wet here last year in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, finished double P2, and in one of those he did crash and ended up on the podium as well. Obviously, the riders from that sort of southeastern Asia area are used to rain like we are in the UK, but it's obviously a bit warmer over in Malaysia than it is in the UK. And yeah, Danish has obviously had a decent start to the season as well, after finishing outside the points in Thailand. Has gone P10, P13 and then P13 in Jerez as well. It's been a very solid start to Moto3 for the Malaysian, and of course when the wet weather arrives, he's got experience here in the wet from last year, standing on the podium as well. So I think quite a few riders, although they're not going to want to race in the rain, some of the riders like pops them ahead as well, and a few others. So although the riders will want to get dry running in this weekend, I don't think we're going to get that on Sunday, unfortunately. Tomorrow looks a little bit hit and miss as well with the weather. So it could be a case where we go into Sunday, and the first time these riders are out on the wet tyres is going to be the sighting lap heading to the grid. So that's going to obviously throw a massive curveball here, and so they've not had too much wet weather running this year either as well. So yeah, look out for that for Sunday, and Danish is definitely a name that we've obviously been speaking about yesterday when chatting about the wet weather that's coming on Sunday. Who do you think is going to win in Moto3, Moto2 and Moto GP? And I think we've all said, yeah, watch out for old Hakeem on Sunday. And it's those sort of conditions in these sorts of circumstances when the sort of pressure is off. He's obviously not fighting for the title. He's going to be all out for victory and trying to finish on the podium, where the likes of, Quiles, potentially Morelli on your screens as well, have got something else to think about, where the likes of Danish haven't. So yeah, watch out for Danish on Sunday.
Looks like it'll be dry tomorrow morning, but just in time for the tea soak. A little bit of light rain at 3 o'clock. Catch your mind back to Jerez, and if you haven't watched it, first question, why not? Secondly, please do, and get yourself prepared. Sunday, on the other hand, not looking great. Light rain from 6, then it looks like heavy rain from 9, rain showers at 12, and then rain all the way through up until the end of the day. So yeah, gonna be wet out there. So Sunday, I've got to say, when we were looking at the forecast out back home when we were in Barcelona, it looks like Sunday was always marked to be the worst day of this event. Friday, as you can see so far, there's not a cloud in the sky. Actually, it is a blissful Le Mans morning here at the Bugatti circuit here in France. But tomorrow was hit and miss, but Sunday has always been marked as the day where there's going to be a deluge.
It's always good to have a wet race. We don't want a wet race every single weekend, of course, because dry races are sort of where the real spectacles and where the riders are properly pushing the limits in these sorts of conditions and on these bikes and from these amazing crowds. But a wet race every now and again, as we saw last year with, of course, Johan Zarco clinching a historic Grand Prix victory in front of his home crowds. Yes, we all might get a little bit wet and it might be a bit cold, and the spectators, of course, also might be feeling those effects, but it does throw up some surprise results and some fantastic stories. So yeah, looking forward to not being a bit cold and wet on Sunday, but what we're going to see on track, hopefully, will be something better.
It never rains in the media centre or in the commentary box, so just remember that. Not that that helps anybody who's out there, but think of number one first. We get a lovely slow motion shot on the 10-minute mark of Alvaro Carpe chasing that looks like David Munoz, and behind him Valentin Froenitz is David Almanzi, your Thai GP winner, just working his way through the second part of the chicane where our super slow-mo camera is located. And this is Guido Pini, your Kota GP winner. What a nightmare hell he had had last time out in Jerez. I mean, it went from bad to worse. He couldn't get out of Q1, he couldn't even get to the end of the GP. So the highs and lows of Moto 3, Guido Pini knows them all too well over the course of the last month or so.
Yes, exactly that. How sort of times can change from one weekend to another. Pini described it as a very tough weekend right from the start. Difficult race as well, and he was trying to find his way back up, of course, from the grid where he qualified down in P21. Didn't get out of Q1 with Guido Pini from winning the Grand Prix over in Austin to Q1 in Jerez. Not an ideal situation for the Leopard Honda rider, and then of course crashed down at turn 9 in the stadium section. So yeah, not a weekend to remember, and one that he'll be wanting to forget. Was in the lead group last year, Guido Pini, of course, when he was riding for the Intact GP team on KTM, but it was just there down at turn 8 where he unfortunately crashed down a garage there from P4. So Pini was looking good here last year, of course, at a different challenge on the Honda this season, but yeah, Jerez was a bit of a weekend to forget after the highs of Austin.
Was on the front row here last year at Le Mans, of course, was up inside the podium positions until he crashed over in turn 3. That was when he was racing for the little known Dimebog KTM outfit. So Guido Pini mounts, he got 17th, no points last year, but he was fast in qualifying. We're less than 10 minutes away here, so let's just give you a run through the order. Almanda, Carpe, Munoz, Peroni, Fernandez are all in the pit. Good to see that Matteo Vitali up there in 6th place at the moment has gone into what looks like a bit more of a routine, just like last time. Out Max Quiles is 7th ahead of Kelso, Uriarte and Hakim Danish up in the top 10. Pini was 10th, now 11th. Salmela 12th. Buchanan 13th, not bad stuff from the New Zealander in the dry conditions. Adrian Crusoe's 14th, Eddie O'Shea 15th, Esteban Ogden, Casey Gorman, Vader Patama and Marco Morelli, your top 20. Yusei Yamanaka, Nicola Carraro, Ruche Moody, Haley Rios, Zen Matani and Leo Ramersdorfer, your runners and riders 3.2 seconds, covering first to last, and at the moment less than a tenth of a second covering your top 3.
Yeah, it certainly is top 3 with Almanza Carpe and then David Munoz. We need to speak a little bit more about Munoz, don't we, Kiko, before the end of FP1, because what a return it was for Munoz. I know we saw him over in Thailand, but we then since learned, of course, that he was absolutely nowhere near 100% fit. And to be in the victory fight until the last couple of laps where obviously Quiles pulled the pin, it was just absolutely phenomenal. We know that Munoz is still not 100% fit, and he spoke over the weekend numerous times about the amount of time he spent in hospital. He's done next to no training. I think he had one day on a 600 before Jerez, I think he was saying, in preparation for, of course, the Spanish Grand Prix. So absolutely nowhere near 100% fit, and he did say, of course, in the latter stages he was really struggling physically, but dug in. If there's a rider on the grid that you know who's going to give it everything and dig in when it matters most, it is going to be David Munoz. Sometimes a little bit too much, but kudos. We should heap praise on Munoz for last weekend. I think a lot of people will continue to do, because it was just an outstanding job done.
One of the rides of the day for me last time out, David Munoz, and I've got to say, loved him giving it back to Adrian Fernandez. Of course, it was Fernandez's rather aggressive manoeuvre back in Mandalika, triggered all these problems with David Munoz's leg, but on the last lap, Munoz was dishing it out properly, and I did think at one point, this has got gravel, but thankfully they were neck and neck all the way up to the line, a bit of contact, a bit of argy-bargy. There's a good rivalry there. I mean, they don't really like each other. The teams don't particularly see eye to eye either, from a historic battle a few years ago, but that's what we want. We don't want all roses and love, and it's not flower arranging, it's motorcycle racing. We want to see elbows flying everywhere. We want to see it done responsibly. We don't want to see any more danger than what the natural danger is of the sport. You want to see a bit of, you know, on a last lap, you know, trying to make a pass in a place you wouldn't normally do. So you want to see exactly what is, you know, going on the last. So that's what the kind of stuff you want to see. Not you can't even want to watch, but we'll get to that later, I suppose. I suppose at least we can see the Moto research in the background. That really threw me for a moment. I was on board, that one.
I was wondering what was going on there, but yeah, of course. so we could still try and see the session in the top screen. Ducati, of course, working away. We'll see them in just over an hour or so. And Marco Morelli, who was just on our screen, has got a front row view to the battle between Munoz and Fernandez. We'll, of course, talk about Adrian, his return to the podium a little bit later on, of course. Practice coming up this afternoon, so we'll delve into some of the topics from the rep there as well. But yeah, Munoz was, I think, either finishing on the podium or ending it in the gravel. Because after all that hard work, I don't think people it was going to be something that Munoz would have been happy about. And I fully agree. We want to see elbows out, bearing bashing on the last lap within the limits. Of course, we don't want to see riders just running into each other and swinging fists and elbowing each other. But you know, when they're just sort of trying to manoeuvre themselves into position as they did coming into turn 11 and 12. Obviously, Munoz got the inside line coming through 11 it was, and then ran a little bit wide. Fernandez got the cutback into turn 12, and then it all came down to turn 13. Munoz tried and pushed Fernandez wide, and it was a fantastic run to the line, wasn't it? We saw Quiles, of course, a couple of seconds up the road come to the line, and then it was a photo finish between the trio behind. We obviously saw pictures of Jorge Martinez Aspar looking a bit disappointed with Morelli not being able to finish on the podium, but it was a fantastic battle, and just great to see Munoz. He's a character on the machine, isn't he, Munoz? And we were expecting him to be in a title fight this season, obviously not knowing what the complications were to the full extent with that leg, but great to see Munoz at the front, fighting with the likes of Quiles, Fernandez, Morelli in there as well. And so it looks like so far this weekend it's going to be more of the same. Of course, he was embroiled in a phenomenal battle down at the final corner last year when Joel Kelso was the unfortunate party to be nerfed off the track when he was eyeing up a debut victory. Of course, Munoz got penalised for that one, which allowed Jose Antonio Rueda to sweep on by and say thank you very much and claim another victory on his way to the title last year. So yeah, Munoz historically goes well around here, and yeah, it'll be looking to be in that top 3 fight from the end of the race on Sunday as well.
Wonder who's going to be next to get Munoz. I'd have money on it being this right on your screen. Adrian Fernandez, who is on a right on lap here, coming to the third segment. 10th up he was, there it's about a 10th and a quarter, so Adrian Fernandez, I'll tell you what, a lot of red sectors as you can see on your timing tower. We are a little bit off what they were able to do here last year in the same session. A 140.8 it was last year. It was Adrian Fernandez who topped that one actually. At the moment it's Joel Kelso on a 141.615, but has just been improved. Adrian Fernandez, these times are going to tumble. David Almanza is absolutely flying at the moment. 3.5 tenths up, 3 sectors round. He's got Marco Morelli's a cracking reference. Now need to record him on the final couple of corners. Double apex right, blast it up to the line. It's not too much of a long run to the finishing line. Across the line they go, 41.3 for David Almanza, who now pursues P1 with less than 2 minutes on the clock. Almanza, Fernandez, Joel Kelso, Carpe and Quiles top 5. Good to see Hakim Denisto flying already on the Friday morning and dry and sick.
Yeah, the only Honda inside that, only 2 Hondas inside that top 10 are Fernandez and Kelso. Good job done from Kelso. This is Pini who just goes outside the top 10 with a 42.0. Hopefully we're going to pick up Kelso. Just mentioned, of course, he was in the podium fight and was leading for a lot of the race on the 66, of course, on the KTM last year. Still getting to grips with that Honda this year. Just lost time in sector 3, but a good session so far for Joel Kelso, who's just building up that pace on the Honda. Had a little bit of a disappointing time of things on Sunday in Jerez, but slowly but surely Kelso is getting there. A very different riding style you need on the Honda compared to the KTM. He mentioned this over in Thailand that he was very shocked actually at the sort of different sort of riding style you need to have on the Honda compared to the KTM. But Kelso, no doubt in my mind that he'll be back in the podium mix at some point soon. And last year was anything to go by, then Le Mans is certainly going to be one of those places.
He'll yet to have a top 10 on the Honda machinery, although he was 7th on the grid, not just last time out, but
it's a good lap time. Yeah, if it weren't for the tough start to the race that Morelli had, he would have obviously been fighting his teammate for victory. Been really impressed with Marco Morelli. Obviously has to iron a couple of things out, but it's been a great start to life with an Aspar rider, the number 9.
It really has. And we've just had a little look at number 73, another Tim Brony as well, who has always seems to be the case. It's got Alvaro Carpe all over it every single time. They seem to be ending up on track together. Alvaro Carpe and Valentin Prodi really knocking spots off each other last time out in Jerez, and at the end of the day, it was that kind of messing about. Oh, dearly, Cormac McKenna was just in the way there of Peroni and Carpe as they came through the corner on the final two corners. But yeah, Peroni and Carpe got to start working together. It's costing them so much time. They're not going to be in that podium fight for long. They keep battling. And right on cue, this is what we're talking about. I mean, Carpe obviously had a bit of slipstream all the way up that front straight there towards this 3-4 chicane. But yeah, in the Grand Prix, it's just not working. We saw this over in Thailand as well. We've seen it a lot of times. But Carpe and Peroni just seem to get stuck in their own battle.
Yeah, nice little battle boiling there recently. Obviously, we saw over in Austin, it was Carpe trying to make a race-winning move at the inside of the final corner, which pushed Peroni off track. Carpe went a little bit wide as well, which cost Peroni a podium, let alone a first victory. So, yeah, Peroni and Carpe getting in the mix early doors at the French GP as well. Peroni, we saw the two over in Jerez, didn't we, back together in sort of in that top five, just off the top three, as it were, Quiles, Fernandez and Munoz, and then just completely sort of lost ground. But Peroni said he started to struggle with tyre wear and just a couple of mistakes here and there whilst battling through some time. Carpe managed to obviously finish inside that top five once again, and Peroni brought it home in P7, which isn't the result he would have been looking for, especially after the start he made. But obviously, if it's not your day, then you're still finishing in P7. Ahead of the likes of our manager, of course, was returning from injury. Rialto was on the top 10 as well, but he did have, of course, Carpe ahead of him, Morelli ahead of him, Quiles and Fernandez ahead of him as well, of course, Williams as well. Williams just come back from injury too, so it was, I think, a little bit of a disappointing second half of the race for Peroni, that's for sure. The T7, it's not a terrible result in the end.
No, he did get it across the line. Just what we're on about that as well. Got a nice sort of stat lined up here. Two Argentinian riders up inside the top 10 last time out. We've not had it in two consecutive Grand Prix since the last GP of 1981 in Moto 3, /125, of course, back then, and the first GP of 1982. So Argentinian riders, regardless of whether they're born there or not, they just make a nationality, that's one thing or another. But doesn't matter. Two Argentinian riders up inside the top 10 regularly in Moto 3 at the moment. Good time for South America, particularly with what we've seen Diogo Moreira do last year, what David Alonso has done before, and he's going to be doing again very soon, I'm sure, in Moto 2. The Moto 4 Latin Cup. There's plenty of talent out there. All working its way towards Moto GP.
Yeah, didn't have an Argentine GP this year, but we'll go back to Buenos Aires next year, which I think we're all very excited about. What a city
there today.
Yeah, and obviously Permas was a big miss this year. It's always a
Alvaro Carpe leads KTM 1-2. David Almanda there in second. As we said, down to Vitali in fifth. If they 1-2-3-4 for Spain, and then it is the Italian number 18. Kelso, Denise, Quiles, Morelli, the Aspar machines 8th and 9th. 10th place going to Brian Uriarte. The home heroes for the CIP Green Power team. Scott Ogden 12th, Adrian Cruz there in 13th, just knocking back Kelso. With Joel Esler, we didn't talk too much about him there in 15th place. Work to do for the other French team, Tech 3, with Peroni and Salmela 16th and 18th at the Shepherd flag. Then Matani completing your order. But Moto 3, all done and dusted, no yellow flags, everyone's safely through. But it's crunch time later on. It is Moto 3 practice, which sees your riders into Q1 or Q2. But that's it. Enough from myself, Kiko Giles. I'm out of here. Moto 2 coming up with Lewis Sotheby. I'll stay in put. Enjoy.
It's a very good morning to you and a warm welcome to a rather warm Le Mans. Might be the last time I say that to you, so might as well sneak it in while we can under beautiful blue skies for the start of this fifth round of the 2026 World Championship. You believe the forecasts? Well, don't believe them at this point until we have a reason not to. The weather is going to get progressively worse as we go through this French Grand Prix weekend. The forecast is very Le Mans. It was last year, of course, when Moto3 and Moto2 got their races underway and completed in dry conditions. MotoGP most certainly didn't, although it did set the stage for a fairy tale French victory, the first for over 70 years on French tarmac. Simon Zarco, of course, who was head over heels with joy with that emotional second career win. So much support for the French contingent. Two, of course, flying the flag, the tricolore, red, white and blue of France in MotoGP. Zarco, as mentioned, and of course the biggest star in this part of the world, Fabio Quartararo. Out on track in just under an hour's time. MotoGP free practice one. So what your appetite for that and to get this morning's action up a gear. Moto2's free practice one session is up next, and well, Moto2's going rather boring, isn't it? We had a repeat winner for the first time this season in Jerez. Just, of course, it was far from boring as Senna took his second victory on the bounce. A repeat winner in 2026, but back-to-back victories for the 20-year-old Aussie. Catapulted him right into the World Championship conversation at what is still a very early stage in this 2026 season. H is now up to second, 9.5 points behind his teammate and points leader Manu Gonzalez. Gonzalez was winner of this Grand Prix 1 year ago. Intact GP on a crest of a wave as they arrive at this French Grand Prix, which really does start a frenetic run of races as we head into the summer. 4 Grand Prix in the next 5 weekends as we head to Barcelona next weekend, a weekend off before the doubleheader of Mugello and Balaton Park in Hungary. So plenty of points to be played for in the next month or so, and allowing this World Championship battle to take shape. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York ready to talk you through this first Moto2 action of the weekend, and the back-to-back victories. He's starting to answer more and more questions around himself. Is Senna AGSL. He is looking every inch a potential World Championship contender.
He certainly is. He's got that consistency, hasn't he, that he was searching for. Good morning to everyone. If you're just tuning in for Moto2, nice sunny skies here in Le Mans, and we're going to enjoy it, as Lewis said, while it lasts, because I think this might be as good as we're going to get. And hopefully that's not the case for Senna in terms of as good as it's going to get, because back-to-back victories, he is firmly in this title race, and just a reformed character from last year. And I think to bounce back from everything that's gone on this year, both off track of course and on track, after finishing outside the points over in Thailand through no fault of his own, and then a really tricky weekend in Brazil, to go to 2 tracks he said himself that he sometimes, and has done in the past, struggled at, USA and then Jerez, to finish P1 in the United States, and then to back it up with a fantastic victory over in Jerez. But it was a sure sign that Senna is a championship contender this year, make no bones about it, and he is dialed in. Speaking to him, listening to what he's saying to the media as well, he is fully focused on a championship charge that of course is led by Manu Gonzalez on the other side of the box. He spoke about the teamwork that they have in the box. The 2 riders don't work together, they don't talk too much inside that box. There's obviously nothing wrong with their relationship, but they're focused on their own thing. But they said that the team environment, how they work together, is really pushing them forward, and so far it is working a treat. Top of the standing is Gonzalez, second is Senna and the Australian. It's great to see that he has really turned up the work this year, and fully expecting him to be at the front now for the rest of the season, not to pile on too much pressure. But I think also Aegis himself is saying that, yeah, we've got a championship to win, we are in this battle, and he's found that consistency. He said it was a dream to obviously pick up the first back-to-back Grand Prix victories of his career, and just great to see. Really revitalised and confident Aegis. As I said, everything that's gone on this year on track. The team deserve the amount of success hopefully they're going to get this year, and very much looking forward to Aegis versus Gonzalez and throw in the likes of Guevara, Vietti, Alonso and Holgado, maybe a few more as well into the mix. This Moto2 season is really intriguing.
Aegis, the first Australian to claim back-to-back victories in any class, but particularly in the Moto2 class, since Remy Gardner back in 2021 when he won 3 in a row from Mugello through to Sachsenring. Of course, Remy Gardner did go on to win the Moto2 World Championship that season, up against a Spanish teammate who he fought with for much of that season in the form of Raul Fernandez. Is that also going to be an omen down at intact? Nothing stresses a harmonious inter-team relationship like both your riders fighting for the World Championship.
Yeah, I think it's all calm in the box for now, but obviously the longer we get into this championship and the longer they're P1 and P2 or in the mix, of course, for the championship, it's going to be a tough task for Jürgen Ling to try and keep sort of morale high on both sides of the box, keep both riders happy. But both riders know, of course, Gonzalez with the title like last year, he knows what it's all about, and he's a character that will keep himself to himself and will battle when he needs to battle, of course. And Aegis is new to the championship charge, it has to be said, of course, a race winner last year, but I think both sides of the box now get a real sense that they're in this championship fight, and it's going to be very interesting to see two teammates going at it for the rest of the season.
It's a very good problem to have, isn't it, as a team, to have to try and keep your riders focused on the job when a world championship is up for grabs. As already mentioned, there are so many riders who might well launch a title tilt this season. 16.5 points covers the top 4. Less than a race wins worth of points covers the top 7 at the moment. Of course, we are still very early in the season. So Aegis, Guevara, Vietti, top 4, Holgado and Alonso just on the fringes, 5th and 6th. They certainly have contrasting tales to tell from the Spanish Grand Prix a fortnight ago. We'll get into that as we go through the session. As you can see, there is so much support here for Messrs Quattararo and Zarco. We are expecting a sellout crowd here once again on Sunday. Whether the forecast puts 1 or 2 off, we will wait and see. We certainly hope not. Once again, we are expecting a raucous atmosphere for the French Grand Prix on Sunday. Will they see successful Speed RS and Celestino Vietti, who does come into this race 4th in the World Championship after a rousing recovery on the Sunday from 13th on the grid up into 5th place, but that hasn't stopped the Speed RS team tinkering ahead of this French Grand Prix, has it?
Yeah, some news to bring you in terms of the suspension that the Speed RS team, of course, Boscoscuro chassis, the factory Boscoscuro team, I think we can all rightly call it, changing from Öhlins ahead of the French Grand Prix. An interesting switch that came to light yesterday. Our friends from Speed Week, Thomas Kutteroff at Speed Week, came over and spoke to us and released the story last night that WP suspension is now the one that the Speed RS team have gone for. So look out for that one over the weekend. WP suspension is the suspension that the Calix riders use. Of course, Alonso on the screen. Calix have won all 4 races so far this season. So I think it's does tell a little bit of a story that Luca Boscuro has decided to make a pretty big switch. We know that the forward team made that switch at the start of this year, and we've seen Alex Escrig especially. He's obviously finished top in the pre-season in Jerez when he was sort of first getting used to the suspension. He's obviously had a very decent start to the year as well, Alex Escrig in P8 and has had 3 top 10s in a row. So I think Luca Boscuro probably has looked at that and looked at the Calix sort of domination, it has to be said, so far this season. I know Guevara and Vietti P3 and P4 in the championship, but yet to win a race. I just think consistently it looks like Calix this year, and of course last year as well, have just taken a little bit of a step forward ahead of the Boscoscuro chassis. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Vietti and of course teammate Luca Naletta get on this weekend. And you know, we suddenly see Vietti, we used to see him fight at the front, but if we see Vietti, let's say, goes on to win on Sunday, of course it might be raining, so that might throw a little bit of a curveball into the mix. But quite a big change, and a sort of one to make during the season as well. So yeah, watch out for that one this weekend, and of course in the races to come.
And that's worked for Ford and the Clint team so far this year. It certainly has for this young man, Alex Escrig. Quite a career best, 2nd on the grid, 2nd front row in the last 3 for Escrig. at his home Grand Prix in Spain, although poor first lap had some other contacts or a loose touch with that front group, which he felt he had the pace to fight in amongst. Did take the checker flag in 9th place for a Scrooge, but is now 3 top 10s on the bounce for the young Valencia. Although a bit of a new experience might be for a Scrooge this weekend, because he's missed the last 2 French Grand Prix due to injury. He did come here last year, crashed though on Friday and suffered some contusions, which saw him ruled out of the rest of the weekend. So missing the last 2, and let's hope it's third time lucky for a Screech here at Le Mans.
Yeah, 7 points rides in a row now for Screech, and a 5th top 10 and his 3rd in a row, as I just mentioned. So the pre-season form, he's not finished on the podium yet in the Screech, but it does feel like that might be coming, which is fantastic to see. Obviously, we know that Screech is a fantastic rider, bags of talent, and of course the Clint factory team have made a big step forward this year. It's great to see the manufacturer, the likes of Screech on boards, being able to mix it at the front. That's what we want to see in Moto2. We want to see in all classes, all manufacturers on the grid, being able to fight for front rows, for pole positions, for podiums, for top 10s if it needs to be that as well. So yeah, hopefully for a Screech you can have a better time of things than we did here last year. We need for the high side, quite easy, rightly mentioned, but Screech to be P8 in the standings at this early stage of the season, less than 30 points away from Manu Gonzalez. I think he and the team would have absolutely taken it into round 1.
The pressure now will be on teammate Jorge Navarro to step his game up. So we see the Aspar pair. In this particular case, Alonso heading out to kick off his session. You'll be able to spot just below the number 80 the front forks of that Calyx. You can see the WP, the white W and the red P across the forks of the Aspar Calyx. And as I mentioned, that is a direction that Speed RS are now looking to follow. It's quite a fundamental change, isn't it? And rare to see a team or a chassis constructor make that change mid-season. Of course, it was a change that really did dictate a lot of the World Championship battle a couple of years ago in this Moto2 class, when famously the IO squad, the Aspar team and the Intact squad back at the start of 2024, they changed from Owen's WP suspension, and they didn't really get on top of it until midway through the season, when we started to see the likes of Jake Dixon go on a bit of a winning run. And Chelsea Vietti, who back then was an IO rider, he was also involved in that change, and he didn't exactly get on top of it until midway through the season too. It's, I guess, a gamble, but perhaps a gamble that the Speed RS team feel is worth taking to make that change midway through the season, because we should forget, of course, Vietti, 4th in the World Championship, he is very much in this title conversation.
Yeah, exactly that. Obviously, Guevara on a Boscura as well isn't making the switch as things stand, but you can imagine if the gamble does pay off, and we'll find out about that over the next couple of Grand Prix, of course, then maybe Luca Boscura will decides all of his chassis bikes will be switching to WP suspension as well. It is a big change, and you rightly say it is a gamble, because it's not been a bad start to the season, has it? No, Vietti and Guevara haven't won a race, but Guevara's picked up a couple of podiums and sits third in the championship, only 14.5 points off the lead. Vietti just behind, picked up a P2 over in Austin, and then, as you mentioned, Lewis did a nice little comeback over in Iraq to finish inside that top 5, and he's only 16.5 points off the championship lead. So it's not like they're in the doldrums, they're properly struggling, Boscura. They've got some pace out there, they've just not quite got enough so far to win a Grand Prix. So it is a very interesting switch, and I know talking about front forks and suspension might sound a little bit boring to some people, but it's going to make a big difference if it does pay off, and it's obviously a massive change, and especially ahead of a weekend where the weather forecasts look a little bit dodgy, so it's going to be a mixed weekend, and maybe not the ideal place to be testing out new front forks and that front end feeling, but obviously Luca Boscura and the team know a lot more than we do sat up in the box. But judging from afar, it's a very interesting switch, and one that could pay off handsomely, who knows, but one that also might not.
It's worth, I guess, clarifying slightly, it's not the entirety of the Calyx Twitter on the WP suspension, but every Calyx that has won a Grand Prix so far this year has had the WP suspension. It's very easy to spot the Owens forks on these Calyxes because they're bright gold. You can see them there on the Honda Team Asia bike of Tyre Rosato. Grassini also still on Owens suspension. You can see it on the front of the Ital Trans bike too of Danny Munoz. So, yeah, a bit of a splitting suspension philosophies across the grid. We do like to see some variety in what is generally a spec class across this field. Of course, all powered by the same Triumph engine, all on Pirelli tyres. So it is good to see some sort of development and some variety across the field. We certainly know that Boscoscuro have been pushing the boats out with some chassis developments this season. Of course, the aerodynamic race also is being pushed on in Moto2 as well. We've seen Kalex certainly pushing the envelope in terms of the ground. Looking back on the ramp and thinking, I didn't quite maximise that one, did he? We saw him qualify, I think we were both agreed at the time, out of position on the grid balance as 8th from the grid, and we all thought he had the pace to win the Grand Prix. I think he did too. Unfortunately, lost touch with the leading group and then crashed trying to catch them up again.
Yeah, we spoke during the weekend, didn't we, in practice, and then of course on Saturday morning and through qualifying, of course, until we qualified down there in P8, Barry Boutus, that there was two riders who stood out. Senna Aegis, who of course went on to win the Grand Prix, and then Barry Boutus as well. Just gave himself too much work to do and made a decent start. Did Boutus, of course, was in P5, I think it was, or maybe even P4 when it did crash out of the Grand Prix. And yeah, I think it's a weekend where he looked back at it and thought, as you mentioned, did not maximise that result. He said sorry for the mistake when the speed was there all weekend, which it absolutely was. So Boutus, yeah, disappointing weekend over in Red overall, but it was a reconfirmation from what we saw over in Austin from Boutus that he discovered his motor on that Kalex. There was some engine issues at the start of the year that took a little bit of a while to for the team and for Boutus to try and work out what was going on, but they switched that, made that improvement over in Austin and again over in Jerez, where, you know, it's a track, as I mentioned, in Moto3 that everyone knows like the back of their hand. I think a lot of riders who know about Jerez blindfold and still go within a couple of seconds of their lap records. So for Boutus and of course Aegis and the likes up front over in Jerez, it bodes well for the rest of the season. And of course Boutus P1 so far, early stages, not P1 anymore. There's Gonzalez rises to P1, but he was in the mix last year as well here, Boutus, finished second on the grid, so it's another weekend where last year Boutus impressed, so we'll have to sort of banish all what he will remember from Sunday in Jerez. He'll come here and refocus, get his head down and try and get his first podium of the season, and try and claw himself back into the championship mix. Boutus, 13 points on the board so far. And obviously with Manu Gonzalez on 59.5, it's a bit of a deficit to make up already for a rider who we were fully expecting to be in and around the top 5 of this championship.
Yeah, he's certainly had the speed, hasn't he? We're a little bit puzzled our commentaries. We've got some slightly ill-behaving lights over our head. It's resembling a bit of a disco here in our commentary box, so we'll do our best to keep focused on the action. Certainly shining on Manu Gonzalez right now with that 9.5-point lead over Senna Aegis, and as I already mentioned, Gonzalez the winner of this French Grand Prix last year. I guess though, if we're discussing Manu Gonzalez, we'll come on to his Spanish Grand Prix weekend in a moment. The big elephant in the room for Manu, guys, is that weather forecast for Sunday. I think Manu will be hoping that all of the meteorologists, all of the weather forecasters, all of the newspapers and websites that he's been frantically Googling this weekend to see what the forecast is for Sunday. I guess he's hoping they're all wrong.
Is there such thing as an anti-rain dance?
Yeah.
I think Manu Gonzalez, get a camera in the moto of Manu Gonzalez on a Saturday night, and I think he'll be making all sorts of shapes to try and battle away the inclement weather that might be arriving on Sunday, because if there's one rider in this Moto2 field, unlike Tony Arbolino on the street, who stands out as not a wet weather specialist, it is unfortunately Manu Gonzalez, and of course championship leader, one of the fastest riders consistently on this Moto2 grid, but not in the wet conditions. Now, who knows, this weekend it could be the case that Gonzalez finds a bit of pace in the wet, but he will be absolutely one of the riders. I don't think many will be wanting the rain to fall. Tony Arbolino might be one of them, but I spoke to a couple of MotoGP riders yesterday, about the chances that it proposes to certain riders, the wet weather, and even though some riders will have a better chance of standing on the podium in the wet conditions, I think everyone prefers a dry race, and this track, although it looks quite simple on paper, a lot of the riders do love it because it provides a very difficult challenge. But yeah, Gonzalez leading the championship. Whenever there's a wet race, there's always added pressure, added risk of going down and losing a big haul of points. So yeah, Gonzalez will be hoping the weather stays dry on Sunday, but I don't think he's going to give his wish.
Yeah, certainly, he's got his wish given the way the weekend was going in Iraq. It never looked at any stage, did it, when he had the speeds to win that Grand Prix. Although certainly the electric start he got from the second row from the back of the front row, third place, straight up into the battle for the lead with Colin Bryant and his teammate Senna Aegis. As mentioned, didn't look like he had the ultimate speed, and clearly beating his teammate Senna Aegis on that particular day, given the form Senna Aegis was in, was going to require a level of risk that Manu Gonzalez wasn't quite prepared to take.
No, and of course we saw him at the 2025 Spanish Grand Prix dominate proceedings really, but it was quite obvious from Friday when he finished down in P10 that he didn't have the pace of his teammate Senna Aegis, but also was just struggling slightly and had not really got the hang of things on that side of the box for Gonzalez. He's not feeling as comfortable as he was this time last year. That's obviously a good sign when you go involved in the Total Championship, where you haven't properly hit your stride, hit your form compared to last season, Gonzalez. And I was really impressed, actually. I've been impressed with Gonzalez all year. After the disappointment of last year, you know, the title fight somewhat faded away. He missed out on a jump to Moto GP as well. He was a very disappointed figure, Gonzalez. And I think a lot of questions were asked coming into the season. Could Gonzalez regather himself and go again in Moto2 and fight for a title? And I think the answer is pretty resounding yes so far. Not quite sure what's going on with Philip Salat, so we're just trying to keep a close eye.
Yeah, both of the American racing riders have come straight back up pit lane, haven't set a time yet. Joe Roberts on the 16 and Philip Salat on the 12, so perhaps some early gremlins down at the American racing team. Neither of their riders at the moment are on the board on the left-hand side of your screens, nor is Alex Escridge at the moment. He hasn't set a lap time either on the number 11 forward box, and he's also sat in the pits at the moment. But returning to Gonzalez, he just did what he had to do, just made sure doing what champions or championship contenders tend to do, which is if you can't win it, just make sure you're on the podium, just bank those solid points. And perhaps was aided slightly by perhaps some physical limitations for Colin Bryant in the latter stage of that Grand Prix via admitting to Jack Affiard in part of Maestro that he was suffering from a little bit of arm pump, which seemed to be running throughout the Red Bull KTM box during the Spanish Grand Prix, because his teammate Jose Antonio Rueda not only suffered from the same but has also had surgery on that very issue since we last saw him. But Gonzalez just making sure that he's in the mix, just keeping those points. He's certainly not had the explosive outright speed that we had from him at this stage of last season when he looked the kind of rider who might run away with the Moto2 World Championship, but perhaps an added maturity and what we're seeing from Manu Gonzalez even at this early stage is the experience of having fought for a Moto2 World Championship last year bearing fruit for him.
Yeah, for sure. And it's the first time he's finished 3 consecutive Grand Prix in the top 5 since his Mugello to Brno run, which actually included 4 top 5s where he brought P1, P2, P4 and P3. So he's got that form back, he's got consistency back so far as Gonzalez. Just trying to see what sort of hand movements Celestino Vietti was making as he pulls to take some initial thoughts, potentially WP suspension. As mentioned, big close eye throughout the weekend. Head Luca Minetta on the 32, also on that down at speed RS. But yeah, just finishing off the Gonzalez chat for now as we look at his team at Senna Aegis, who's up inside that top 5 in the early exchanges. Down there you can see Jürgen just on the right hand side there. Speak to him most weekends, a great chat and always very open and honest. Like I say, speaking to Manu this year, speaking to Jürgen, of course, speaking to Senna as well. There's a good harmony inside that box, and they know that so far so good, both riders, especially Aegis. He said he's riding and feeling the best he ever has in Moto2. Not quite the same for Gonzalez, but he's obviously not too far.
I wonder whether Senna Aegis might not have won a Grand Prix in that sort of circumstance, in that kind of situation a year ago. I think he certainly has taken a step forward this year. He knew he had to stay patient when he was up behind Colin Bryant and his teammate at points. Manu Gonzalez said he won the limit with the temperature of his front tyre, which is even an issue in this Moto2 class, in pretty hot conditions we had on the Sunday afternoon in Jerez, as the conditions sort of changed from Saturday into Sunday. The temperatures went up, which really did change the face of the race that we saw, and they just kind of let the race come to it in many respects. In Jerez, perhaps in a previous season or a previous life, Senna Mike Wello lost his patience and gone for a move earlier in the Grand Prix that really wasn't on, and we're seeing, much like we're seeing Manu Gonzalez evolve as a rider into 2026. Senna just, without question, doing the same.
Yeah, he said plan A was to pull away, and we saw that at the start of the race, didn't we? Obviously, Via made a great move down turn 6 on the opening up to get to the front, and he just tried to get to the front as well on a couple of occasions, but then quickly learned that, Colin and of course Manu as well had a pretty similar pace in the opening exchanges. You're right to mention that front tyre ages did not show that, and he also said so far here, not just in Red but across this season, the weak point for ages has been that top speed and that straight line speed. Really struggling with that so far, and of course he's quite a different character. He said he's the lightest he's ever been. It's nothing to do with him, nor sort of what he's doing on the bike. Something just isn't quite adding up in terms of the aerodynamics and the power they're getting down on the ground. He said, of course, when your front tyre is getting higher in temperature, and you want to pull out of the slipstream to try and cool it a little bit. But he said, if I wanted to pull my tyre down and pull out the slipstream, he's already losing a couple of tenths down the straight and a little bit more on longer straights. He's just not got a choice when he's got his teammate right behind him and trying to stay with one guy at the head as well. But he did say, just that he found his rhythm and did a big push at the end, found where he was strong. And a big step he's made this year, as you were rightly saying, is to keep calm and adapt during the race. And he found his opportunity and executed it to perfection. And at the end of his interview, this was him speaking to the media for the race, he's sort of saying, fantastic dream to go back-to-back victories in Moto2, but feet on the ground. I want to fight for the championship. Well, his words, of course. Everyone wants to fight for the championship, but Senna knows.
Oh, big eyesight into the Dunlop chicane. That's for Salach, I think, at the top of the picture on the American racing bike. Yellow flags understandably out, and it is Philip Salach who was high-sided. It looked like it completely jumped out of line there. He wasn't even through the chicane. It was as if he was trying to get it tipped in. You'll just see it. Look at the top of the picture here. There he goes. He's already lost it, and then one over the top of the handlebars, and what was already a disappointing or troublesome session for Philip Salach has just got a whole lot worse.
Bit of a strange one for the Czech rider. It looks like he was just running wide and sort of lost the front, and then the rear came out on him, and understandable. The American racing team look a little bit pensive and worried there. Good to see Salach on his feet, because that was a big one. The first crash of the day up at turn 3 for Dunlop chicane, but as you rightly mentioned, problems in the American racing garage, and that is not a very happy looking Joe Roberts either as well. So things to work out there on the American racing team.
We're halfway through practically. We've got a minute and a half's time we will be through this FP1 session, and still no laps on set for either Joe Roberts and for Philip Salach, who clearly won't set one in this FP1 session. Ethan Guevara currently leads it on a 1:35.327 for the Prix Crew Pramac Yamaha Moto2 squad. 55 thousandths of a second in the moment covers our top 4, which is Guevara, Gonzalez, Bautis and Aegis. There's 3 of those are our top 3 in the World Championship, currently first, second and fourth in this session. And Guevara, here he is, right on cue on the 28. I don't know, it depends whether your glass is half full or half empty, is how you view Guevara's Spanish Grand Prix weekend. Perhaps you can look back on the Sunday in isolation and say, decent recovery that for Ethan, having come from 12th on the bridge due to his group penalty, 12th up to 7th, although he was passed late on by Danny Munoz. Guevara just some serious front tyre dropped in the second half of that Grand Prix, which saw him begin to fade from what was a strong initial progress up the order. But his glass is half empty. Well, if only you hadn't had that good penalty, then you might well have been somewhere near that podium battle.
Yeah, exactly. Agree. It's a case of the team and Guevara probably looking at glass half full, the cynics amongst us, and judging it from afar. Look at it as a potential missed opportunity. And you're right to say that was a huge drop on the front tyre. Guevara was saying in the last sort of 10 laps he didn't get a great start either. Got a little bit of a wheelie off the line and lost a few positions, and then picked his way through the group quite nicely, but then of course struggled with that front end in the last stage of the race. It is 6 top 10s in a row for Guevara, has podium pedigree around here as well in Moto 3 back in 2022. He was a DNF finisher that season in 15th pedigree, so not too many happy memories here in the Moto 2 class, but as we know, Guevara is a reformed character, a different sort of rider in Moto 2 this season, and I think what you can say about Guevara is now he's found his consistency. I remember him saying a couple of rounds ago that this year, for the first time in Moto 2, he feels like he did in Moto 3. He can feel like he can do whatever he wants with the bike, and he's feeling really comfortable and really strong. Just missing, that final sort of ingredient, let's say, to be fighting for wins on a sort of more regular basis. But Guevara is right there, and when it's not your day, when you're qualified 9th, but of course had that 3-place good penalty. When you're starting from outside the top 10, you're giving yourself right on task to make it in the top 5, given the nature of the field this year in Moto 2. So P7 is decent points on the board, keeps him third in the championship family. Keep him inside that top 3 anyway. Of course, slipped behind Senna Aegis after Aegis promoted to P2 in the championship. But I think it was another sign that Guevara, just needs to iron a couple of things out. Of course, Guevara is going to be a consistent challenger for the podium, and you cannot rule out of a chance or two at this stage of the season.
Guevara turns 22 next month. If he had a birthday where she might be for eyes in the back of his head, because we have already seen on 2 occasions this season Ethan get into trouble for being slow on line. That is why he got a good penalty in the Spanish Grand Prix, because it was his second offence for not exactly paying attention when not on a fast lap, and of course having already fallen foul at once, a 3-place good penalty. I think Alexander said to you, didn't he, pit lane back at the ref. Here is Ethan now on screens. Now that he's already had his second offence and a 3-place good penalty, the punishment for doing it again will be even more severe.
Yes, and what the penalty sort of happened from the situation was Guevara getting a lap time in late on the Friday afternoon and celebrated getting into that top 14 with a good lap time. He was sick for kidding him, and he was under pressure with Guevara. And then, of course, I think it was on the Red Bull KTMI bikes. It might have been Colin Via. We didn't see it until Saturday morning, but when we saw the replay, we were like, okay, that's a definite penalty, because it was a little too close for comfort. So Guevara putting himself under pressure on the Friday, then, of course, a big relief to get that lap time in, but then made the mistake of losing a bit of concentration. Let's say DeAngelis was saying about that in pit lane, about okay, we've made a couple of mistakes, not big ones, they could have led to big consequences, but now it's 2. You don't want to make a third and have a really big penalty that can really cost you in the championship.
Yes, crossed the line on the line for the S Bostiscuro. Still climbing up the order. It's a slow climb at the moment, unfortunately, for Messrs Kinnett and Unchu. Kinnett did come across the line. They didn't come across the line in the end. He reckon crashed in high-speed circumstances down at turn 8. His teammate Dennis Unchu did come through for some points, 13th for him, and hailed a big improvement from that team. But it's the reflection in the standings and in the lap times isn't necessarily coming through just yet. A team that is so used to winning World Championships, a team that has taken victory around this particular circuit in the past. Has been here with Tony Arbolino back in 2023. Was similar to Mark Vidias right back in 2020 when he won here. Trying to rack my brains. I think he might have been. I think he was just about Mark Vidias. And of course they did win here back in 2013 too. With Scott Redding, and the year later in the form of Mika Kallio. So this has been a successful venue over the years for the Mark Vidias team. Of course, all those previous victories that they took around this circuit were on board Carex machines. At the moment, not getting much of a tune out of the Boscoscuro so far. Kinnett 17th in this session. He's put in, at the moment, a 136.3. His teammate Unchu, more signs of progress, I guess. For the Turk, he is up in 6th.
I think both were sitting on a more positive win sheet, let's say, over here. Of course, it didn't end fantastically, especially for Kinnett, of course, who had a fast stop, and it's now 1 podium and 16 for Kinnett. Last week was Indonesia P. He got disqualified post-race, which promoted Kinnett to the podium, which isn't a run of form I thought I don't know what you're saying about Aaron Canet in Moto2. We've got to be honest. Of course, a new challenge for him this year, jumping on the Boscuro after some years on the Calix. It was always going to be a difficult jump across. I don't think they expected the team and the riders to be this difficult. But as you mentioned, positive signs. I think slowly but surely they are getting to grips with that Boscuro. As we get yellow flags in sector 2, Celestino Vietti is run on down at turn 7.
He was the only rider in the second sector, so it didn't take too long to understand who brought out those yellows. And yeah, we're looking for some early indications as to how that's working. Not the greatest of starts for Vietti in 16th place and in the gravel trap at Museum Corner, but I guess we're going to have to just wait for things to just play themselves out down there at Speed RS. Vietti this season, and sort of will come to this weekend thinking I can win the World Championship this season, but with such a fundamental change to that bike, you do have to wonder how that is going to affect things. Serious then into the second gear, turn 7, down to around about 80 kilometers an hour, and in the end, down to nearly a stop for Celestino Vietti through the deep gravel tracks, right on board with him, down for a fourth gear, just over 200 Ks, and he recognised from a very early stage that he wasn't going to be able to take that Boscuro into turn 7.
Yeah, just ran wide and going to get it stopped on that Boscuro. Could Celestino Vietti, the main thing is he didn't go down the road, but yeah, interesting, really interesting to see what's going down there. That is Luca Boscuro on your screen. Vietti just pulling back into pit lane, understandably so. Just over 10 minutes of this session to go. Vietti is down in 17. He's less than a second away from the top line. Of course, as it always is, it is quite close in Moto2, but yeah, this is his teammate Luca Neto. Of course, is on that WP suspension as well. Big old cane, right? The gamble. It's not cane on very, very early days. Could be saying that and making some sound a little bit silly. Can't judge it from FP1, we'll judge it over the next few races.
I'm not sure that's a change you necessarily ask for if you're a rookie either, would you? I mean, Neto's already got the clact at the moment to influence that kind of decision, but of course, Luca Neto is still trying to learn how to ride an Öhlins suspensioned Moto2 bike, and he's now having to learn a bike that will behave a little bit differently this weekend onwards. Lanetta, as I mentioned, returned from injury last time out in Jerez, finished 18th. It's the first time he's seen a check final Sunday in his very short Moto2 career. It's just all about getting some mileage for Luca. He was nailed by a technical issue during qualifying, which contributed to Luca qualifying down in 26th place. But the more kilometres and more laps that Luca Lanetta gets under his belt, well, we are expecting him to be a very competent and competitive Moto2 rider, because we saw enough evidence in testing that Luca, most of us certainly had him at least in the conversation for the potential Rookie of the Year before that very unfortunate injury in Buriram.
Yeah, dark horse for Rookie of the Year, absolutely. For Luca Lanetta, he's got the sort of taller frame, hasn't he, for a Moto2 rider. He's getting some nice riding style comparisons at turns 3 and turns 4. The first overtaking opportunity. Quite a few around this Bugatti Le Mans circuit, has to be said. Boscuro, Eddie Van Guevara, of course, and Senna Aegis, and Barry Boutus previously as well. Guevara top, Boutus P3, Aegis P4. So getting a nice little look at 3 of the top 4 riders going through the opening and very tricky starts, especially maybe in the wet conditions come Sunday here.
Haven't seen much of the Aspar duo so far really in this session, have we? But I guess part of the reason for that is because of where they are in the standings. Danny Holgago is a third of a second back from Guevara, and nearly 3/10 adrift of Senna Aegis immediately up ahead of him in 4th place. And David Alonso has had a quiet morning so far. The Colombian is in 11th place on a 1:36.018. They are 5th and 6th in the World Championship. And well, from an Aspar point of view, do you want to start with the bad news or with the good news? I mean, the good news could have been an awful lot better for David Alonso, who came through to 4th place, and the rate that he caught the top 3 in the last stages of that Grand Prix, but at two I guess, points. Had that Grand Prix been 24, sorry, 21, I think David Alonso might well have won it, or certainly been on the podium. I don't think it's going out on a limb either to suggest that if he'd had anything like a sensible start, that David Alonso would have fought for victory. the Spanish Grand Prix, but David Alonso wasn't pointing the finger anywhere but himself for that, was it?
Yeah, made a huge mistake at the start, simply put. I do think, even with that start, we obviously saw Alonso, Holgado and a Screech come together at turn 1, and Alonso lost about 3 or 4 places in that with running around about a second. So without that, including the start, well, he would have been fighting for the podium and potentially in the victory fight as well. But he said he enjoyed himself, but at the start he didn't shift gears correctly, the bike went into neutral, and we saw right from the get-go that he just lost a load of positions. I think he was 17th on that one. He was as low down as I think he got himself up to P10 either at the end of the lap or early doors on the second lap as well. But yeah, he said he'll learn from this. He made the mistake, he accepts it, and hopefully it doesn't happen again. But it was another case of maybes, but David Alonso clearly had the pace to be at the front, clearly had the pace to challenge Senna Ages for victory. Of course, it's not right to say that Alonso would have gone on and won the race with the pace that he was showing, because Ages also had fantastic pace at the front, and in Alonso versus Ages versus Gonzalez versus firefight, it would have been very nice indeed. It was a great fight at the front anyway, but chip Alonso in there as well would have been even better. But the pace he showed at the end of the race proved that it was a weekend of top result slipping away from Alonso. He can't afford to do that too many more times. He's obviously still within reasonable to summer championship, 22.5 points up. But Alonso, no podium in the last 5 in total. And I don't think anyone coming into this season, as we see Arbolino looking down at his Calic machine, quite sure what's going on there before him, which is getting out of the way of the rider coming through. We haven't seen it very about us. So maybe just looking for a little bit of a toe in the Fantic team. But yeah, I don't think anyone in the first 4 Grand Prix, if you'd have said Alonso would get the podium finish on that, 100% would have said yes, he'll be at least on the podium once the first 4 Grand Prix. That hasn't been the case. He certainly had podium pace and race winning pace, but just hasn't been able to quite get it all together on a Sunday. That is going to come, of course, absolutely no doubt. Alonso will win a Grand Prix and challenge for this title in Moto 2 this year before it's expected to Moto GP comes in 2027. But we saw him in tears at the end, didn't we? And obviously it's Colombian, but it's a special race for Aspar, special race for Alonso racing in Spain. And yeah, you could just tell from the way he was emotionally after the race and what he said afterwards, and just getting to the end of the race, see him coming by there right ahead of you, the P3 after all that unfolded, just knew that massive opportunity.
Which hasn't really been serious the closest it's come, but hasn't put a clean weekend together yet so far this year. David Alonso, as we see some blistering lap times coming in from the Fantic pair. Baltus and Arbolino now first and third. We're into the high 34s now. That record, by the way, if you're interested, is a 134.3 from Manu Gonzalez, which he set here last year. And Baltus this whole big race lap record around here, 134.9. But yeah, Alonso would have been on pole had the tyre pressures been set correctly back in Austin, and then rampaged up through the order to finish 4th on that particular day, and then was forced into another Sunday recovery after that poor start that he made in Jerez too. So there's no question that David Alonso just hasn't strung a completely clean Grand Prix weekend together so far. So you can argue he's done quite well to accumulate the points that he has so far this season, to be just 22.5 points off the lead. And we'll quickly on the Aspar subject. It's perhaps the biggest disappointment in the Spanish Grand Prix was where his teammates' pace disappeared to.
Yeah, it was a strange one, wasn't it, for Holgado? That's not the first time he's gone back-to-back, not finishing in the top 10 since Aragon in Italy last year, when he crashed in Aragon. I think that was with his teammate Aragon, and they came together in Italy when he finished in P15. It's still 7 podiums in the last 14, so not a bad one at all for Danny Holgado, but for the former championship leader to now find himself in P5 again. He's 21.5 points down on Gonzalez. That's by no means a disaster at this stage of the season, but to finish third in Thailand, to back that up with a fantastic Grand Prix win over in Brazil, to finish 16th in the USA. We obviously saw what happened in the USA and probably thought that was going to be a one-off in terms of not finishing the talks it was, but to finish outside of the top 10 at the home Grand Prix, I don't think any of us was expecting that for Danny Holgado. And he just said his pace at the beginning wasn't bad, but he just found it as the race went on difficult to enter corners, especially the fast ones. his best to try and salvage as many points as possible, but he's struggling in the fast corners. You're not going to be able to do too much because there's plenty of them, especially in the final sector. So a disappointing weekend again, as we said, for Holgado, which makes this weekend even more important to try and respond, to be honest. Still in the championship fight, of course, and we're fully expecting, like teammate Alonso, to be challenging for this title all the way to Valencia or however long it goes on for. But it does feel like an important weekend for Holgado to try and forget about what happened in Austin, try and forget about, again, what happened over in Red, and get himself back into that podium.
It's only in 8th place is Holgado. He's on a personal best at the moment. He's stuck a fresh tyre in the latter stages, so we'll see him move up the order shortly. Guevara, as you saw a moment ago, has taken 2nd place on a 34.8. It's now Gonzalez, Guevara, Bautas, Aegis, who's super strong in that 4th sector, pulled a good chunk of time back on his teammate Gonzalez. He's back into 4th. 7 at the moment, all in the 134s, down to Alonso Lopez on the Brusini bike, who crashed out of 4th place at the same time that Harry Bautas did. So he will have regrets from his Spanish Grand Prix experience. Holgado does improve in time, but on his position, he is now into the 134s in 8th place.
Yeah, 2.5 beds down, not a lot of times made, but the P8 and Dennis Onchu in P9, shout out to 53 just behind Holgado. This is Ethan Guevara, a bit of chatter on the front end there, coming through the S Garage Blue section, turn 11, this is turn 12 before you get to turn 13 and 14 of the corner on a fantastic way to end, and the last sort of ditch, the last dive into turn 13 before you fire it towards the finish line, and get greeted by thousands of fans on the Spain's start-finish straight. Ethan Guevara goes into P2, less than a tenth away from Gonzalez. So early doors in this Moto2 weekend, but it looks like the top 8 as things stand, all in 3/10 and FP1, bodes well for the rest of the week.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Colin By yet, the pole sitter from Jerez and podium finisher, but we pick him up on screen now. Partway through this session, certainly put himself through the physical pain barrier and fatigue barrier last time out in Jerez, the arm pump, which certainly restricted his ability to fight center edges for the victory. This will never, whether he get the speed anyway to beat Senna in that Grand Prix. It was clear, wasn't it, for Bayer, once he got past by Senna edges and Manuel Gonzalez, he didn't really have the speed nor the strength ultimately to launch a counter attack.
Yeah, good friend Neil Morrison asked Colin for the race. Happy are you with P3 to starting from pole position, and Bayer was very happy. As we said, mentioned the struggles with arm pump that he said he knew he was going to have on Sunday. Didn't quite feel it in practice and in qualifying because he said you can't really get long runs and pushing as hard as you are in a race to really feel the effects, but he had some shoulder issues after the crash over in Austin. Was really disappointed in himself. That was over in Austin, and he said that he had some shoulder issues and was working really hard with the physio over the 3 weeks leading up to Jerez to work on that. So he knew he was going to encounter some issues over in Jerez with that shoulder, and then of course with the arm that came with it. But all things considered, Ryan was very pleased. Of course, a debut front row, he would be pleased. Debut pole position, he would be pleased with that over one lap, and then had a similar pace to Aegis and Gonzalez, but as we saw, Aegis just got the power down in the last couple of laps. Really sort of hammered home the advantage he had, and Via, although he stuck with the top 2, just didn't quite have enough energy and enough power in the right time to launch an attack. But I think he was very happy nonetheless to finish just behind, see the race winner up the road. Aegis had great pace all weekend, Via a bit on pole position, but going into the race it was looking like Aegis, and you mentioned Bausch as well, who on the race rhythm were at the forefront of the field, and that turned out to be a great weekend for the number 95 nonetheless. Pole position on the podium, for some injury troubles as well, not a bad way to spend your time in Europe.
Into the final minute, Danny Holgado up into 5th place now. Of course, minor improvements could move you up several places of the order in this session. A tenth and a half now covers the top 5. Aegis and Holgado on identical times for 4th and 5th. Harry Bautas, who I guess is the closest to a home favourite in this Moto2 class this weekend. I guess home Grand Prix of sorts for Barry Bautas, which he is marking with a special one-off helmet design for this particular event. And he's now pitted, so his session has come to a slightly early end. That's where we see the orange and indeed a red crash on our screens. And second fastest seconds at the moment. He looks to climb from 12th place. So Guevara goes through for one more lap, and it would certainly appear at this stage as if Guevara's in a better position to challenge for the podium than he looked at any stage in Iraq. He's been a permanent fixture in and around the top three. And it's been a good morning, actually, all told, for the Blue Crew tyre squad. Alberto Ferrandez, he was briefly in the top 20, has been bumped back out of it, but Ferrandez, of course, is able to ride on a level playing field this weekend after the pit lane start to Iraq. He's just a second off the pace in 21st place.
To my reckoning, he's never raced here either, Ferrandez, so a good job.
He's raced here with the rookies, that's what we're Rangers, but certainly not in this competition.
Yeah, not on a Moto2 bike, that is for sure. So checker flag is out then, as Colin Vire crosses the line to finish his session in P10. Won't ride at his 7/10 off, but it is only FP1. Holgado, as we mentioned, a better session for the number 96, and it's been Vietti with some earlier troubles, let's say, on that Boscoscuro machine. He's just getting maybe used to the WP suspension that slotted into the front for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, Luca Boscoscuro will be heartened by this. His fellow Luca Lanetta, and he's just gone into 17th on a 1:35.6. He's within a second of the pace, and Vietti takes third place. Look at that. It's Boscoscuro's 2 and 3, so Luca and the Speed RS camp will already be feeling pretty smart with their decision.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Luca Boscoscuro there, very happy with that, and Vietti getting a good lap time in at the end of the session after, what was a bit of a tricky FP1 for the number 13, but I think the debrief will be after that. That will be, all things considered, a very promising start to a new chapter, let's say, for 2026. Bouncers clearly confident, hit in early in FP1. He was on the front row last year, on the podium last year as well, just behind this rider, Manu Gonzalez, who is back on top in FP1 on Friday. Just not feeling all himself so far this season. It's a good start to the weekend.
It was the Manu Gas calling card. It was his trademark last year for much of 2025. He was top 3 practice with 1. So he didn't top it by much though, did he? And it certainly looks like we're in for a close and competitive Moto2 weekend with a second covering the top 20 in the end in that session, and a 10.5 covering the top 6. And Gonzalez, Guevara, Vietti, Balfus, Akius and Holgado. Alonso either didn't go for new tyres in the session or was keeping his power dry or having some other issues. Plenty of theories. We'll hopefully try and get to the bottom of that. Perhaps we'll see Alonso much more competitive this afternoon in practice. He was 17th at the end of that session. Beautiful blue skies remain overhead here at Le Mans as we get set for the MotoGP session in a moment. It does remain the metaphorical, and on Sunday the literal cloud hanging over this French Grand Prix weekend is the weather forecast, and the likelihood that we're going to see 3 wet races on Sunday here at the French Grand Prix. It will appear at the moment as if we're in for rain and potentially some quite heavy rain at parts of the Sunday action, which will impact the Moto 3 race, which gets underway as always on our European schedule at 11 AM Sunday morning here, 4 past midday, for the Moto 2 battle. It'll take place over 22 laps on the Spaghetti Circuit at Le Mans on Sunday. The French crowd have their eyes firmly fixed on Joan Zarco and Fabio Quartararo. 27-lap MotoGP Grand Prix of France at 2 PM on Sunday. Manu Gonzalez then quickest in pre-practice 1 in Moto2. Boscoscuro's, albeit in slightly different configurations, right behind him. Ivan Guevara and Celestino Vietti. Barry Baltus took 4th and was strong throughout. Senna Regis, the inform Aussie, 5th ahead of Danny Holgado and Ivan Ortola. Tony Arbolino up in 8th, probably here, of course, himself. Alonso Lopez now in Connect, including the top 10. Next came the pole sitter from Jerez, Colin Vire. Sasaki Garcia, Unju, Van den Borberg next up. Joe Robertson, a mixed morning for American Racing, 16th. As you can see there on the bottom of your screens, Philip Salach not setting a time after some early problems, and when he did get back onto the racetrack, he crashed at the Dunlop chicane. Strong start for the World Championship leader at Le Mans. Manu Gonzalez quickest in Moto2. Free practice one. We get the MotoGP action underway next. Free practice one is coming right up.
MotoGP has crossed the border from Jerez in South Spain to northwest France for round 5 at legendary Le Mans. The Gap circuit is one of the world's most historic and iconic motorsport venues, and this weekend's Michelin Grand Prix of France kicks off the first of 7 rounds in 10 weeks leading into the summer break. FP1 gets underway next live. It's time for MotoGP. Just under 4.2 kilometres in length, 3.6 miles, 14 corners, 5 of them left, 9 of them right. That makes up the historic Gap circuit here in northwest France, first built in 1965. Our first Grand Prix here was in the summer of '69, just 4 years later. 5 kilometres southwest of Le Mans. A fast sweeping right-hander into the first of a couple of chicanes around this compact layout. This circuit is all about hard braking zones and hard acceleration. Get a stable front end, you can do some damage around this Le Mans track. Good morning and welcome back to France. Welcome back to, as you can see, it's a beautiful Friday morning here in Le Mans. Not too sure how much longer that will last for. Certainly today, on our opening practice day here in the Michelin Grand Prix of France, we look set fair for a very pleasant day weather-wise. Moving forward into the weekend, hopefully tomorrow in MotoGP qualifying and a 13-lap Tissot sprint. That should also play out full dry, but Sunday, maybe not so. Those French fans, though, potentially won't care one jot if it's pouring down with rain here on Sunday, because it might set up the chance for Johan Zarco 12 months on from what was for many the Grand Prix of 2025. Can the Frenchman go back-to-back here in front of potentially another record crowd? It is always phenomenal to be back in France. This very circuit setting a brand new attendance record in 2023. They smashed it once again in 2024. And last year, for the first time ever in MotoGP history, we've had a weekend crowd that exceeded 300,000 fans. A lot of them have already packed into this Bugatti circuit, enjoying, as you can see, some glorious early morning sunshine. Let's hope that lasts throughout the course of the weekend, although we have to say there are some pretty iffy forecasts around for Sunday's action. All eyes on the two superstars. Johan Zarco winning the Grand Prix here last year in that dramatic flag-to-flag race. Fabio Quartararo producing some Saturday magic here 1 year ago when he claimed pole position in front of his home crowd. Those grandstands you can see on the right-hand side of your picture yesterday were absolutely packed here last night on Thursday evening as both Zarco and Quartararo came to a special French TV show. It felt almost like a Sunday race crowd on a Thursday afternoon here in Le Mans at times yesterday. The home heroes certainly lacking no support as we get the weekend underway then in the company of Matt Bird, Lewis in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Alex Marquez, of course, our most recent winner in the MotoGP World Championship. Alex finally ending Marco Beck's second and the previous domination recently in MotoGP. Alex was Ducati's last Grand Prix winner in 2025. He's their first Grand Prix winner in 2026. But Lewis, we have to say, there's a lot of focus on Marco Beck, still in the World Championship, a former Le Mans winner. But the home fans are here for one thing, aren't they? To see if Johan Zarco and Fabio Quartararo can get the business done.
Oh, I do love Le Mans. It is so good to be at the French Grand Prix. The fans certainly do add to the occasion here, as you mentioned. The bumper crowd here last year. We are expecting another sellout on Sunday for the French Grand Prix. Coming to see Marco Bezzecchi lead the World Championship, but primarily coming to see their heroes, Fabio Quartararo and Johann Zarco, do the business. And perhaps the weather forecast for Sunday might well provide them with the ultimate opportunity to challenge towards the front of a French Grand Prix that perhaps, particularly in Fabio Quartararo's case, might seem a little unlikely in pure dry conditions given what we've seen from them so far. If fan power is enough to propel them around the circuit, you can pretty much give them a 1-2 right now.
Marco Bezzecchi then coming into this round 5, 11 points clear of his teammate Jorge Martin in what remains an all pretty top 2 in the World Championship. Bezzecchi on the podium in the last 6 Grand Prix, winner of 5 of course. He hasn't finished lower than second since the Malaysian Grand Prix in Sepang. It was a fantastic Spanish Grand Prix for one half of the Marquez household. Alex making it back-to-back wins in front of his home crowd in brilliant fashion, really kick-starting his 2026 title challenge. After a stuttering start on the BPA Brazilian GP26, the same can't be said, unfortunately, for older brother Mark. It's been a real tough start to the event of Mark's World Championship campaign. He comes into round 5, 5th in the World Championship, still without a Grand Prix podium so far this season, and another big crash in Jerez wheels.
Yeah, mistakes that, given that he's certainly, it would appear, dealing with certainly a machine disadvantage. That was certainly the case in the first 3 Grand Prix anyway for Marc Marquez, who's been here. Rousing reception already, and this is only 10:40 on a Friday morning for Johann Zarco, last year's French Grand Prix winner. With Marc Marquez, he's 44 points behind Marco Bezzecchi in the World Championship, but if you just take Sunday results, he'd be 71 points behind Marco Bezzecchi. It's the sprints that are keeping Marc Marquez somewhere near the top of the World Championship at the moment. Of course, Marc Marquez, of course, winner of 2 sprints in the last 3 years, our leading sprint scorer so far this season, but certainly can't say you could blame the bike in Jerez. Ducati did win the Grand Prix, but Marc Marquez did not have the speed to challenge his younger brother.
Zarco did it. That's brilliant. Zarco did indeed do it here in front of that record crowd here last year. Can he do it again here on Sunday? Well, the vast majority of the French crowd here this weekend are certainly hoping that a 35-year-old can sprinkle some more magic on this, the Gappy circuit. The first French winner of their home round in MotoGP in 71 long years, all the way back since 1954. Not even I was born back in those days. It was France's 100th Grand Prix victory at Lewis in our short period of time together in the competition. We've already had the pleasure of calling some of the greatest races in history. That one was right up there. It had everything because of the circumstances, the atmosphere, the crowd, the way that Johann Zarco did it, the post-race celebrations. I mean, even now, just talking about it, we get goosebumps.
Yeah, there was some genuine emotion, I think, for everyone. There was barely a dry eye in the house last year when Johann Zarco took that victory. Yeah, of the moments that have given me goosebumps in this commentary box, we had 2 of them for me here last year. Zarco's victory in such incredible circumstances on the Sunday afternoon, but the other one was the day before with the man we just saw on screen there, Fabio Quartararo, and he took pole here for the French Grand Prix a year ago, and they were singing the Marseillaise in the grandstands in Parc Fermé on Saturday morning. So excited they were to see Fabio on pole position. Of course, the support here is unrivaled, and boy do they get behind their heroes.
Yeah, we know you're going to be tuning in on Sunday because the French Grand Prix is always one you never want to miss, but make sure you're tuning in a little bit early. 10 to 2 local time on Sunday will be when we'll break and pause for what is always a spine-tingling rendition of La Marseillaise, the French national anthem. Fabio Quartararo, I think it's fair to say, recently turned 27-year-old, the rider from Nice. Of course, let's not forget Fabio on pole position here last year. He did lead the sprint and the Grand Prix in front of his home crowd, but fast forward 12 months on the new V4-powered Wisdar M1. I don't think too many people are expecting a repeat of his heroics from last year. Fabio so far this season has not finished higher than 14th place in the first 4 Grand Prix. We just caught a glimpse out of Roy Martin. He's got good recent fresh memories of Le Mans. Lewis, unfortunately, was sidelined from this Grand Prix here last year through injury, but he was the winner of the sprint and the Grand Prix in his last visit in 2024.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how he goes this weekend. Of course, we had a post-Grand Prix test in Jerez on the Monday, immediately after Alex Marquez here on screen won the Spanish Grand Prix, and the rider who seemed the happiest and the most bullish, the most buoyant with what he tested was Jorge Martin. He course, didn't take a full part in pre-season testing, of course, with the extra surgeries that he had before the campaign got underway. Missed Sepang, so perhaps didn't have the same opportunity as Marco Bezzecchi to test some of the newer parts. He got that opportunity in Jerez on the Monday. He said those new parts helped the bike turn better. He has more rear grip into a more natural fit for his riding style. Feels he found a couple of tenths of a second in pure lap time. So watch the 2024 World Champion closely this weekend.
What a weekend it was for Alex Marquez down in Andalusia. The Thursday, Alex Marquez in Jerez. Unrealistic chance of making it back-to-back wins. No chance of winning once again in Jerez. The Sunday version of Alex Marquez, a couple of days after his 30th birthday and on his 250th Grand Prix start. Well, he was untouchable. Phenomenal performance from Alex to take his first victory since Sepang last year. This is Frankie Morday on the Northeastern. He's got a 5-minute ban from the start of FP1.
Yes, for essentially not getting off the racetrack at the earliest opportunity, with smoke coming from his bike. Of course, this was a session where we also saw a morning where we also saw issues for Joan Mir, and we saw how heavily he was penalised for not following those instructions. Morbidelli didn't cover a whole lap like Mir did, so that's why he doesn't get the same sort of level of penalty. But 5 minutes of his free practice one session, not the toughest of penalties, but perhaps a reminder to Frankie Morbidelli if he has a bike problem to perhaps pay slightly better attention to what's going on behind him in future.
Yeah, that was the downside to part of Frankie's Spanish Grand Prix weekend. Some of the upside was a brilliant ride in that incredible sprint in southern Spain, which I think we're all still trying to get over what happened. Marc Marquez crashing out and then somehow remounting his factory Ducati to win that sensational sprint. Frankie Morbidelli, of course, came through from as low as 21st at one stage, having started the sprint in 18th to finish on the podium. The bronze medal did Frankie. A little bit of a record for the 31-year time. 18th on the grid to a sprint podium is the lowest that anybody has ever started a sprint and come through to a top three. The previous best was Brad Binder, who shot his way through from 15th on the grid to win just our second sprint, of course, in Argentina, all the way back in 2023. So it wasn't all bad for Frankie in Spain.
Yeah, I'm sure Fabio Quartararo fans are shouting in the tellies. Yes, Fabio did do it in Jerez, but of course he did get that tyre pressure penalty, which yanked him out of the order. We welcome back to Moto GP Jonas Folger. Haven't seen him for a couple of years, so unfortunately, not that we're sad to see Jonas Folger, but the reason that we are seeing him this weekend is Maverick Vinales' prolonged absence after that extra shoulder surgery after Austin.
Yeah, this has to be slightly concerning as far as KTM and Maverick Vinales are concerned. When Maverick withdrew from the Austin Grand Prix while he was stateside, it sort of sounded like it was a relatively routine procedure to remove a loose screw in that problematic left shoulder. Of course, an injury he first picked up almost a year ago now at the Sachsenring in Germany. But unfortunately, what might have sounded like being a routine procedure, as we know, Maverick unfit and unavailable for Jerez, and now unfit and unavailable for this weekend in Le Mans. Given the fact that we are immediately back in Spain next weekend for the Catalonia Grand Prix in Barcelona, there's some doubts about whether Maverick will be participating there. And it's a very, very busy period in this year's World Championship. This Le Mans Grand Prix kicks off a pretty hectic run of 7 rounds in 10 weeks before we head on to what will be a very, at that point, welcome summer break.
4 in the next 5, of course, with Mugello and Hungary. Balton Park, a back-to-back event which follows this particular Grand Prix. We'll take a look at Pedro Acosta for the KTM, 4th in the World Championship now, leapfrogged by Fabio Di Gianantonio last time in Jerez. Well, we've already given reference and mention to the post-Grand Prix test in Jerez, and potentially some teams coming with fresh ideas and some fresh kit for this French Grand Prix. Just take it for a sign of our own pit lane.
Absolutely, let me just run down up and down pit lane. We'll start with the reigning world champions in Ducati, because I'm sure lots of you that were following the Jerez test were interested to see quite a few different aerodynamic configurations for the moment it is sticking with what they know for Ducati. Davide Cardotti hinting at the fact that it may well roll out some of that new aerodynamic today in this afternoon's matches. I've noticed as well from a couple of smarter people than me in pit lane indicated that it was actually first rolled out during the Grand Prix weekend in Jerez, a new frame down
brilliant stuff as always. Thanks very much, Jack, for those tech updates as a result of that recent post-race test. Immediately after the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez, Yamaha really are toiling, aren't they, at the moment on that underpowered, new V4-powered M1. Fabio Quartararo, 4 Grand Prix, 11 points. His factory Yamaha teammate Alex Rins, 4 Grand Prix, 3 points. Toprak Razgatlioglu really struggling, of course, having made the transfer over from World Superbikes. 1 point from him in 4 Grand Prix. And Jack Miller, his current Yamaha colleague, is still yet to trouble the point scoring places in either a sprint or Grand Prix so far this season. So the 4 Yamaha riders combined have scored just 15 points so far in the opening 4 Grand Prix. It doesn't sound like, Lewis, there's been any sort of, not that we expected it, I mean, not a significant turnaround post the Jerez test, but I think we were expecting maybe a couple of upgrades to Prix. What's just that? Just formed up for Martin's factory Prix there. That's exiting the Shimano Berth S's turns 9 and 10. I think it was something off Martin's bike, or whether he ran over something that deflected off somebody else's machine. Might have been some rear aero that detached itself from Paul's machine. We're trying to get a replay of that just to cover that one off. Clearly something was on the circuit with one of the rear appendages maybe on the right hand side of Martin's 89 factory Aprilia.
Yeah, you can see on the left hand side, his left as we look, you can see the wings, and I think on the right hand side it is missing. There it is. It's just on the outside of the curve. It's the wings just behind the rider's feet as they're in the full racing position on board that bike. So the aerodynamicists up and down the pit lane, you're getting a close look at some Aprilia sort of rear aero, which has made a bid for freedom on Jorge Martin's bike.
Get the blue tack out, boys, for that one. Yeah, here we go through the turn 9 and 10, and you can just see there on the right hand side, completely unaware of Jorge Martin as that little bit of aero just dropped off there. No dramas. I'm sure we'll be getting a message quickly on his pit board that he's got to, well, that the mechanics will be getting back in. That stage, Jorge Martin was 6th fastest. Fabio Di Giannantonio. It's having a brilliant 2026, isn't he, so far this season? Top Ducati in the World Championship. There is that aero working loose on Jorge Martin's factory at Prix. Di Giannantonio then 3rd in the World Championship. Top Ducati leading the way this morning in France, and this is why there are so many pursuers of Fabio Di Giannantonio's signature in 2027. He's been very, very strongly linked at the moment with a possible seat in the KTM factory team alongside Alex Marquez, who kind of talked that maybe KTM will be only winning 2 bikes next year. Tech 3 now, though, going to maybe shun the chance to go with Honda and stick with KTM. That's all playing out behind the scenes. Fabio Di Giannantonio has also spoken, of course, about staying with VR46 Ducati. I think he's spoken to Yamaha. He's been on Honda's radar as well. And quite rightly so, Lewis, because he's been superb so far this season.
Yeah, he's been through a feral journey, hasn't he, in his MotoGP career, where it looked like he was, of course, on the scrap heap before he got that famous podium in Phillip Island, which was soon backed up with a victory in Qatar. And he's suddenly established himself in this early stage of 2026 as one of the most sought-after talents on this MotoGP grid. Top Ducati rider in the championship, and that is by no accident. He's had pole positions in 2 of the last 3, front rows in the last 3 Grand Prix, and a podium which might well have been better, it's fair to say, in Jerez. I guess the one negative you can say about Fabio Di Giannantonio is he's not getting that bike up the line yet. His first laps have been particularly weak so far in 2026, which for as good as he's been so far this season, it could yet have been even better. We could have been talking about Fabio Di Giannantonio as a genuine World Championship challenger. He might still be anyway as we go through this season, but on every first lap we've seen so far this season, Fabio Di Giannantonio, he has dropped places. Of course, he's generally been starting somewhere in the front, which explains why he's not been gaining any, but Di Giannantonio, as good as he's been so far this season, he has been absolutely exceptional. Has clearly got one clear deficiency he needs to improve to genuinely fight for some MotoGP victories, which is clearly quick enough to do.
30 points he is coming into round 5. The drifter, fellow Italian Bezzecchi in the championship. 6th in Thailand, 3rd in Brazil, 4th in Kota, and 3rd in Jerez. He's got the speed, he's certainly got the consistency. He's building up a very strong early season title challenge. Is the 27-year-old Italian. Top 6 finish in his last 7 Grand Prix. 4 podiums to throw in the boot as well there. Fermin Aldeguer, I think there's a few fans keeping a close eye on the Spanish rider working his way back to full fitness. I after all his pre-season injury nightmares. They seem to be finally behind him, despite the fact that he is still hobbling around the paddock with a rather pronounced limp. Courtesy of that fractured femur he suffered in early January, a training accident. Global podium here last year, of course, wasn't it? Firmly in Aldeguer. And wasn't he after the sprint where he fell off his bike? Yes, didn't he, after the sprint? He got a little bit carried away. Did Firmly in Aldeguer, but here in Le Mans last year was where he really did announce himself on the MotoGP stage, third in both the sprint and the Grand Prix.
Certainly one rider who would have enjoyed the benefit of a correct test, of course, having lost any sort of pre-season march, although he's still not exactly at peak physical condition. He's Perby Aldeguer, so expecting to get stronger and stronger as we go through the campaign. Here comes Fabio Quartararo into pit lane then. Will be himself sent to Fabio yesterday. The press conference was easy to spot him this weekend with the bright pink and yellow on his special 2026 edition Le Mans crash helmet, and we're expecting something rather similar in terms of the overall bike livery on Sunday too. We hope we're going to see that livery. Certainly 100,000 French fans are hoping we're going to see it somewhere near the front.
Yeah, already the Quartararo merchandise stores have been doing very brisk business. They are standing by their man, aren't they, the number 20 fans? And Fabio touched upon this yesterday when I spoke to him in the pre-event press conference. He's so popular all around the world, isn't he, Fabio Quartararo? Particularly here, of course, in front of his own fans in France. He said it's their support, it's their energy, which is sort of driving him forward at the moment when the results aren't there. And he's just kind of using the fans as a bit of an inspiration, just to keep plugging away, keep trying to get his head down and try and narrow the gap at the front between himself and the MotoGP. These are tough times, no question about it. Probably the toughest period that Fabio's had in his MotoGP career. I think he'll probably say when he was back in Moto2, at the start of his Moto2 career, there's been slightly tougher times, but this is not the Fabio Quartararo which we have come accustomed to seeing in MotoGP, operating down the wrong end of the point scoring place, often this season already outside of the point scoring places. We do believe it's been a long time that he's sealed a deal to move to Honda next season. But yeah, it's tough to see a former MotoGP world champion. I think Lewis probably regarded as, in terms of talent, top 3 in the world, to see him struggling at the wrong end of the timesheet.
And on pure, if I had to ask one rider to do one lap of a racetrack on a soft tire to save my life, I'd choose Fabio Quartararo. He's so good, as we've seen over the years in qualifying, 3 times a pole sitter here at the French Grand Prix. Just that solitary podium back in a flag-to-flag occasion back in 2021, which we might see something similar on Sunday afternoon. It must feel a little bittersweet for him to get all the support and all the energy, all of these thousands of fans who've paid their money to cheer him on this weekend, and he must know in his heart of hearts that he's not really got the machinery to give them the result that they crave here.
Well, we were just waxing lyrical about the brilliance so far this season of Fabio Antonio. Have VR46 and Ducati got a job on their hands, keeping him for 2027 with so many teams interested. He's still his fastest in this morning session. He's still, of course, going into this weekend top Ducati World Champs. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Pavel Nieto, who joins Jack. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. Absolutely right in the fact that Fabio Antonio keep fighting the second his back. There we go. Apologies for cutting over Jorge Martino. Brilliant radar. But Fabio Antonio, Pablo, is one of the men of the moment. He's riding incredibly well. Third in the World Championship, top Ducati. His confidence level must be through the roof at the moment. How proud are you of the level that he's at the moment?
Yeah, we are very happy when a lot of people we are talking about that they are talking support team from Ducati. This is very, very important. At the moment, we are working together with Ducati to try to find a way to give him the things that he wanted. I understand that he wanted a factory bike, factory support. Everybody knows that we are with Ducati at the moment. We are one factory bike and one non-factory bike. So our goal is try to keep two factory bikes with the design that we wanted. We are working on that. We need a little bit more time, but we are focused on that. This is the main point. Just because at the moment, of course he needed a factory bike, but he did a very good job, and I think it's good for him.
Thanks, Pablo. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks as always, Jack, for the questions there to VR46 boss Pablo Nieto. I mean, at the moment, if you are judging your decision on whether Fabio Di Giannantonio, if he remains at Ducati, does get factory support next season on pure results, well, you have to say he thoroughly deserves that opportunity. Fabio himself has said that the buzzword here, the key word, is factory. If he doesn't get factory rider status, whether it be contract-wise or certainly technical support-wise, you do feel that he's going to be tempted, lured away, maybe to KTM in particular. We've spoken about this before, Luis Hoy Martin when he left Ducati in the 2024. Ayagura most recently, a surprise choice to leave Trackhouse Aprilia and go to Yamaha's factory team. I think it was Agura we were referencing in a red. Never ever underestimate the power, the lure of a factory team. And KTM are playing on this. They know that Fabio Di Giannantonio is desperate to get factory status in 2027, and that's why they've come calling.
Yeah, and we understand that Fermin Aldeguer has pretty much agreed he's going to be heading across to the VR46 team for next season. Of course, they only have one factory bike and one quote-unquote satellite bike, then of course VR46 potentially have a decision to make in that respect. But there's no question Fabio Di Giannantonio has earned the right to have factory support from Ducati. He is their leading rider in the World Championship at the moment and showing no signs at the moment of giving that particular distinction away, leading this session by 3/10 of a second. Well, so many riders will be watching that situation very closely, and it will have a knock-on effect for their potential career. Of course, in particular, what Tech 3 do for the next season as to whether they're going to have two KTMs themselves or whether they're going to have a pair of Hondas. I think the likes of Maverick Vinales will be watching that situation very closely, although he's of course got his physical issues to try and resolve. Potentially VR46, Nicola Bruliger might be watching that situation very, very closely. If they lose Antonio, I think he would surely be very high up the list of riders potentially to slot into that particular place. So many pieces of the jigsaw still to be put in place for 2027. Plus, of course, we still focus on 2026.
Yeah, Maverick Vinales might be in a rather uncomfortable position right now, certainly from a physical point of view, as he recovers from that recent left shoulder surgery, and in terms of a seat in 2027, because when you're not out there trying to produce performances, trying to convince team bosses to secure your services for future seasons, this could prove a bit problematic as far as Maverick is concerned. Alex Marquez, I mean, the sources I've been speaking to say that Alex has been committed to KTM for quite some time now, more than a couple of months. A pre-season deal we believe was negotiated between Alex and KTM. I think before Fabio Di Giannantonio made it clear that he was potentially on the market. It looked like Maverick Vinales was going to be slotting in alongside Alex Marquez, but when you're not here, when you're not performing, and when you're sidelined through injury in a rider market season, it does sort of smell a bit of trouble as far as Maverick Vinales is concerned. Maybe there'll be a surprise pick to go to Trackhouse, maybe a reunite with Davide Brivio and a reunite with Aprilia, of course, the factory team he left at the end of 2024 in rather surprising fashion to join KTM.
So much about this sport is what have you done for me lately. It's very easy to become the flavour of the moment, and it's very easy to be forgotten very quickly if someone else jumps on the radar and starts producing the kind of results and performances that Fabio Di Giannantonio objectively is at the moment. He's made a very strong start to this French Grand Prix weekend too. Di Giannantonio by a third of a second near enough at the moment from Joan Mir, another rider who's trying to prove himself worthy of a place on this grid for next season. Bagnaia third at the moment on the factory Ducati, although that now changes with Luca Marini taking second spot. So it's now Hondas 2 and 3.
us inside the top 8. Zarco 7th, Moreira 8th. There's been an excellent start to this French Grand Prix as far as HRC are concerned. Very early stages, of course, of the weekend, and Johan Zarco may well feel, well, in fact, he was honest about it yesterday, wasn't he, in the Thursday pre-event press conference when he said, yeah, of course, it goes without saying, my best chances of retaining my crown as the king of Le Mans is going to be if it's a wet race or a flag-to-flag scenario on Sunday. He might well get his wishes. Just asking him about the impact of last year. He said, of course, it was a game changer for his popularity in France, but he said everywhere since Le Mans 2025 I've gone in the world, fans have come up to me and all they do is they mention Le Mans 2025. It's been brilliant. It was such a special occasion, wasn't it, for Johan Zarco. The celebrations were just spectacular. The backflip in front of the packed main grandstands. We want to see a big move here from Marco Bezzecchi, the world champion leader. Well, we were expecting it, but you could just see he's lost time in that third sector. Bez out on a rather worn tyres at the moment. He's currently on his 11th lap of the session. Here he is on the number 72 bike. He was certainly rapid through the first half of this current lap. On course for 11th to first. Where will he go with the end of this lap over the short run to the finish line? Second, not bad at all, that from Bez, a 1:31.53. Although Luca Marini has just immediately taken that second place away from Bezzecchi. So this Friday morning gets better, doesn't it, for HRC? Both factory Hondas at the moment inside the top 4. Marini second, Mir fourth.
Trio of Italians up there, Gian Antonio Marini and Bezzecchi. Marco Bezzecchi, winner of this Grand Prix back in 2023, the 1000th Grand Prix, which Marco Bezzecchi won on a VR46 Ducati on that particular afternoon. And this does feel like a key weekend in this tug of war, this arm wrestle between the two Italian brands in MotoGP, Ducati and Aprilia. Had Ducati been able to wrestle some of that initiative back again with Alex Marquez's victory last time out in Jerez, or Aprilia, who we shouldn't forget did get all 4 bikes across the line in the top 6 still in Jerez, even if they didn't win the race, are they still the reference brand?
Once again, taking his time to wake up on a Friday morning is Ayagura, who's just gone up from 17th, from 20th with a 1:32.143. Alex Rins in the factory Yamaha just moved himself up to the fringe in the top 10 in 12th place. We're looking at the number 25 bike of Val Fernandez, with the Spaniard inside the top 10, 13th and 6th at the moment. Yeah, big improvement from Fernandez, up 6 places into 7. The quick check on Jonas Folger in for the absent Maverick Vinales. His best work so far after 10 laps is a 1:34.458. Of course, we haven't seen Jonas Folger in MotoGP competition since 2023, in 6 races. That's actually replacing the injured Pol Espargaro.
Fabio Quartararo then on for the factory Yamaha. Leading Yamaha at the moment is his teammate Alex Rins up in 13th place. We know Alex Rins is going to be seeking alternative employment for next season. He confirmed on the Spanish Grand Prix that he was no longer required beyond this season by Yamaha. No decision Yamaha will have taken lightly, but it's a decision that hasn't surprised too many, given the way Rins' career from both a physical standpoint and result standpoint has been trending in recent times. Quartararo, not second one, might well let himself up a place or 2 with this, but this is really the kind of territory that the 2021 World Champion is dealing in at the moment. 14th place.
Not too many expectations coming into his home Grand Prix weekend as far as Quartararo is concerned. 14th place, that's the season so far, isn't it? 14th in the season over with Bull, 14th last time out in Jerez. Missed the points, of course, in Goiânia, in Austin, a really brutal tour of South of North America. For the Frenchman, as Johan Zarco's got a little bit of an issue here. This is him just coming out of Garage Fair. And then into turn 9, Shimano S's. So the engine is running perfectly now, it seems like, but Zarco just tore back into the LCR Honda garage.
Did something happen in the lead up to that for Johan Zarco to be on the inside of the racetrack? It's not the kind of place you'd be on the racetrack if you're recovering from a moment in Garage where you'd rejoin on the outside of the racetrack, and he comes straight on pit lane here. He's quizzical looks at his by 1.4 and 4.8. Well, this time last year, Lucio Cecchinello
was in dreamland at the end of this French Grand Prix. I mean, what Johan Zarco win it in spectacular fashion? Can they make it back-to-back wins here? Let's get the thoughts to the boss with Jack.
Of course, 12 months on from that memorable French Grand Prix, Johan Zarco, just interestingly, he said he was coming down pit lane. He has just now come into the box, so hoping in a few moments we'll get an understanding of what happened there. A bit of a weird one. Lucho, 12 months on, what a day it was, and I've already said in the build-up to it on Sunday, if as the forecast suggests, we might get a bit of rain. I know that you're the man to come to with your applications on your phone because you are the best weather forecaster in the paddock. Are you ready to do it all over again?
I was lucky. So, let's say that, yes, there are some possibility on Saturday for some thunderstorm. Our rain, let's say. By the way, we are fully focused to be ready in all conditions. We are quite pleased with the work that Honda is doing at the moment, the work on the bike, and also Darko still losing the gap to the top group, and hopefully we will have a fun weekend.
How big of a weekend was Jerez last time out to give him a real platform to build on coming into what is obviously going to be a huge weekend?
It was very important, of course, for the team, for the sponsor, but also for Darko itself to come here with the potential to beat for the obtain within the top 5. To be close to the podium. It's going to be very hard, very difficult, but definitely we are looking forward for getting some heavy points.
We were just seeing a flashback then to last year with Johan backflipping in front of the record crowd here, Le Martier's ringing out. It gives me goosebumps now just thinking back. In the build-up to this, I'm sure you've seen the highlights. Oh, look at the run again. What was it like for you to step back into Le Mans and have those memories of last year?
I don't hide you that when I see these images by myself, I get tears on my eyes because it was an incredible emotion, unbelievable emotion. I think one of the biggest emotions that I have proved in my MotoGP career, and I still remember all the crowd, thousands of people cheering and singing the French national anthem was really amazing.
Special day, and there's a lot of people in the grandstand streaming, but they may well get to enjoy it again on Sunday. Fingers crossed.
The expectation is too high at the moment, but anyway, let's see. We will run as always.
Thanks, Lucho. Have a good one.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to LCR and the boss, Lucho. Checking out, I think his blood pressure levels are just about stabilised after that French Grand Prix here last year. Yet a day that none of us will forget in a hurry. We saw those brilliant celebrations. First French Grand Prix win on home turf in 71 years. What an accolade that was. Well, if you're an Italian fan of MotoGP, you're certainly enjoying your French Grand Prix experience so far here today in Le Mans, because we have Fabio Di Giannantonio quickest, Bastianini in second, Marini third, and Bezzecchi in fourth. Those Italian quartet being hotly pursued by this rider, Joan Mir, who was inside the top 5 until off screens. Alex Marquez, the Red winner, has just taken that 5th place with a 1:31.577. Got to say, Lewis, this looks very promising as far as Bastianini is concerned, because we don't normally see Anea sort of moving too properly on Fridays. He's not exactly renowned as being a top qualifier at KTM as well. It really does feel like these last couple of Grand Prix, Austin and in Jerez, aided with the test as well, that the Prix this time to sharpen the teeth a little bit.
Yeah, he was the leading KTM rider for most of the Spanish Grand Prix weekend, wasn't he? No doubt about it. Pedro Costa did end up out-qualifying him in the wet by a Q1 on Saturday morning, but it was no surprise at all to see the Beast being their likeliest challenge, although it was only an 8th place for Bastianini and KTM, and through KTM affair in Jerez. Bastianini is one of 7 different winners in the last 7 French Grand Prix to be held here. Bastianini the winner here back in 2022, although he didn't captain John Pierce, but better experience here last year. Bastianini in total served 4 long laps here during that back-to-back Grand Prix last year. He took out Bagnaia at the first chicane and then spent the pit lane when changing bikes, so perhaps he'll look to banish those memories if we have a similar rain-affected race on Sunday.
6th in Austin, 8th in Jerez, back-to-back top 10s. only second time at KTM. We know that he's got this class rider. He is top notch, isn't he, but he's on song. Lots of rumour, lots of gossip about a potential return to Brazil. Ducati for him in 2027. Another in the KTM stable, the current KTM stable, we should say, is Pedro Acosta. It's a bit up and down. It's hard to really know what you're going to get from Acosta, isn't it, in 2026? Double podium to kick off the campaign in Buram. Pretty AWOL he was in Brazil, and then back on the podium in the Grand Prix in Austin, and then struggled throughout the Spanish Grand Prix weekend. 12th in that dramatic flag-to-flag sprint, and then a rather disappointing 10th place in the Grand Prix. It's been a bit of a yo-yo campaign, really, as far as Acosta and KTM are concerned.
Yeah, of course, there was that contact during the race with Raul Fernandez that ripped the aero off Acosta's KTM, but it wasn't exactly looking too special up until that point anyway, was it? So KTM just purely did not have the pace through much of the Spanish Grand Prix weekend. Acosta was very happy with how the bike felt at the end of the test on the Monday, but it is always a little bit dangerous to get too caught up in how bike feels and how bike performs on the test, because conditions are always so much better, so much rubber has gone down. Of course, rubber goes down throughout the test on Monday as well, so you always have to take the lap times and indeed the feedback with a little bit of a pinch of salt and get some further feedback and data at a further circuit, which they've been able to get here. Pedro Acosta did say, though, yesterday that he feels his bike is fantastic in the wet, which might well come to pay him back on Sunday afternoon.
At least last year in the rain conditions, he finally got to see a checkered flag in Le Mans, which wasn't a regular occurrence in the past for the now 21-year-old Spaniard. Fourth over the line last year after crashing out of the previous Grand Prix. Both times he bit the dust when he was a Moto2 rider. Fabio Di Gianantonio just looking here to consolidate his position at the top of the leaderboard. Although he's made a mistake at garage there. That is so easy to do. You don't get a real sense from the live TV pictures of how significant the drop away is as you break down the hill into that turn number 8, one of the hardest braking zones around this Bugatti circuit. Shame that, because Fiji looked like he was potentially on course to better his 1:31.302, which has seen him top this session for quite a period of time now.
Pick up Gianantonio then into the Explorer. The Recordamon, which completes the lap. It's a much tighter into the fifth section to complete that the double lap. To take you to the finish line, which is right next to this final corner. We're going to think about his Marquez, although he's taking a shortcut, which is usually through Chemin Audorb. So at the moment, it's super competitive and super tight. Just as over a second, 7 thousandths more than a second, covers the top 19 riders down to Brad Binder on the KTM in 19th place, and less than half a second covers the top 12 all the way down to last year's winner, Johan Zarco.
That mistake at turn 8 from Digi cost him almost 7/10 of a second. The reason why that's such a demanding braking zone here, 265 kilometres down to 80 kilometres an hour in less than 5 seconds. It's some deceleration zone down into garage there. A really good overtaking opportunity if you've got front-end confidence, which is a necessity around this Bugatti circuit. Two key factors at play here in Le Mans. You have to have a bike that stops well, a very stable front end with some aggressive braking zones, but also you've got to be smooth on that throttle, good traction control, because of some real hard acceleration zones as well, particularly when you come out of garage there and when you come out of record one to launch yourself down the start finish straight. Now this is better. Is this going to be a clean lap as far as the number 49 of the Gianantonio is concerned? It's toxic because he's taken the shortcut.
That's one way to set a couple of red sectors, although of course they do try to cut that Shimano berth as tight as they can to get the fastball for a run out of it, to maybe just when the wrong side of the curve through there. He'd set some red sectors. We've also seen a red third sector for Luca Marini, so keep an eye on the factory Honda. He might just take top spot away from his fellow Italian shortly.
A disappointing weekend in race for Luca Marini. He crossed the line now, the number 10 factory Honda. That's brilliant. A 1:31.120 there from Luca Marini. I'm trying to scratch my head here, but I'm sure there's not been a dry session in his Honda career that Luca Marini has topped the session. I'll be happy to prove it on. I will check that stat actually. And it's see if I'm right or wrong. But yeah, that's a real confidence boost this for Luca Marini, aided by some new HRC aero. 1:31.120. It's pretty nearly 2/10 clear of fellow Italian pupil. He's out on fresh rubber, as you can see there, Luca Marini. Well, that explains it. Still going to do the business though, still going to get the job done on a new soft front tyre, new medium rear tyre. And this is going to potentially catapult Luca Marini to the first sub-131 lap here this morning.
Also utterly mobile in this session, and we know Pecco Bagnaia doesn't go for new rubber late in a free practice one session. We've spoken already during the session of the necessity for some braking stability around this circuit. Well, we didn't see much of that from Bagnaia in Jerez, although he's also taken a shortcut or perhaps breached track limits, one or the other. It's a shortcut on our screens, but it's didn't see one as well, following Bagnaia off the right. So we'll pick up Marini instead on the fresh soft front medium rear Michelin rubber, and he's up close here for the first 130 of the morning.
Yeah, 9th in the sprint, 13th in the Grand Prix in Jerez. That was his lowest point scoring weekend in 9 since the Japanese Grand Prix in Motegi. This is a lot more like on that fresh Michelin rubber is Marini, and we do, as suspected, get our first sub-131 lap of the morning. It's a 1:30.857, so 15 very productive laps so far for Luca Marini. What about Ivan Gura, who's been stuck outside the top 10 throughout this session? He has been as low as 20th as the number 79, just 13 and 14 left for Gura to negotiate. It makes a bit of a meal of turn 13, that's going to cost him time as well. A brand new medium rear tyre there as Gura, and moves at one place to 16.
Fresh rubber in for a bunch of riders out there on circuit. Drami, who are following bottom of the screens, has not taken that route, so don't expect him to improve on 7th place. But we've got Alex Rins currently improving, Binder's currently improving, as well as is Jorge Martin, although it's not no real drop-off for the tyres here, as we've been seeing from Gian Antonio, who's been continuing to lack at the mid-131, so perhaps not the usual kind of jump that you'd see on a fresh tyre that you get on the circuit.
Now we know Marini has been out on a fresh front tyre and a fresh rear tyre, so he has capitalised quite brilliantly on that fresh rubber. There's Fabio Quartararo, just looking at Yamaha, their Quartet Quartararo is the only Yamaha rider within a second at the moment of Luca Marini. Although Alex Rins is about to change that right on Kuto. We can pick up the number 42, and Joan Zarco is in a little to that. Rins goes third, a 1:31.302. That's exactly the same lap time set by Fabio Di Antonio. Now Joan Zarco, it's already a very pleasant sunny Friday morning here for the French fans to savour in Le Mans. If Joan Zarco gets anywhere near the top three, even if it is FT1, the French fans will be absolutely loving it even more.
Yeah, Miller did go to the top 10 too on his from that Yamaha. He's got a 31.6. Zarco now drops into the Shimano berth, left and right, and the third sector will give us an indication as to what kind of lap he's on any moment now as he attacks the Explorer, and Zarco is very much in touch with Marini. We could have a Honda 1-2 short.
Yeah, we should have some hoarse voice in the grandstand already, as the French fans, very vocal, very passionate, very partisan, I think it's fair to say. They will be loving this if Joan Zarco can get himself close to that top three. Surely that's where he's heading. 16th for Zarco, goes into second, 1:31.109. Ralph Fernandez is up into P3. Pedro Acosta also putting together a good lap. Acosta's been one of only a couple of riders I've noticed has been out on the hard front tyre so far this morning. He's got fresh set of tyres in underneath him on the RC16.
Yeah, we have 3 compounds of front tyre available to the riders this weekend because of the inclement weather and the variation in temperatures we're going to have through this weekend, even if the forecast suggests that they might not need the slicks on Sunday afternoon. Here comes Quartararo, who's still on the tyres he started the session with, so don't expect him to lift himself too high from 15th, but we do know Fabio is a special rider, particularly here at Le Mans. He climbs 3 places to 12.
I can't recall many practice sessions in recent years where we mentioned Marc Marquez. That's so little. We saw him on screens at the start of the session because Marc has been quietly going about his business on the 93 factory Ducati. His best work so far this morning has been a 1:31.788. That came very early. Marc has completed 18 laps in FP1. His best that time was mentioned was on lap 8. And across the line and done his 19th lap with no improvement from Marc. This will be the usual factory Ducati tactics. Stay on the same sort of tyres throughout the session. So Marc Marquez, well, they're side by side in terms of the timing screens right now. The factory Jeeps, Bagnaia 15th, Marc Marquez 16th. Unbelievable.
Bagnaia is in the pits, so his session looks like exactly that. That's it, the practice car that we're going to see very shortly. Ralph Fernandez up into fourth, Brad Binder in eighth. Binder, who I'm sure is still thinking when he goes to sleep tonight about that sprint in the red, which he looked on course to win until he crashed at turn two. He was several seconds ahead of the factory Ducatis who ended up fighting for victory that weekend, and in the end remounted, still finished up inside the top four.
So it's still Luca Marini, the only rider that looks like he will be in the 130s at the end of this session. The tracking to Gian Antonio. Another very, very strong session this as far as Diggio is concerned. Marc Marquez picking up his pace as well, as you can see on the screens. Diggio moves up from 5th to 4th. And that's a 131.125, which looks like being the best of his morning's work so far. Here is Martin now, coming through the blur rest. Now to the second gear, 100 kilometres an hour, turn 12. Just record them on remaining now, down to first gear, 80 kilometres an hour for 13, up to 90 kilometres for the exit of 14. Is this going to be Mark's best time of FP1 this morning? It certainly is. He picks up 10 places, 18th to 8th with a 131.388.
That's a fast on lap time though from Diggio on 18 lap old tyres to do a 31.1, just a quarter of a second off the pace. That 31.388 for Marc Marquez, which now has him ninth. His brother Alex has just taken 7th place, a couple of places ahead of him. 20 lap old tyres for Marc Marquez. We've seen the Marquez brothers, we've seen Gian Antonio, and of course Bagnaia. Quartararo too is another rider spotted. They have not gone for fresh rubber in this session.
Top two in the World Championship. There's the two factory Prix, of course. And they're stuck down outside the top 10 at the moment. They'll try and rectify that, of course, when you need to be in the top 10 at the end of play. On practice Friday, World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi is 13th on the standings. The mid-130, in fact, Bailey has been pushed back down to 14th by Fermi. Now, again on screens there, who's just in through to a mid-131 himself. Only 1,000th of a second is splitting Bezzecchi and Martin, the two factory Aprilias. Not even 3/4 of a second at the end of that session is going to divide the top 17 riders down from Marini and home crowd favourite Fabio Quartararo, 1st to 17.
It's ridiculously close. We've got 5 riders on 131.3s. Rins, Marquez, Agura, Marc Marquez and Binder. In fact, 6 now with Mir also in there. We've got Bastianini on 31.4, and we've got 5 more riders on 131.5s. It whets the appetite nicely, doesn't it, for that 1 hour practice session in Q2 places on the line later.
One of the big stories for Johan Zarco's win here last year was he denied Ducati the chance to win a record 23rd successive Grand Prix, and there's another Honda at the moment. Honda going to win back-to-back French Grand Prix. Luca Marini with a little bit of an asterisk next to that 130.857, given the fact that he was out on a fresh set of Michelin tyres at the end of the session. But as we said, just have to go out there and produce the time. You have to deliver the goods, and Luca certainly did that. 130.857 secured him P1 at the end of FP1.
On the KTM Honda inside the top 3. The Costa feeds back to his crew chief, just with the glass at the top of his head there. And Paul Chavakin, so he looks to try and get himself back in this title conversation, which is a bit of a nuisance to the likes of Ducati and Aprilia so far. We've seen Costa, as mentioned earlier, jumps to 4th in the World Championship with that slightly below par Spanish Grand Prix. He's 35 points behind our points leader Marco Bezzecchi.
Job done. Nice, confident, settled start to proceedings for Johan Zarco. He'll take that for the quickest with a 131.109. It's maybe a little minor technical blip for Joe.
35 points behind our points leader Marco Bezzecchi.
Well done. Nice, confident, settled start to proceedings for Johan Zarco. He'll take that for the quickest, I think, at the end of play. The 131.5. 853. He hasn't lost more there, though. He has. I was just thinking, like, you can see on the garage shot there on the right-hand side of one of those 2 RSGPs, there was no air on the right-hand side. It looks like it might actually be the same attachment, which is now detached.
Well, the one on the left-hand side of the bike being now on, it's on both sides, so clearly the bike he jumped off at the end of that session has once again shed some parts on the way around the circuit. It's one way to try and go faster on the circuit, losing weight on the way around.
Losing aero is not going to help to do it. Remember, Marco Bezzecchi when he got clattered by Pedro Acosta in that scary early incident in Austin, losing some rear aero, so it did quite dramatically change the performance, the downforce, the braking stability on the Aprilia. It barely knocked him out of his stride, did it, Bez? And as he went on to win that Austin Grand Prix, second override though in the red, could tell about golden winning run for Marco Bezzecchi. When you look at the last 150 points available in Sunday Grand Prix, what a record. Marco Bezzecchi has taken 145. Looks like there's a bit of an issue here for Luca Marini. He was out of the garage and about to jump on top of that factory Honda, and then he got wheeled back in. Straight away on the sort of Mike Collins to his crew chief Christian People in there. So I don't know if there's just maybe a slight issue there for Marini.
Just got the tip lane. There is still a green light on the end of the tip lane, so he does still have the chance to go out there and do some practice starts. Most famously, incorrect last time out, Martin missed the practice start session as he crashed. There's some of his errors still on the rider's right as they look heading down towards garage there, which a marshal will surely be instructed to remove pretty sharpish.
When Martin fly tipping all about the Bugatti circuit, hasn't he? So far this morning in FP1. Johan Zarco then, 2 Hondas in the top 3. There is some issue here which is costing Luca Marini time in his practice start session. The brakes, making sure he's got some temperature in those carbon discs when he breaks into that first corner. Alex Marquez, what a performance it was by the 73 in Spain a couple of weeks ago. 4th time we've seen Alex prevail in the MotoGP World Championship. There's just something about racing at home. Home sweet home, isn't it, for Alex Marquez? 2 of his 4 MotoGP wins have come in Jerez, and of course next weekend at the circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, where Alex was supreme in the Grand Prix. Blew it, didn't he, when he was leading the sprint in Barcelona last year. It was that great celebration, wasn't it? He threw himself in the gravel trap, having won the Grand Prix. So the key period of this, the championship for Alex, having fighting momentum into his championship charge with the win in Jerez. We know how good he is, Lewis, in Barcelona, particularly in the forward sector, where if you are not close to Alex Marquez in the last lap, you've got no chance. So Alex will see this as a pretty key period of the championship to try and fire some life into his title challenge.
He's got some form of the way here too. First MotoGP podium came in a wet race at Le Mans. And back when he was a factory Honda rider in his rookie season of 2020, on board with his older brother Mark. This is one of the trickier starts here with the front right-hand device, because of course you have a fast pair of right-handers, turns 1 and 2, leading up to the Dunlop chicane, which is the first heavy braking zone where you actually have the opportunity to disengage a front start device.
Yeah, Alex Marquez was quite quick to point out to me and remind me in the prelim press conference yesterday when I said, he got his first ever podium, as Lewis mentioned, in MotoGP in 2020. He's here, crashed twice in the last year, last year, which was a bit of a blot in his coffee, but so it's not happening, is it, this practice start? As far as Luca Marini is concerned.
Yeah, the pit lane exit's closed now, the red light's come on, so he's not even allowed out of pit lane even if he wanted to.
Well, prior to the practice start session, it had been a brilliant Friday morning as far as Luca Marini is concerned, because regardless of what's happened, he will, in the record books, be quickest rider in FP1. What about the home crowd favourite Johan Zarco, French Grand Prix winner last year? Get an update on him with Jack.
Yeah, we saw him just sit up and then roll down pit lane just before a sponsor, Lucio Cecchinello, and we surmised maybe a bit of an issue with his RC213. It seems, in fact, though, that John was just playing on the handlebars, was moving around some of the engine brake settings, and was just trying to configure the bike before then coming down to pit lane and playing about with the handlebar rather than there being anything wrong with the bike. He went flat out on that same bike to pull down pit lane, and then put that pretty impressive lap time. And it seems the same then. That is quite boost to confidence and a pretty good indicator for the rest of the weekend. That lap time is tried, and we do get wet weather on Sunday. We know how good he is then, so very well be in a position to compete.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Jack. Johan Zarco will be hoping, rain or shine, he'll be able to shine here in front of his home crowd. As we look at the riders from the rear eye device, like start the Grand National, this isn't it, on the Bugatti start finish straight. Look at Marco Bezzecchi. The one thing that Aprilia have nailed in 2026 is just how good that Armas GP fires away off the line. It is just planted to the tarmac. You barely see any air between tarmac and front tyre when the Italians drop the clutch. There's something about their launch system which is absolutely bang on this year.
Yeah, the two fastest bikes off the line, without question, on the Sunday in Jerez. Bensecchi came through to second from the second row, and of course we saw Martin rocketing up the order from the fourth row. What's happened to Johan Zarco? Is this potentially the issue with the front device down, trying to get himself through turns 1 and 2? And that is a scary old ride, given the speed he's carrying through turn 1, even in a practice start session.
How good's his motocross skills? Pretty good by the looks of it, as far as Johan Zarco is concerned, because that's a real hair and scaring moment as you power through turn 2. You approach turn 2, you tip into the first corner, and it's in 6th gear over 300 kilometres an hour. And of course, you have to be so careful into that first chicane. First time you brake on the left-hand side for some time. It tends to be a bit of a crash fest, doesn't it, the French Grand Prix? I was looking at the last 7 years, Le Mans has had the highest crash tally in the entire season. 601 crashes that's been in Jerez for the last 7 years, with a high of 118 back in 2021. Sometimes the weather does play a key part in that, but it can catch out the very best. This Bugatti circuit, short in length, but high on demand, high on skill level required to tackle this Le Mans track.
Never short on action. If we do have a flag-to-flag on Sunday, or even on sprint, because we had our first flag-to-flag sprint in Jerez, then Jorge Martin's looking in pretty good shape, because that was an impressive flag-to-flag bike practice. Marco Bensecchi is going to do the same. Climbing on his bike is Marc Marquez, whose flag-to-flag bikes, of course, came moments after crashing at the Spanish Grand Prix. We'll get our answer ultimately this afternoon in practice as to what kind of shape Marc Marquez is in. In no mood this morning to chase headline lap times.
2 Hondas then inside the top 3. And what's going to really warm the home crowd's hearts is the fact that Johan Zarco was absolutely awesome, and he did not put that 131.109, which got him 3rd place, in on new tyres. So this does bode very, very well, doesn't it, as far as the Castle Honda LCR rider is concerned. A brilliant start on home turf as far as the 2025 French Grand Prix win is concerned. That's the ride though they're all chasing in terms of the championship. Marco Bensecchi, your series leader, with 4 of 22 rounds completed in 2026. Bez was 14th at the end of that super close session. Fabio Di Gianantonio, top Ducati rider in the World Championship, top Ducati rider at the end of FP1 here in Le Mans. He did so much of the front running in that session, did you? But it was fellow Italian Luca Marini on a fresh set of Michelin tyres in Michelin's home Grand Prix, Michelin's last home Grand Prix for a period of time. When we move to Pro next season, it's Marini that will lead the way at the end of FP1. Not even 8/10 of a second covering the top 17 riders. It was super close. Luca Marini fastest.
The first 2 Italians to get into the 130 this morning, Luca Marini and Babbage Gianantonio doing 30.9s. Gianantonio has rocketed up to second on our timing screen, so he's clearly had some lap reinstated that got cancelled earlier on. So he's actually second from Acosta and Zarco. Ralph Fernandez fifth from Rins, Alex Marquez, Agura, Marc Marquez from Binder, near 11th from Bastianini, Aldeguer, Bensecchi and Martin, who spent parts at the start and end of the session shedding aero. Jack Miller 16th then, and home favourite, one for 2 of them, Fabio Quartararo. Bagnaia got new tyres, 18th then, and Moreira, Morbidelli, Toprak 21st, and Jonas Folger protects through 22nd.
1 stage later in that session, we had an all-Italian top 4. We then finally do get an Italian top 2 after the late correction for Fabio Di Gianantonio. So, like Lewis said, 2 riders in the 130s eventually, led by Luca Marini. His key work coming on that soft front new medium rear tyre later on in the session, where he found that 1:30.857. Lots of mid-high 131s from Marini as well.
Skip straight to Pedro Acosta, who, as you can see now on your screens, is 3rd at the end. He did go for new tyres, although a medium rear for Acosta at the end of the session to get him down to a 1:31.0.
Well, we thought he was 3rd, but he is relegated back down to 3rd place. It is LCR Honda rider Johan Zarco. Would not entertain a change of tyres. That's really encouraging. Look at that, lap 17 on the soft front medium rear tyre for Zarco, 1:31.109. Excellent work on the number 5.
And it's that 1:30.911 on run 3 for Di Gianantonio that did get reinstated to put him up into 2nd place. He, like Zarco, did not change tyres. Looking very good with Digia.
Yeah, it really was. His session for much of it. All about our sector times. And with the riders fetch to 1. Ayagura, who was 8th overall, he leads it from Aldegar and Zarco.
The heavy braking of Sector 2 certainly favouring the Honda first and third through there.
Marini making hay those new tyres with Rapid in sector 3 over 10th clear of Figia.
And Marini quickest in 3 of the 4 sectors, including that 4th sector, to set that 1:30.8.
Well, last year here in the French Grand Prix, we had a bit of a shock winner at the end of that dramatic flag-to-flag race. The home fans didn't care one bit, did they? When Johan Zarco took the spoils for Honda, he won that occasion for a HRC rider. And opening our account in the 2026 Michelin Grand Prix of France, there's another Honda rider doing the business. This time around, leading the way in FP1, it's Luca Marini, fastest ahead of Fabio Di Gianantonio. Q2 place up for grabs later on though in practice. We'll see you later.
Better places than Phillip Island to take any. Better places, better places than Phillip.
long way back. Mark, with the element of surprise, lunges on the inside of Bagnaia into the timber chicane. So Mark leads his Grand Prix for the first time. Bagnaia breaking up. This time round, it's Alex Marquez who's got the inside low. And once again, there's more contact. Alex Marquez has crashed out. Zeki. This is his third victim into the timber chicane. And a massive high side.
Marquez is so good in the crucial points of the racetrack. Zeki is going to have to take some serious risks here if he's going to turn second place into first. Bagnaia on the inside of Pedro Acosta then. Bagnaia back into the podium position.
He powers the factory Gatti through the final chicane. And Marc Marquez wins the Dutch TT here. Zeki, who put up an incredible fight on the factory at Prix. He's second. Pecco Bagnaia, your early leader, once again fades out of contention. He gets to settle the third place. With Marc Marquez, well, what a season he's having in red. Unbelievable. That's going to finish in stunning style for Marc Marquez. Too many better sides than Magellan. This is Bagnaia territory. He has not lost a Grand Prix since 2021. Time to get success for the 23-lap Grand Prix of Italy. The green flag waving at the back. MotoGP. Marquez is going to run it hot, surely Bagnaia is going to cut to a tight line. Out it Marquez, a break for that first corner. Bagnaia attacks in the turn two. Bagnaia leads briefly. Alex in third place.
Morning, any good start to his own Potter out the fourth.
It's Bagnaia, looks like he's going to lead at the end of lap one. It's all about the slipstream. Marquez has hit the front of the slipstream.
So Marquez does regain the lead on this second lap.
Marquez and Bagnaia are leading on each other as they drop down through Casanova. Goes in hot. Bagnaia behind Mark. Stopped into San Martin. He's going to run it a little bit wide, and Mark seizes the lead back. Oh, they touched. Clear contact with Bagnaia and Mark. second slipstream. Mercedes recovered second place. It's on the inside of Mark into turn two. This is absolutely brilliant. Bagnaia closes the door.
Bagnaia then lost the front on the way through Pacini, and that does bring Marquez alongside.
He's trying to get some stuff in. Once again, stop the spring yesterday. Prix does lead into the standard auto, but he runs it a little bit too hard. And Bagnaia back in the front. Oh, Alex, that's an aggressive on the inside of Bagnaia. There was room there. He took it. On ball now with Mark. He's going to go side by side with Bagnaia. Somebody's down. Oh, they're probably taking Bagnaia out. I think that's going to be a long lap coming, isn't it? Short Frankie. Maverick Vinales is frustrated. He's got some great slipstream here. It's Mark in the play for his own. Makes there's nothing else to do about it. Joe Antonio, it's one thing to catch Pecco Bagnaia.
Antonio is taking away that third place down to Castello Savelli.
Bagnaia bumped off the podium in Mugello. This is game over. Number 93 makes the win. Number 93. Marquez does just about hold on the second place behind Fabio and Gian Antonio. Pecco Bagnaia will be crestfallen. Marc Marquez, a factory Ducati rider, in front of the Ducatisti, celebrating a win in Mugello.
Mugello belongs to Mark, as 93 makes it 93 wins in a glittering career.
MotoGP has landed in one of the motorsport capitals of the world. An old town city with a modern MotoGP atmosphere and a history for bike and car racing of over 100 years. There really is only one place we can be at. Welcome to the 2026 Michelin Grand Prix of France. Welcome to Le Mans. Welcome back live at trackside here at the famous Le Mans circuit in northwestern France, where we're gearing up for an afternoon of all-important practice sessions that decide which riders go into Q2 directly for the pole shootout and which ones will need to go via the Q1 jungle in order to have a chance of moving on to Q2 and that pole position. The sun continues to shine here at Le Mans. We've had nothing but dry running so far, and that looks set to continue this afternoon. Temperatures are up, but nothing too scorchio. Ideal for setting fast lap times and getting into time attack mode here at Le Mans. It's myself, Kiko, Giles and Elliot. You're taking you through the action to see who will put themselves in the spotlight ahead of Saturday. Out this morning, Alvaro Carpe led the way, but the times will drop considerably this afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, mate, and hello to everyone tuning in. If you're tuning in for the first time, this is what the conditions have been like all day, but don't expect them to continue like this for the rest of the weekend, especially on Sunday, but we will enjoy it while we can, and it's a nice and toasty 19 degrees out there. Quite splendid conditions here in Le Mans, and just what we want for a Friday afternoon of going racing here at the French Grand Prix. Of course, bikes will be on track very shortly for the all-important practice sessions, and yes, it was Carpe who topped the times. The 141.252 was pretty much a couple of seconds away from the all-time lap record, which is held by Joe Kelso from last year when he was with the level of MTA team, 139.885. I know Moto2 were in the realms of their all-time lap record a little bit earlier on, so do expect now conditions are much better than they were this morning in terms of temperature, and track temperature, of course, have risen as well. Pretty much, I'd say, perfect conditions. There's a little bit of a breeze in the paddock, you can feel it slightly. It might be a bit different around the circuit, but I reckon these are just about as good as conditions can be here at Le Mans.
Indeed, this morning it was tight. The top 17 covered by less than 0.8 of a second. We've seen P1, that was Alvaro Carpe. This is David Almanza on his second race back from injury. Of course, he missed Cota following his crash in Guyana. In the top 10 last time out at Jerez, and second this morning. So keep an eye on David Almanza, who's in the top 5 here last year. Ahead of his ex-teammates, who is in third place today. Adrian Fernandez coming out of the blocks fighting this morning. The number 31 on the ascendancy in 2026. A bit of a struggle in the opening 3 GPs, but on the podium last time out at home at Jerez.
Yeah, important for Fernandez, wasn't it, to get on the podium. Here he is on your screens now, the lead Honda earlier on this morning as well, pretty much 3 tenths away from Alvaro Carpe's top time, but yeah, it was a really good performance, wasn't it, from Fernandez over in Jerez, of course. A special weekend for many, lots of Spanish riders on the grid, of course. Fernandez, one of those, and after seeing his teammate Guido Pini pick up the win over in Austin, and after having not finished on the podium in the opening 3 Grand Prix prior to Jerez, it was really important for Fernandez to get a podium on the board, and that's exactly what he did, and it was a fantastic fight, wasn't it, between Quiles, Munoz, Fernandez. Morelli joined the party in the latter stages as well, but good to see Fernandez getting his first podium on the board in 2026.
We've gone through the top 3 in the session. You will have noticed that Maximo Quiles, the guy on your screen, he was missing from that. He was 8th this morning, exactly half a second off what Carpe was able to do. Of course, Quiles at times across the course of last year and earlier this year, having to fight his way to get into the top 14. There was no such dramas last time out. He was absolutely flying, P1 in every session. So Quiles hopefully we're looking to try and continue that on. Another glimpse of David Munoz in his second Grand Prix back. He was very, very strong in the red, up inside the podium places, 3rd at the finishing line, and 4th this morning. So we're about to go green here. Right now, actually, the clock starts counting down, the air horn goes off, and Moto3 practice 35 minutes gets underway, and our first riders are heading out already. We said about Munoz, he was 4th, Berto Bertelli, strong weekend last time out, even if he didn't make it much past turn 1 in the race. He was 5th this morning, so form looking good for the number 18.
Yeah, it is. Slowly building up to what we saw from Batelli at the start of the last year, isn't it? Of course, didn't race here last year, didn't finish here in 2024 and picked up a P17 in 2023, did Matteo Batelli. So, yeah, hasn't had the form round here in previous years, but he is starting to build up form now, which is good to see, of course. A disappointing end to a promising weekend over in Jerez. That first corner contact between the 31 of Fernandez, but Batelli rightly deemed a racing incident. But unfortunately, Batelli, he crashed. Thankfully, he was all okay though, which was the main thing. But good to see Batelli back inside the top 5 this morning to continue that small amounts of momentum that he's beginning to build again in MotoGP.
Adrian Fernandez leaves the pit, so we just had a small glimpse of David Munoz needing a little bit of an extra push. Looks like he stalled it coming out of the box, but he's all okay. Now heads out onto track. For the sake, no crashes this morning in Moto3. We did highlight turn 3 as a potential flashpoint. It normally is here at Le Mans, but no such big drama really. It wasn't any classes really. It was only Philip Salac in Moto2 who caught the attention really as far as crashes go. So conditions absolutely ideal. We were walking up the pit lane, up the paddock earlier to come up here now for commentary, and we're saying Le Mans in the sun, it was a little bit toasty out there, about 20 degrees, but any racetrack in the world in the sun is pretty cool, but somewhere as historic as this and as important as this is to us, it's cool.
Absolutely, yeah. A great circuit to be at, especially in the sun as well, and good for the fans, of course, who are already packing out the grandstands. As we mentioned, tomorrow looks a bit hit and miss in terms of whether the rain will fall or not, but Sunday looks like it's absolutely guaranteed to be wet weather. So at least the fans, who probably won't even care that it's raining on Sunday, they're just here to see these riders in Moto3, Moto2, the MotoGP and the Red Bull Rookies Cup riders are here, of course, as well. They're just here to see the stars of the future and the stars of now in MotoGP do their thing here in Le Mans, of course. Quartararo and Zarco, the two home heroes in MotoGP. The French come out no matter what the weather, so if it's raining on Sunday, so be it. They won't care at all. But it's good for the riders and the fans to get some dry weather running this afternoon, as we mentioned, in pretty much ideal conditions.
No French representation in Moto3. Our two teams, CIP Green Power team and indeed the Tech 3 KTM team. They are both from here in France, so they'll be looking to put on a show. Tech 3 launched a new hospitality this weekend. We had a chance to nip down and sample a few of their offerings. Very nice indeed. And as far as CIP are concerned, it's their biggest Grand Prix of the season. So definitely a big one for not just guests and hospitality, but on-track results. It's an important one for those two.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they run out of that drop down at Tech 3 for units yesterday afternoon as well. So fingers crossed they've managed to replenish the stocks.
Indeed, don't deny that statement.
On a serious note, on track, yeah, but important weekend for everyone, of course, but when it's your home Grand Prix, as the team as it is for CIP Green Power and Tech 3, of course. I've not seen good starting here this weekend so far, actually. I'll be interested to see if Hunter is around. I know he wasn't in Red Bull, I think. So, yeah, but anyway, it's an important weekend for Tech 3 and CIP Green Power, and it was a decent session this morning for CIP Green Power, and it's got Ogden P12, Adrian Cruz says P13, a little bit of a slower start for the Tech 3 duo Peroni, Sal Mella, Peroni in P16, Sal Mella in P18, so a little bit of work to do, but it's only FP1 and expects the times to tumble and change a lot this afternoon when the riders begin to push a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. You get the feeling that track position is going to be quite important around here, Al. We know that Le Mans is a bit stop-start, it's a bit fiddly, particularly this last sector, very nagging indeed. The racing line is very, very narrow coming through these final 3 or 4 corners, so track position is going to be key. We know Max Kilos quite enjoys lapping on his own, and that's what he's doing right now. He's just coming through to complete his first flying lap. Let's see what Kilos has got. To go straight into 4th place with 41.9. That's a little while off what they were able to do this morning. Only a couple of tenths off what he was able to do this morning. So Kilos just cracking on and getting on with it. Slipstream here, important up the front straight. There's a couple of small places where you could probably pick up a little bit more, particularly down over at the run towards the Shimano berth. But really, Slipstream a lot less important around here.
Yeah, coming out of turn 14, slowish in a final corner here at Le Mans, and then through the hill.
Going down the hill and not the right way. Max Kilos, well, he got a lovely live slow-mo shot from Mr. TV director, and no wonder he cut away from it, because as Max Kielers has decided he's going to go across the sandpit, throw a load of rocks everywhere. He's almost doing the 24-hour route with the cars all the way down. That's towards La Chapelle as he works his way up over the top of the hill. So Kielers is our first faller down at turn 6 of the weekend in Moto 3. So good to see he's back up on his wheels and he'll work his way back towards pit lane. But Kielers, quite the ideal start to the afternoon.
No, not at all. Importantly, he did keep the bike running, so no issues there in terms of having a penalty. If the bike is running, you can continue on your way. And let's have a look then, coming through the Dunlop Bridge at turn 5. This is down into turn 6. A bit of front end chatter, and it went away pretty early, didn't it? Quite fast, of course, down into La Chapelle at turn 6 here at Le Mans, and there was no chance of saving that one for Kielers. A simple enough get off, but definitely not the ideal start to the session.
Well, Mike in Moto 3, so we'll be glad that didn't pick up and bounce around the grass. So it's all right. He's riding it back to the pits. We've got a yellow flag in sector 3. That's Casey O'Gorman who's gone down. That is around the Shimano berth, turns 9 and 10. So I wonder if he's lost it on the exit, or if it is on the exit, it's going to be big. Out the front door and over the top, and he's going through the gravel. So Casey O'Gorman, that is a big old get-off. We caught it late. We were watching Marco Morelli, and I did fear that yellow flags on the exit of turns 9 and 10 does usually mean that we do have a high side, and that is a big one. Good to see the Irishman up on his feet.
Yeah, absolutely. It's where Angel Becerras crashed out at last year's race as well, pretty much in identical circumstances. This is Kielers coming back to pit lane, so a dramatic start then here in Moto 3 practice. Had a relatively quiet and comfortable session earlier on, did the Moto 3 riders. Not such the case a couple of hours later in practice. This is Carpe who's well on his way to P1 so far and going well as things stand. But yeah, Kielers then, hopefully there's not too much damage to that machine. You can see a lot of gravel being kicked up by Casey O'Gorman's Honda.
And you know, this is something that we see so often. We have a slightly calmer affair, tentative affair almost, in pre-practice 1, and then everyone's got through that safely. The sun comes out, the track temperature's up, and everyone's just pushing a little bit more, perhaps the conditions allow, and that's when we start to see errors. As Alvaro Carpe just shuffled through Shea Moodley out the way, that was coming down into the corner on, a little bit of a shake at the end of number 83. But the thing is, it's so tight around here. Once you're committing to making a move, you've really got to force it to fit, and that's exactly what David Munoz did last year in the race. If you can think back to that fantastic final lap with John Kelso leading the way on route for his first Grand Prix victory until Munoz him, and at the inside game, I'd say taking him away to pitch it all off. But when you make the move, you've got to be ruthless with it.
Yeah, it's quite fiddly, isn't it, the last sector here? We get more yellow flags in sector 3. Hopefully that's someone just running on. No, it isn't.
It's
Yamanaka.
That is over at turns 9 and 10. That's at least that's on the exit, yeah. So turn 10, more rocks, and yeah, that's not ideal. I'll tell you what, we've got more yellow flags as well over at turn 6, but this is what's happened to Riuse, watching Almanza coming through the back of shot. Now that looks like he's lost that.
Very early, that.
I think he's lost the front coming through turn 9 there. Oh, Guido Pini, we've got a real session of attrition going on here. Guido Pini, don't forget you can't restart the bike there. You've got to get it out to the service road. So that's turn 6. That is over at La Chapelle. That looks a bit further out than where Kielers was though. We pick it up late. Pini checks out.
Yeah, a lot later, because you can see where the gravel trap is. Obviously Kielers slid down the roads, the track that leads onto the Le Mans 24-hour circuit. So our two latest race winners, Kielers and Pini, have both hit the deck at turn 6 early in the session.
Far from ideal, but as I say, we are in that kind of window where everyone's figuring out track conditions, and maybe they're not quite as good as they may well be thinking. We're 10 minutes into this nearly. David Almanza, David Munoz, so Team David is on a great lap here. This is Munoz across the line, he goes second in the end, and it is Almanza who's first, and Almanza is looking to move the goalpost. He's in the 3rd sector as it stands. Hopefully he'll come through without any dramas. Almanza, Munoz, Carpe, Hakim Denisha's moved up to 4th, Morelli 5th, Kelso 6th. It's 7th for Fernandez, then Shea, Peroni, Patama, Moodley, Rios, Uriarte and Esteban. More yellow flags. It's for Alvaro Carpe, sector 2. I wonder if that's La Chapelle again. It looks like it is. It looks like it's on the approach down there. So another fast 4. Let's see what happened. Ooh, loses it. I'll tell you what, he barely got that went over, hasn't he?
Yeah, that went very, very early for Karte. Quiles a little bit further around the corner, and Pini even more so, but good news for Karte is he's kept it running just as Quiles did. Pini not so lucky to keep it running, but that's a third crash already down at turn 6. It's a bit of a pinch point here, but you wouldn't say it's one of the hot spots necessarily for crashing, but obviously a difficult sort of downhill braking zone, and when the riders are pushing early in the session, clearly catch now some of the quickest riders this year so far.
Remember, when was it, 2017?
I know
We had
exactly
the
what
big
you're talking
oil
about, yeah.
spill down there. Suzuki, I think it was, who's in the paddock this weekend in Honda gear as well, helping out down there in the team agency. So I think it was, Tatsuki Suzuki had actually crashed at turn 4, remounted, spilled a load of oil everywhere, and then next lap around, everyone went down there at La Chapelle. I remember Nicola Boulaga taking a bike right up his inside. So, well, everyone watches on down in the empty helmets, a on-credit MSI team. Meanwhile, we've seen this loads of times, haven't we? The number 22, David Almanzo's found himself a nice bit of quiet track, and he is just going to get on with this and try and get back into the kind of form we know he's capable of. It was over in Thailand where he was just lapping so consistently on his own Goiânia as well. Almanza's got brilliant pace when it comes to free practice, and really, you've got to say Grand Prix now as well. Just his injury that kept him back a little bit last time.
Yeah, I'm impressed with how Almanza's returned from injury, to be fair. He had a good weekend over in Ref. I know he wouldn't have looked at the P8 result as a good weekend, and he did describe the Grand Prix as pretty difficult. Was suffering with that elbow and couldn't use the engine brake and was struggling in the fast corners, but to get a top 10 after fractured your elbow a few weeks prior was a really good job. And now he's looking like the old self of David Almanza that we saw at the start of the season, that was leading in Brazil before that crash, of course, and didn't dominate in Thailand in terms of the deficit, in terms of the actual gap to Quiles, but was on pole and stuck it on top of the podium as well, and did Almanza in his first weekend with the team, and this is really impressive. Obviously another week and a little bit more at home to get a little bit fitter, get some more mileage into the elbow on bikes and in the gym, etc. And now he's turned a buildup on and he's looking really, really good. So been very impressed this season with Almanza, and equally so with Munyok as well. A fantastic return from injury for Munyok, who of course picked up that P10 over in Thailand, but little did we know he was about to undergo a 6th surgery on that fracture femur. So fair play to both of the Liquid Moly Dynamo Intact GP boys at the top of the standings.
Worth noting as well that while there was no dominant win for Almanza in Thailand, him and Quiles, very much like in Goiânia, a class ahead of the field. So before that injury, it really was those two who were the cream of Moto 3 in 2026. We'll just have to wait and see whether Almanza can get back onto the shirt tails of Max Quiles. So at the moment it's down in 18th place as we approach the first quarter of an hour being completed. We're watching Adrian Cruces, of course the team's home GP. This is the CIP Green Power Lock, firing it out and record them on down towards the start and finishing line. Let's see whether or not he can go up, and he does, moves up into 14th place, but these times are going to tumble just a little bit more yet.
Yeah, they certainly are. Bruce says then look inside that top 14 as things stand. Both Grid MLAB Hondas are inside the top 10. Caught up with Eddie O'Shea briefly earlier on after FP1, and he said he was feeling pretty comfortable and lapped the whole session on the same tyres, finished outside the top 20 in P22 on 21 did O'Shea, and now he's inside that top 10. So good stuff so far for the Grid MLAB riders. Of course, Kelso podium finisher here was so close to that debut victory. We mentioned it a couple of times already as we see Quiles back out on track. You can see the scuffle leathers where Quiles obviously went down the road, but the good news is it was a quick fix for the Aspar team, just running a little bit wide there. I think he's probably just trying to find some free space, because he's mentioned a lot this year, hasn't he, Quiles, that he doesn't want to get involved in practice with these sorts of games. Sometimes you can't avoid it. When you're Maximo Quiles and topping every session in the ref, you're going to have people trying to follow you. But Quiles this year is focused on himself and wants to lap and alone as much as possible and get dialed in for some.
This is Eddie O'Shea up there in 8th place below, just chatting away to Grugi Franco Vicente. So Eddie O'Shea gives us a thumbs up. Yeah, you can be proud of that one as well at the moment. 8th place, but he's in the pit at the moment, as you can see. We'll just have to wait and see what Eddie O'Shea's got, but has been in Q2 a few times already this season. Wants to add to that tally. Just on Quiles, of course, course, winner last time out at Jerez, looking for his first back-to-back wins, can't believe it. He's been such a front runner already in just the 1 year he's been in Moto 3. He's get to take consecutive victories, so got to say, Quiles looking pretty on for it so far. As long as he comes through this session, you've got to feel without any more misdemeanors and goes into Q2. We want some two former teammates. Working way up towards turn 3, but this is Quiles getting it down into the garage there and then firing it back. That's the second eight, turn 8. This is down. The only other bit of this track, with the exception of the front straight, that we were saying earlier, can provide maybe a little bit of slip.
Yeah, and then you get into Shimano berth of turn 9 and 10 before it gets a little bit tighter around Garage Bleu, the S de Garage Bleu curve at turn 11, then through turn 12 and into the corner of the final couple of corners before you fire it towards the start-finish line. Important few laps this is actually for Quiles. He's not lost too much time, too much ground, but I don't know what caused the crash, but maybe just pushing on a little bit. I think it was the America's Grand Prix, wasn't it, when we saw Quiles in practice having plenty of moments, and I think he referenced that at the end of play on Friday. He said he just needed to cool down a bit. Too many scares on that sort of front end and the rear end over in Austin, and he does admit that he does get a little bit too overexcited sometimes. He does rise into the top 14, so maybe a little bit of a bank lap time there, but he'll be looking and wanting for plenty more than that. 6/10 off David Almanza as things stand.
Indeed he is, but I don't think they'll need to worry about that too much longer. Coming down into this is the corner one. Adrian Fernandez just trying to work this one out at the moment on the podium last time out. Got to say, not a staggering record round here, but has had a few comebacks around here. I think it was 21st to 4th 1 year. He came from came flying through the order. I think that was back 26th to 6th. It was 2021. Just checking my notes down here for Adrian Fernandez. So likes a comeback, but that one probably one of his hardest ones. 4th to 6th in 2024. Hasn't had any back-to-back podiums though, Al. He's never had a podium here, but never had back-to-back podiums since the opening 2 GPs of last year. So Fernandez' consistency has been a little bit of a problem. Oh, right, that. Oh, Rico Salmela. And what a shot that is from our cameramen and women out there. Oh, that's going in every direction, but the way he wants to go. Oh, dearie me, Rico Salmela. But fantastic.
Yeah, good shot there. Good from the camera operator out on circuit. There is Rico Salmela pulling into pit lane potentially for a fresh pair of underwear, but also just shakes the head there. A very, very close moment for Salmela on the exit of turn 4. Obviously trying to ask for potentially a little bit too much gas, and if you get it on too much of the curve while asking for the gas, then it could go a little bit wrong, which it nearly did there for Salmela. This is David Almanza, who continues on his way, just loses time there in sector 3. Crew says maybe just got in his way a tad, but still not going to be too bad of a lap time for Almanza, who sits over a 10th clear of teammate David Munoz so far. Carpe's not lost any ground after his crash, but we've not seen him back out on circuit yet, have we? The Spaniard who topped the timesheets this morning. So for Almanza, some of his closest challenges, if he's going to continue on his way like this for the weekend, Quiles and Carpe, definitely 2 of those. It's going much more smoothly for the number 22, which he will need, obviously, after the injury that he picked up a few rounds ago in Brazil.
And it's got to be said as well from Almanza that it seems to be lap after lap after lap he's able to get within 10 or 2 of his absolute best time so far. He is the only rider at the moment in the 140, so 140.918, so it puts him more than a 10th clear of the chasing pattern led by his teammate David Munoz. If we have a look at what they were able to do this morning, we're only down in the 41.2 set by Carpe, so Almanza thus far with the fastest time of the weekend. We pick up Joel Kelso's following the bike he was on once upon a time and was on almost a victory here 12 months ago. Joel Esteban is ahead of him. Esteban, decent qualifying of late, it's got to be said, for the number 78. He's really found a little bit of form when it comes to a time attack. He was pole over in Brazil. He was 6th in America and 4th last time out in Jerez. So looking to try and see if he can get back on that front row. But very, very strong stuff. 3 consecutive front 2-row starts for Esteban.
Yeah, and just said on Sunday it didn't really quite work out for him. Didn't feel comfortable on the bike in Sunday's Grand Prix over in Rep. This is Carpe leaving the pit lane. The mechanic's just doing the final checks before the riders head out. No, it's heading back into the box. Carpe's going to have to wait a little bit longer to head out on that KTM. Not sure what the issue is down there. It's just, yeah, can't quite tell obviously from here. So hopefully for Carpe's sake that he does head out pretty soon. But yeah, Esteban has been in decent form this year. Didn't race here last year, of course, but did race here in 2024 and finished 4th place from the 16th from the grid. So it goes well around here if the history book tells us, which it does. So yeah, Esteban will be hoping for another strong weekend and basically bounce back from what he described as a really disappointing Sunday, even though you know, a P10 ain't a bad result in the rep, but when you qualify P4 going into Sunday at your home Grand Prix, of course, as well, you're going to want a bit more than P10.
Esteban's in good form around here, around Moto 3 at the moment in qualifying. His best one though here is 16th. He did come through to finish 4th though. That was a couple of years ago, of course. So go Esteban. What he's got up his sleeve for tomorrow. But job number 1 will be staying in those top 14 places. Less than a quarter of an hour to go then. Almanza, Munoz, Carpe, Hakim, Danish are your top 4. Marco Morelli had a Joel Kelso, both of those guys are in the pit. 7th for Fernandez, Joel Esteban, who we're talking about here, 8th place, 9th for Eddie O'Shea. Max Keeles off screen has moved up into P10. P11 for Brian Uriarte, Valentin Peroni is there in 12th, Vader Patama 13th, and Ruche Moodley again doing a good job up inside the top 14 places. Now Moodley, it's got to be said, it really didn't materialise to anything that special at all in Jerez. He was unlucky not to move through automatically in practice, but he was able to qualify 14th, moving on through via Q1. Fernandez lights up the rear end, and that lap, well, it was already gone, and that time it did definitely go away in the final sector. But back to Moodley, at the moment in 14th place and in the pit, but qualified 14th last time out at Jerez, only finished in 22nd though, so still chasing his first point. 2026 campaign as a South African.
Yeah, he is, and not had points since the Indonesian Grand Prix, of course, back in 2025 when he finished P13. Does have podium pedigree here, does Ruche Moodley in the Red Bull Rookies Cup back in 2023. So no, it's a bit of a stretch to expect the same from South African this weekend, but you never know. In the obviously tricky conditions, maybe Moodley can fight before the podium. This is the Leopard Honda box, and that is Guido Pini, who's just putting his helmet back on. So it looks like potentially Pini could be heading out soonish, which is good news because the clock is ticking and he's losing some crucial ground here in this practice session.
Just on Moodley, that podium came from the 5th row of the grid as well in 13th place. So, you know, qualifying might not be a strong point for some, but if it is a bit damp and wet on Sunday, then qualifying does go a little bit out the window. It's all about feel that you have out there on the track. We've got Guido Pini, we saw him just in the pits. He hasn't set a time. I'm thinking back to Jerez when Friday afternoon really unravelled to the night before. Let's hope he doesn't have to go through that all over again.
Yeah, it's a good point. Finished 15th, didn't he, on Friday over in Jerez, and then eventually qualified in 21st. Couldn't hook it up in Q1, and when you're qualifying down in P21, pretty much saying goodbye to your victory hopes. Sometimes it may work out if you get a good start, but you do not want to be qualifying down outside the top 20, especially after you've just won your first Grand Prix over in America. It was his first DNF of the season. He didn't score points in Thailand with a P20 finish, but first time not seeing the checkered flag Pini, so you won't want to repeat that again this weekend.
We just saw Matteo Bertelli come into the box. Al, I've got to say, observation here. That's the first time I think I've seen Matteo Bertelli walk without a limp all season, because he's obviously been coming back from that awful leg break that he suffered last year in training. But when he came back, he was really walking with quite a limp, and also right the way through this season. But Matteo Bertelli looked much more comfortable getting off that number 18 KTM just then. Yeah,
I didn't quite catch it, but agreed. If Bertelli, of course, is continuing to get fitter and fitter, and it's replicated on the results we're starting to see. Of course, didn't have anything to show for it in Jerez, but definitely he's making steps forward, and of course getting fitter with the several injuries that he picked up at the start of last year after the America's Grand Prix. So we've got a bit quiet in Le Mans, hasn't it? The fans are expecting a frantic final 10 minutes, as are we, and that is Brian Uriarte, I believe, coming back into the Red Bull KTM. Is it Alvaro Carpe just headed back out, and then it's Carpe, that's headed out and come back in again? So not sure if there's an issue there or just the team and Carpe wanted to get out and make sure there was no teething issues after a bit of a repair job, come back in and be aligned with everyone else going back out on circuit as well.
Carpe at the moment is pretty safe up there in third. We've got David Almanza on your screen, he's out on track. Oh dear mate, Guido Fini's playing hide and seek. He's having a look up pit lane to see, I wonder if he can get a nice little tow or something to drag him round this Le Mans circuit. And look at all the rocks, it's like a quarry down there at Leopard Racing at the moment. And they're in a bit of a quandary when it comes to Guido Fini, yet to set a time. Everyone else has got at least one on the board. David Almanza, just about to say he was on track, so Almanza's on the screen, he's out on track. Then you've got Hakim Danish, he's out on track, along with Marco Morelli. You've got Boucher Moody, who's just behind Almanza on track. He's also out there. Cruces, Buchanan, Ogden, Yamanaka, Leo Ramersdorfer, and Keso Gorman. Not sure whether Keso Gorman's out on track, if they're still recovering the bike. So we'll have to wait and see on that until we get a shot of Keso Gorman, who did have a bit of a big high side coming through turns 9 and turns 10. This is encouraging, this from David Almanza through that first sector. He's set so many red sectors in this session already. This is against his own time. And again, he's quick in that second one too. We're still a long way off what the lap record was though, Al. So there's a lot of time still out there to be found on this track. Working his way down this back straight towards the Shimanover.
Yeah, just over a second so far off the lap record, but do expect that to change and for us to chip away at him. The riders, of course, chipping away, not us sat in the commentary box. David Almanza looking very, very confident, isn't he? Wants to go alone and he's setting red sectors along with it. If Danish can just stick with him, I know Danish isn't on a lap time as things stand, but if he can stick with Almanza, who will surely go again and trying to improve, he's looking like he's going to improve this time around. They were 10th under through the third split, now rounding turn 12 and just record him on to go 13 and 14 before potentially extending his lead at the top of the timesheets.
Oh, he's got his arch rival just ahead of him as well, I think, is Scott Ogden. So number 19 might be needed to get out of the way of Almanza, who does improve. What did he do in the final sector? Oh, dearie me, David Almanza, 3/10 up at the end of that. So 140.601, nearly half a second clear of everyone else. So Almanza definitely in time attack mode, but a fantastic final sector done by the number 22. Likewise for Morelli, he moves into the 140s now as well. 2.5 tenths off the number 22, who's up ahead of him on the track, and likewise in the order. This is Adrian Cruces. If he can hold all this to the line, this will put him well inside the top 10. Let's see what he's able to do. Ooh, did he run out onto the green there? Is this lap going to get canned? If it doesn't, it puts him third. Just behind him, that is Rushay Moodley, who is continuing to try and keep his place in top 14. He's just been pulled down by Cruces, Moodley now 15th.
Yeah, Patama now on the pit line in P14. You're not seeing too much of the number 9 so far in this session, but we rightly focus on the championship leader, Maximo Quiles. Where is he so far in the standings? P11, so by no means safe on the number 28. Just got to try and keep it as clean as possible. He's got enough pace in hand here to get himself inside that top 14 quite comfortably, I'm sure, but no mistakes will be needed now for Quiles and the team.
Quiles is starting a flying lap. He's down there in 11th, as you say. Almanza's doing it again. He is looking so smooth down there. 3.5 tenths up through that third sector. So Almanza looking very, very good and comfortable here. Just working his way down through 12. This is Recorder on 13 and 14. The number 13 on your screen of Hakim Danish. He's just got to come through the double apex right. He's got Almanza as a reference. Almanza's coming across the line. This is going to be improved again into 140.3s. And Danish, with that reference, goes to a 140.4. So Danish has found some pace as well. This is a bit more like it, Moto 3.
Yeah, exactly. Danish, like we mentioned, latched himself onto the rear end of David Almanza. Yellow flagged in sector 3. Where is that going to be? We'll patch that in a minute. Morelli moves it back into P3, so a good lap time for the Argentines. So it's Spain from Malaysia, from Argentina, from Great Britain so far in the top 4.
We have a red dot stuck in the I did fear, is it one of the Code Motorsport bikes? And it is indeed Rushay Moodley. We had a red dot stuck in the yellow flag zone. And this is going to be through turns 9 and 10. Look at all the rocks all over the gravel, all over the track, sorry. Moodley ends up in the gravel. I think he lost the front again. That looks like at turn 9. The bike is skittered across the track and it's ended up at turn 10. So another faller. And you've got to say Rushay Moodley now probably unlikely to get in the top 14.
Yeah, hopefully the South African can get that bike up and running on the service road and potentially get back out on circuit and try get a lap time in. Lap time cancelled for Joel Kelso, assuming that is because of yellow flags. He just couldn't through that Sex 3 where Boodley had crashed, so Kelso's got to go again. It was looking good in P7. This is getting pretty tight, isn't it? And that's Guido Pini and Valentin Peroni scrapping away with Nicola Carraro. Box office seat right behind them as well. Peroni, a good lap time, P6, just behind Pratama, who responds after being shuffled towards the outside of top 15, moves into P5.
Great time as well from Pini. At least he's got one on the board now, but an even better time from Jesus Rios, who I think was just up ahead of them on track. So Rios goes 7th. So very, very encouraging for the 54. Now we're back in European tracks and territory. He's looking really, really strong. He was in the top 10 last time out in Jerez, don't forget, on the Snipers Rebacold machine. Coming through the final sector, we're picking up Ryan Uriarte. He's a quarter of a second off through 3 sectors. He's got Vitaly just ahead of him, punched a hole in the air. Ryan Uriarte moves out of the from outside the top 14 up into the top 4. So good job done by the number 51. Almanza's teammate has just gone top. David Munoz, number 64, right in your screen now, on 140.244. So it's Team Dave 1-2, but they have reversed now. Munoz ahead of Almanza. Yellow flags in sector 4 this time. This could be the final corner. Indeed it is, and it's Adrian Cruces who's parked the CIP Green Barrow machine, it looks like, on the exit of the final corner. Let's have a look.
Yeah, we're going to get a replay of this. It's going to hinder Joel Kelso and Eddie O'Shea, who are on personal best lap times coming through.
He almost saved it.
He did almost save it, but just got too much curve. The front end went there. It's got a little bit out of shape. Yeah, front end just got on the curbs. Chatter on the front and trying to dig his elbow in with Cruces. Then the rear end comes out as well. Yeah, unfortunately for Cruces, he does head down the road. Can't quite tell if yellow flags are still out. There's going to be lap time cancelled. No, the yellow flag's gone in. So did that hinder? Joel Kelso and Eddie O'Shea have moved into that top 14. We'll find out if the lap's cancelled.
I've got to say, they did both lose their time before that as well, courtesy of the yellow flags at turn 9 and 10 for Uche Moodley. So not much luck for Michael Lavitt, his Grid M-Lab squad at the moment. I can tell you, Guido Pini is the rider trying to throw Eddie O'Shea out the top 14 and automation into Q2. Pini is 15th. Another top time from David Almanza, a 140.225, 200s quicker than his teammate Munoz, who's right in touch though. He's in the final sector. So this is really, really good stuff from Peter Earple's team here in the Liquimoli Dynamo Intact GP squad. This is Munoz. Is he going to take back P1? Yes, he is, by 14 thousandths of a second, and trading blow for blow now, the 64 and the 22. Team will be happy as long as both bikes get to the end and they stay 1 and 2. They'll be relatively happy with that. Eddie O'Shea is still your rider in the drop zone. I can tell you Bertani's moved in, Ogden's moved in, Kelso's just had his lap time done. That puts Pini into 14th, and Kelso's rolled out of it on this lap as well.
I imagine O'Shea's lap time is going to go as well, because he's obviously right behind Kelso on circuit, so that could push O'Shea back out of the top 14 unless there was a bit of a gap and the yellows didn't cost O'Shea compared to Kelso. O'Shea's time is still there, which could be crucial, but he's on a PB as things stand. Turn 14 this is before the run to the line.
I think O'Shea's lap time is his one set earlier in the session now, so I think he might be okay. O'Shea anyway does improve this time around to update his lap time. Doesn't really change anything though, he stays 13th. Carpe is back out now and is your big name out at the moment in 15th place. So last week we had Guido Pini, who was in all kinds of drama. This week it's Alvaro Carpe, and we are fast approaching the, well, they're on their last flying laps now actually. Pini's on his last flying lap, likewise Carpe, and Kelso surely is as well, as they come down towards La Chapelle. Let's see what Carpe's got. He's personal best through that first sector, so if he can hold that, he should be safe and sound.
Yeah, Battalion Ogden are on decent lap times. Keeles has come through the first split, 2.5 tenths down, whereas Keeles on timing screens P8 as things stand. His personal best, but it's not really going to challenge the top 3, including his teammate Marco Borelli, but he should be safe. The championship leader, who else is on a decent time? Joel Kelso is setting a good time. He's only 3.5 tenths away.
The lap's gone for Carpe. He's going to be in Q1 out. He made a mess of it down at Garage Fair, and that is a disaster. The number 83 was in deep. He went on the curb, then shook his head, and this is going to be Q1 bound for the number 83. Disaster for Alvaro Carpe, and I tell you what, this is what happened.
Yeah, I was looking at the timing screens while this happened, but just got it too late on the brakes and couldn't hook it up. Got on the curb, and you're going to lose all your time, all your momentum around there. The lap gone, and he's not going to get round for another one. So that is Carpe in Q1. Checkered flag now, some more yellow flags.
Almanza's down, and that looks to me. Is that turn? That's turn 8. That is down towards turn 8. I'm sure that. Yes, it is, because that's a long lap.
Kelso in.
Kelso is in. Yes, Kelso's moved in up into P11. Fantastic stuff. Eddie O'Shea has taken the flag. He's 14. Pini is going to find himself in Q1 along with Alvaro Carpe. So that is a disaster. 2 rounds running. Guido Pini has not got the business done on a Friday afternoon. Who else is out there on personal best? We've got Bertelli, who's in there at the moment. This is what happened to Armando. I think this is just going to be a front end folding. Just as it all unloaded, that back end kicked out. He had to let the brakes off, and yeah, David Almanza is pretty furious with that. Oh yes, that was always going to fold the front. He lost that very early.
Yeah, no chance of saving that one. Way too high into there was Almanza. Thankfully, he's up and walking and looks relatively okay. He was punching the gravel trap, so hopefully that means there was no pain involved in that crash for the rider, who is safely into Q2 behind his teammate David Munoz, who, yeah, fair enough, Friday pulls a wheel. It's only Friday, but we'll let him off after the injury woes, the struggles, the 6 surgeries that he's had after a podium over in Jerez to top Friday here in Le Mans. And it means 64, dare I say, is back.
He is back in it. Was he ever away, really, when he was at full fitness anyway? He is someone to keep an eye on. David Munoz it is, who is P1 in Moto3 practice. I think he's going to do the whole of this in lap on his rear wheel, isn't he? Working his way down towards Flash Up Pal. So, good stuff indeed from the number 64. David Almanza, we've already seen him go to the kitty litter. He was in 2nd place. Marco Morelli, who was your top CF Moto Gaviota Aspar team representative, up there in 3rd place, just ahead of Hakim Denich. Max Kilo's 8th place, so same as this morning really, but in, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, we saw with Carpe that, you know, both had similar crashes. Okay, Carpe was a little bit earlier into the corner. Same corner though, not too distant away from each other as well. Carpe a little bit later in the session, but that just goes to show, no matter how quick you are, if you have a crash, it can really catch you out. Quiles is in the championship, job done for Friday. Carpe though, not job done for Friday. He is heading to Q1, and he will understandably be a little bit disappointed with that one.
Let's give this out by Carpe, 41-1. Yeah, you're talking the 10 a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Carpe, well, 2nd in the championship, as you said, Al. He's now finding himself down in Q1. It's absolutely not a disaster, but it's just an extra stress tomorrow when you don't know the weather conditions as well. You know, it's lovely today. It could be a summer's day up here in northwestern France, but unfortunately, that's not typical of Le Mans. So if we do have some drizzle tomorrow, it really could be all fun and games in that Q1 session.
Yeah, sometimes that might work out in the favour of riders going through Q1 if the conditions are a little bit iffy, but you never want to be in Q1. Shout out to the Grid M Lab riders, both of them into Q2. A late lap from Kelso, getting the Australian in, and an earlier lap time from Eddie O'Shea. In fact, 11 lap from 12 was his fastest lap time, so O'Shea just squeezing in there into the top 14.
Michael Lamberts will be happy with that, won't he, going into the rest of the weekend? Munoz in here to lead a Livermoli Dynamo Intact GP Team 1-2. David Almanza 2nd with a crash towards the end of that session. He was up on his feet relatively all right. Marco Morelli, the Argentine, up there in 3rd. Denise from Malaysia in 4th. Ryan Ariarte moving through to complete the top 5. All the way down to Eddie O'Shea, who's the last rider automatically through into Q2. Guido Pini's got work to do. Alvaro Carpe likewise. So 2 of our big stars are going to headline Q1 tomorrow. Joel Esteban down there as well. As is when you say Yamanaka. Yamanaka perhaps less of a shock given his recent form, but that is a power-packed Q1 coming up tomorrow. Moto3 action will continue tomorrow. That is all she wrote on day 1 here at the French GP for Moto3. Moto2 coming up next. That's it for myself, Kika Giles, Lewis Sotheby and El York taking you through this one. Enjoy.
afternoon, everybody, from Le Mans as we get set for Moto 2 action. A Friday afternoon. 2 places up for grabs in the next 45 minutes or so. Of course, Moto GP out on track at 3 p.m, so just over an hour's time. 1 hour practice session will take place, which after what we saw in free practice one this morning is rather difficult to call. We're seeing the second cover the top 18 or 19 riders in the end. Extensive stuff in front of what is a very healthy Friday crowd by any standard. French Grand Prix. So a record last year for the best attended Grand Prix of all time. The record 3-day crowd of over 300,000 watched the action here a year ago. We're expecting something along those lines again this year. It is sold out for Sunday. To work very hard to secure any tickets for tomorrow too. With the Tissot Sprint, of course, headlining tomorrow's action in what are expected to be slightly different weather conditions to this. It's short sleeves, in some cases in the grandstand opposite us, it's shirts off altogether in what are very un-Le Mans-like May weather conditions. Beautiful blue skies, comfortable temperatures, just nudging 20 degrees. Expecting the clouds to roll in as we go through Saturday, and particular into Sunday. We're expecting them to bring plenty of rain along with them. Grand Prix, of course, here in Moto 2 over 22 laps on Sunday afternoon is strongly predicted to be rain affected, which could turn what is currently a very intriguing form guide completely on its head. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York will talk you through what should be a crucial and very closely contested session over 40 minutes. This morning, we had a second covering the top 20 riders at the end of practice, and down to Jose Antonio Rueda in 24th place, just 1.2 seconds covering the lot. There is no margin for error here.
Yeah, pretty standard Moto 2 these days, isn't it, when a second covers, as you say, the top 20. Jose Antonio Rueda, of course, just recovering from arm pump surgery, was only 1.2 seconds away. I don't think he'd have been too displeased with that, but seeing yourself in P24, that won't do, will it? But very tight at the top as well, a tenth and a half covering the top 6 down to Danny Holgado. So if that's anything to go by in the season so far, is anything to go by, then we're in for a real treat this afternoon. Better job done. Earlier on, it has to be said, for Danny Holgado, who's had a tricky time of things recently. We're just watching him doing his last-minute homework inside the box as the fans enjoy their lunch in the sun. Ticket sales are going to be sold out, and I think umbrella sales are going to be sold out as well for Sunday. So good luck trying to find an umbrella if you are coming to Le Mans. Get that in early doors before Sunday, because I think you're going to need it if you're not in a covered grandstand here at Le Mans. But they won't care. One man who might care about the rain coming on Sunday is this rider, Manu Gonzalez. You spoke about it this morning. He will wanting dry conditions. The table topper from this morning, looking good again in Le Mans, is Manu Gas, pole position and a victory here last year. He'll take that again, of course, this year as well. Rider 9.5 seconds there, 9.5 points clear of Senna Regis in the championship chase.
We're getting our work in on the petition to scrap half points for the future, because it does make you look really best on the top of the World Championship, particularly given that the rider who's likely to lead the World Championship will be very close to it for the majority of the season. Manu Gonzalez has a 0.5 at the end of his current points tally. Of course, he won the Grand Prix that was only awarded half points. 12.5 he got for beating this young man, Ethan Cavara, in Buriram in that 7-lap dash for the cash. That's Manu Gonzalez who cashed in on the opening day of the season. Ethan Cavara, well, he was right on the heels of Gonzalez this morning too. Second place for Ethan Cavara. Strong morning for Boscoscuro. They had 4 riders inside the top 14, and the 2 Boscoscuro leading contenders who've each stood on a podium so far this season. In Ethan Cavara's case, he's done it twice, and Chelsea Mivetti here on screen once, each inside the top 3, and we were looking for some early indicators as to how this Boscoscuro would work on board a new suspension. They've switched from Owens to WP. Early signs promising.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Neil Morrison was down in pit lane during Moto 2, and it's sort of been the talk of the town in terms of Moto 2 so far in Le Mans, with the Luca Boscosuro team switching suspension, and yeah, basically asked Luca Boscosuro what the reason was, and I think Luca simply says, well, I want to win. Fair enough. That's as good a reason as any. And he did reference the fact that, you know, the first 4 winners of this season, the first 4 riders last time out in Ref, which included, of course, David Alonso, have been using that WP suspension. So, yeah, why not try and make the switch? And the early signs are that it's working pretty well. Celestino Vietti just a smidgen over a tenth away from Manu Gonzalez, and Luca Lunetta, to be fair to him, P18 and less than a second away from last year's race winner. Of course, Lunetta still recovering from that injury he picked up over in Thailand, and good to see the Italian back out on track after he was in Jerez and looking in decent nick as well.
Everywhere we go, as you saw there in the grandstands, there is plenty of Colombian support for David Alonso. Didn't see too much of the former Moto3 world champion this morning. 17th quickest was in the end on 35.5. That was 0.8 of a second off the pace. Perhaps no real incentive for Daddy this morning to chase lap times. Make history, it said on the back of the helmet for Barry Baltus, who I'm sure many of you are familiar with the story, but in case you're not, and the crash analysis I will underline, he is nicknamed after a very famous Barry, but that being Barry Sheen, the former world champion. So, special helmet design for what is a special Grand Prix for Barry Baltus. Of course, we exactly don't get the benefit of going to Spa-Francorchamps for a Belgian Grand Prix on 2 wheels these days. Circuit's hosting Ford Endurance Racing this weekend, but this is as close as Barry Baltus gets to a home Grand Prix, and albeit didn't get the points that perhaps he might have felt he should have scored in Jerez, but in terms of pure pace, he is picking up where he left off in much of the Spanish Grand Prix.
Yeah, for sure. Didn't get the sort of reward he was after in Jerez. Going into Sunday was sort of Aegis versus Baltus, really, in terms of the favourite for the Grand Prix. He sort of lent towards Aegis, given how qualifying went for Baltus, but Baltus did get himself inside that top 4, and then unfortunately had a crash down at the Danny Pedrosa corner, which ended his race prematurely. But we are starting to see, which is good news for Barry Baltus, of 2025, of course, the rider who finished up inside that top 3 in the standings and finished on the podium here last year from the front row as well. And it was a good weekend last time out for Colin Vire as well, as we focus in on the Dutchman. First podium of the season, first pole position in Moto2 secured as well, and after how he described it as a very disappointing weekend over in Austin, just sort of tried a little bit too hard on Sunday, ended up in a crash which caused a little bit of an injury to his shoulder. He said to the media after Sunday that he was expecting difficulties. He had a little bit of arm pump, which was caused by the injured shoulder he picked up over in Austin. It was good, to be fair, for Vire to have 3 weeks off to spend a lot of time with the physio, obviously training as well, and then fair play. Knew he would struggle in terms of physically with that sort of shoulder issue, which turned into a bit of arm pump issue over in Jerez. But nevertheless, a great job done from Vire, who's expecting podiums and expecting maybe a title charge in 2026, and he certainly now looks like he's capable of doing that. Great for Vire to get that first podium on board, of course, the pole on Saturday was one for another.
The 2020 pole sitter, Joe Roberts, although those are good men, you might recall, he ended up starting from pole position in the end due to some problems in and amongst the delays to the start. He started that race behind the medical car in the end. It's that kind of weekend and that kind of day in wet conditions back 6 years ago. And as far as the American racing team are concerned now, Bigman might be saying the lunch break, right, should we just forget this morning happened and start the weekend all over again?
Yeah, I think so. We saw a crash for Philip Salax, didn't we, up at turn 3, where we saw sort of the back end of that crash in terms of the shot we were seeing, but it was a nasty one at turn 3 for Philip Salax, and thankfully he was all okay. But yeah, not the session the American racing team would have wanted. Roberts only completed 11 laps, albeit he did finish in P16, 1 place ahead of David Alonso, and Salax was really set a title, so the Czech rider looking for some, well, first and foremost some track time this afternoon, and then to try and get himself in that top 14. But yeah, not an ideal session for the only fans American racing team. Not quite sure what was unfolding down there, but at least instead of rate left the park to Screech Stadium completed 13 laps. Screech, actually, yeah, didn't mention him too much, did we? Down in P25, so I'm not sure what was going on down there for a Screech either. He was up inside that top 10 in the championship, but of course this afternoon a different kettle of fish. Some teething issues potentially for a couple of the riders and pins down there, but we've got some time over lunch to try and fix those things and put them right this afternoon.
Yeah, did briefly catch Salax during the lunch break on the walk back from the contracts after MotoGP. FD1 is absolutely fine and he'll be out on track this afternoon. Practice, Baltus then, well, does say make history on the back of his helmet. The history he wants to make this weekend is to fight and becoming Moto2 Prix winner. I'm sure he and his fans won't thank us for saying this every weekend, but until he does it, we are going to be asking that famous old question: when will Barry Baltus become a Moto2 winner? 6 second place finishes, 8 podiums. Of course, he took the first of those back in Qatar 2 years ago, but he really has established himself as a consistent front runner in Moto2 nowadays. Because chased Manu Gonzalez all the way to the flag here 1 year ago. The season which has threatened on a couple of occasions to really burst into life, but hasn't quite done so yet. The long lap penalty, which cost him a shot at minimum the podium in Austin, Texas, and then of course a crash out of 4th place in Jerez. But if there was a circuit that I'm sure Barry would, in his wildest dreams, absolutely love to get his season up and running, it would be this one, the closest to his home in Belgium.
Absolutely. As I said, we are starting to see the Barry Baltus evolve. There were some engine issues that they just took a while to iron out early on in the season over in Thailand and Brazil, but of course in each team we saw Baltus get handed pole position after Davenon's penalty, but he still qualified in 2nd place, did Baltus, so was there pretty much on merit, you've got to say, in pole position and looking for Alonso, but looking for Baltus, and then of course got a little bit unlucky with the long lap penalty he was handed, but rules are rules, and it was deemed to be an unsafe manoeuvre off the start line. But yes, Baltus then backed it up with a very, very promising weekend, albeit ended in DNF, so it doesn't count for anything really. You've got to be fast on a Sunday if you want to be a title contender. Got to see the checkered flag as well. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case for Baltus, but I think again after this morning when he was just over a 10th off the top, I think Baltus now, and from what he was saying both in America and in Jerez, he was now feeling very, very comfortable and was looking like a podium contender now on a regular basis in 2026, which is good news, because if he does want to fight for this championship, which of course he does, he's got a lot of time and points to make up. 13 points on the board only for Salax, 14th in Thailand, 14th in Brazil, and of course came back to P6 in the United States for a low score last Sunday. So got to get put to the ball quickly at Baltus, and as you mentioned, there would be no better place to do it for Baltus than here.
He was very consistent from the get-go this morning with Baltus. Did a 12-lap time run at the start of MotoGP FD1. 10 of those were all in the mid to high 135s. Gonzalez, he also did a long run. His was 11 laps long, and he did 8 laps in the 135s. Stephen Guevara, by contrast, he was only able to manage 5 of them, although he did get down to a 35.3 by the end of his run. Centeracius was able to do 4, but as we go through the weekend, we'll begin to have a clearer form book, and who knows, by Sunday morning, the weather forecast is to believe, we might take that form book and throw it out the nearest window.
I was going to say, yeah, exactly that. We're bigging it up. Obviously, Friday and Saturday it might be dry. This is definitely going to be dry. Saturday might be dry, and then to Sunday, and it's going to be completely turned on its end. Of course, no warm-ups for Moto3 and Moto2, so the first time they might head out on track in what we are expecting, fully expected to be full wet conditions, and these mixed conditions that the riders don't like. It's pretty much guaranteed to be full wet conditions on Saturday, Sunday, unless something dramatic happens with the forecast, which is good news for the spectacle, good news for us going into a race where we don't really know what's going to happen. That's great news for the fans, not great news for the riders though.
Ivan Guevara has just put in a 134.348 straight away in this afternoon practice session. Unless he took a shortcut, that is nudging the all-time lap record of Manu Gonzalez. It's just 300ths of a second outside of it, so a major statement of intent straight away from Guevara on the Blue Crew McLaren Yamaha. Toscascuro is 6/10 clear at this stage of Ivan Ortola, and already going quicker in the first sector of this lap. Ortola second on a 34.9. That is already quite comfortably the fastest lap of the weekend. Gonzalez with a 134.7 this morning. Guevara blowing a 4/10 hole into it.
Yeah, great start to the session from Guevara. Obviously, getting that back lap time in early doors, hasn't got to worry about the weather. And we saw in Moto3 riders, including the championship leader, Max Keelers, including 2nd place in the championship, Alvaro Carpi in the United States winner, Guido Pini, all crashing in the early exchanges. So the team will just be a little bit cautious and steady on. Ethan, don't go chipping it down the road at this early stage in the session. He is following Senna Aegis as well, whereas Aegis in these early exchanges can't quite see him on the timing screens. Obviously, really early days yet, but Guevara running a decent lap time. The lap time has just gone away, but yeah, that's a very, very fast start to the session and points towards the last 15 minutes. The time's really tumbling.
See 33s by the end of this session. Bautz's gone up into second. He's put in the 34.6. This is Aegis' first time lap, whether it's his first lap altogether or he just lost the first one. Either way, he's 7th now at 35.2. It's an incredible turn of pace immediately from Guevara as he backs it up with a 34.9 on his second lap of the session. Certainly already looking much stronger, as I said this morning, than at any stage he did in the Spanish Grand Prix. Even if he did pick up a 7th place, and I guess it's a measure of the progress of the elevated expectations we have now on Ethan Guevara in 2026, that we look at a 7th place and Verstappen almost feels slightly disappointed by it.
Yeah, in years gone by, obviously P7 for Guevara would have been a very good result, but obviously he's a different rider in 2026, being heavily touted for a move up to MotoGP, of course, in 2027, such has been the improved nature of Guevara, of course, within that Yamaha setup, which obviously helps him out for a move up to MotoGP potentially in 2027. But Guevara is definitely a championship contender this year, obviously second over in Thailand, back that up with another podium over in Austin as well, and was definitely a tad disappointed on Sunday in Jerez. But when you've got a 3-place grid penalty and didn't maximise his chances in Q2 when he qualified down in P9, that of course meant he was P12 on the starting grid. You can't really expect too much more than sort of challenging for the top 5 from there. Such was the case of the likes of Bautas, the likes of Aegis, Gonzalez, of course, and Colin Vire in the race as well was super quick. Alonso proved to be super quick after his slow start as well. So if Guevara can just sort out qualifying, he started 13th in Brazil, was on the front row, of course, in Thailand, and then started 7th in Austin, and then started 12th, as I mentioned, over in the Spanish Grand Prix. So I think one weakness you'd have to say so far this year, apart from round 1 in Thailand for Guevara, has been Q2.
I think back to the Ethan Guevara that came into Moto2 as the Moto3 champion of 2022, of course, hadn't really understood the physical demands that Moto2 were going to throw at him. And the quote of Casey Stoner really comes to mind with Ethan Guevara. He famously said, hard work beats talent until talent starts working harder. And there's no question that Ethan Guevara is doing that nowadays. He really has stepped up his training. He's much more mature now as both a human being and as a rider than he was in his first season and a half of Moto2. He's becoming a much more rounded, complete package of a rider now. Yamaha really like Ethan Guevara. They're big fans of him. And they've seen the talent that's come up from Moto3 and that is now starting to emerge in Moto2. Well, of course, they gifted him a test on board the Yamaha MotoGP bike after he won the Valencia Grand Prix at the end of last season. And there's no question that they see big things in his future. And certainly, as you say, if the rumours are to be believed and the reports and the whispers in the paddock, Pramac Yamaha MotoGP spot looks like it is in 2027.
Yeah, it certainly does. And when I'm in pit lane in Moto2 qualifying, one thing I always note when walking up and down is Paolo Provessi, the Yamaha boss, is always in the Pramac Yamaha Moto2 box. Of course, Yamaha take the Moto2 gig seriously. They're not going to stick Yamaha and Pramac, of course, as well as sponsor in their MotoGP setup on the bike and in their team name. They aren't going to take it seriously. That is obvious. But Paolo Provessi is pretty much always in that box. Of course, Alberto Fernandez on one side, Ethan Guevara, the star name poker on Yamaha Moto2 garage, and that, I think, says a lot about what they think of Guevara and what they think of his chances this year, and what they think of that team as in breeding Moto2 riders ready for their MotoGP setup, and all roads do point to the number 28 being in MotoGP next year. That, of course, is a thing for the next few Grand Prix as Guevara jumps back into the box, and we'll be pretty pleased with what he sees of it.
So Moto2 Grand Prix winning experience over to the left as we look. His right, Alex De Angelis, the team manager down there. Anything he's seen hasn't got anything he's learnt in Moto2. You want to be a sponge, you want to absorb it all and try and get it in. Gino Bolso, of course, also heavily involved in that team. Of course, worked with Ethan Guevara, who's the team manager at Aspar, and Guevara won that Moto3 title. So they've got all the pieces in place down there. The Boscoscuro certainly at the moment around this Le Mans circuit working very well indeed. Guevara quickest, and Chelsea Vietti once again has got himself into the 134s. He's basically matched the lap time he did this morning. In fact, he's now got a quick look at it. A 34.7 for Vietti, who actually drops a place to fifth, because Gonzalez has taken the third place on a 134.638. That is his fastest lap time now of the weekend, but he is 3/10 adrift of our rapid session leader, Guevara.
Certainly is. This is on the exit of turn 4, coming through the curve and then heading down the hill just as you rise to the crest of it into La Chapelle. Turn 5 is the quick left-hander that Gonzalez is just climbing all over that Alex to get his body weight over to the left-hand side. There's a Colin Vire about to do the same. You don't want to drop it on the curbs too much, because as we saw with Rico Salmella a few minutes ago in Moto 3, it can go pretty wrong. Salmella kept it upright, but it can get very out of shape there coming out of turn 4. Spectacular slow-mo shots, got to be said, here at the line in style comparison. For confirmation at turn 4, Ethan Navarro not using any of the curve on the exit, unlike Colin Vire and Manu Gonzalez, but these were some of your fastest riders from this morning, including Colin Vire, who's down in P19 as things stand. He's doing their thing coming out of turn 4 as Celestino Vietti just gets it a little bit wrong coming through the Shimano Berth.
Well, I feel the corner names on the calendar, the Shimano Berth, the path of beef, if you want to translate it directly into English. Luca Boscoscuro, I guess, will be heartened by what he's seeing from both his riders, actually, both Celestino Vietti and Luca Netto. Lenetta at the bottom of the standings at the moment in 28th place, but he was within a second of the pace earlier on today in 18th spot. And clearly the early indications from their switch to WP suspension, which is clearly not consistent, they're to take it lightly. That's not the kind of thing you just decide when you get on the wrong side of bed in the morning. We've clearly seen plenty of evidence to suggest that that is a faster route to go. And at the moment, Celestino Vietti in 5th place on a 34.7 would be backing that up, because with very limited information, data, understanding, surely they're only scratching the surface in these first 2 sessions of this weekend in terms of the potential and their understanding and getting the best out of this package.
Yeah, and speaking to a couple of people yesterday, now they have switched to the WP suspension. They also are going to get some data from the Calix riders as well. We're also using that. They can't get all the data from Calix, of course, but now they're sharing data with WP. They're going to be able to see some of the Calix information, which is also potentially good news for Luca Boscoscuro and his team as well. Intrigued to see what the comments are of Celestino Vietti and of course Luca Venezia as well after this day is done, to see what they thought of the front end, or maybe they just keep it push. But now we'll wait and see. This is Daniel Munoz coming around the final corner. P8 so far. This is going to rise up to P6. Good job from Munoz. A good job from Sergio Garcia also on the screen as well, beside that top 14 so far. So not having the greatest time of things is Garcia, but he is a winner around here. His last win came here in Moto 2 and he qualified on the front row and finished P1 in 2024. Was a winner here in Moto 3 in 2021 as well. So I think I speak on behalf of a lot of people. Good to see the number 3 of Garcia back up towards the sharp end. I know it's early days in this section, but good to see Garcia's name up inside that top 14.
Garcia's victory here in 2024 was a Boscoscuro podium lockout. Surprisingly, it's Boscoscuro's only victory around this Le Mans circuit. As we pick up David Alonso, Garcia's just got up into 6th place now on our screens. He's now into the 134s. Further signs of progress for him. But at what stage, Elliot, do we begin to look at this man, the number 80 David Alonso, and begin to move the conversation from, oh, he's just keeping his powder dry, to something worthy of closer inspection?
Yeah, I think, like Quiles does in Moto 3, albeit a little bit different. We don't see Quiles down in P24, but I think just working alone is what Alonso will be doing at this moment in time, and just taking it easy, working on potentially a new set of tyres. But even so, I wouldn't expect to see Alonso down in P24. Now, the times have obviously improved quite a lot from this morning. 134.7 was Gonzalez's top time. That's now down to 134.3. Alonso set a 135.5 earlier this morning. He's at 135.6, so he's not improved his time so far. So I think at this stage, let's not read too much into it, but I think once we get into the final 10 minutes, if he's still lingering outside the top 14 and maybe struggling to get inside that top 10, then I think we can start to question Alonso a little bit as his team improves slightly to go to P8.
Has been through Q1 months before this season. Alonso, that was at the season opener in Thailand. Did come through Q1 to qualify in 10th place, but certainly won't want to be that far down the order by design. Good luck coming in there. Here he is on the 12th. Philip Salak, he's down to a 35-1 up into Q2 after crashing at the corner. He's just approaching now the Dunlop chicane. He lost it around about 100 metres or so before the corner. Front end started to go, and then the rear kicked him over the top. The bucking Bronco sending him sprawling into the gravel track down at the Dunlop chicane, which is a very, very popular gravel track to find yourself in. Perhaps with any corner on the calendar, that is one that catches the riders out more than any other, particularly when it's cold, particularly when it's wet, and that might be what we find in around about 48 hours time.
Yeah, Sunday morning/afternoon in Moto 3, and Moto, of course, coming up in Moto GP as well. Alonso improves his time, 1:35 to 6:08, still slower than he was this morning though, so just going about his business nice and quietly, maybe a bit too quietly, so I might say. And so too for Zonta Vandenborg as well. It's not quite from the distance way so far this year. Before with Zonta in Jerez just before qualifying started, and he was not too displeased to how the season was going in terms of his feeling on the bike. Yes, okay, it's not the points he would have wanted in the season he would have wanted so far in terms of results, but the X4 didn't sound too disheartened. And this is promising signs for Vandenborg. He's got his Dutchman Colin Vire just behind him on the road, about a minute or so behind him on the road. And Colin Vire just setting some nice set times there, just loses time in sets 2. I don't think this is going to improve for Vandenborg so far, but good to see the X4 looking like he can get inside that top 10 on a Friday on that Calix chassis. So not bad so far for Vandenborg. They will be pretty pleased with this season run, so will the team.
Yeah, he was very pleased with certainly the first half of his race in Jerez. He said it was the best first half of a race, potentially, that he'd done in his entire Grand Prix career. Got himself in 22nd on the grid, up into the points. But then sadly, in the second half of the Grand Prix, began to fade back out of contention again. Took the Czechoslovakian in 17th place. He's still waiting for his first points finish of the 2026 season. But certainly what we're seeing so far, we're filling with confidence. Hasn't been in Q2 yet either. As Vandenborg this season, if he put the flag out now, he would end that barren run. 35-0 now has him in 11th place because his aforementioned compatriot Colin Vire now lifts himself up into the top 4. So it's Guevara, Baltus, Gonzalez, Vire, your top 4. AGS, the import Aussie fit from Vietti, Garcia, Munoz, Delgado, Tola, Vandenborg, Lopez, Unchu and Salah. And along with complete your top 4 team, but we're not even at the halfway stage yet in this crucial practice session.
Plenty of time left for the riders to try and find time in this session. This is the final couple of corners here at the Bugatti Le Mans circuit. Recordermont, famously named Recordermont, where the lap ends. You've got sort of a last-ditch attempt down at turn 13, haven't you? And if you can keep it on the roads, unlike David Munoz, Joel Kelso last year in Moto 3, then you've pretty much got the race winning if you can keep it up the inside through turn 14, because unless you make a mistake on the exit, just where Colin Vire is now, of course you can dip it onto the green on the exit, which we'll see lap time cancelled. We'll see plenty of that so far already this weekend at the final corner in Moto 3. Anyway, yes, I wouldn't say the most famous of ends to a lap, still quite intriguing and does lend an opportunity for overtaking. As Colin Vire re-enters the section where we just caught his slow-mo now. This lap time is going to lift him up the timing screens, but still it's a good run for Vire. He's keeping himself within a couple of tenths of his fastest time as we get yellow flags out in sector 2.
In fact, the lap of Vire's completing course as he now goes crosswise, stays in 4th place. It's down at the museum corner, turn 7, and it's fortunately Luca Lanetta on board the Speed RS Boscoscuro. So there's the WT fork still firmly intact, which might have been a concern for Luca, and I guess more to the point, Luca Lanetta is pretty perfectly unharmed after a rookie season which saw being blighted by injury. He's not the first, and he certainly will not be the last to make a mistake into this particular corner. Teammate, wasn't it? He went through that very gravel track earlier on today.
We've been saying it's teammate just ahead of him as well. Vietti just getting it hooked up, I think, and then just behind Lanetta. It's not what Luca Boscoscuro would have wanted to see, the bike barreling through the gravel trap, but as you mentioned, most importantly is Luca Lanetta with back up on his feet and looking like he's all okay after an injury hit 365 days. To be fair, his leg came back and picked up a podium in Moto 3 in Indonesia, and of course was unlucky to be involved in the crash down at turn 3 in Thailand with Sergio Garcia, who was pretty luckless in that crash, unfortunately, for Luca Nanetta. And there's a fast one down there at turn 7, which, as you rightly mentioned, will not be the last time it catches out a rider this weekend, I'm sure.
Climb uphill out of La Chapelle. It's a circuit with plenty of undulation changes. You drop from Dunlop towards La Chapelle, you then climb back uphill once again out of the corner before plunging once again downhill into the museum corner. So it feels like you're almost chasing the tail all the way into the corner through there. Very, very easy to watch the front away through that corner. Luca Nanetta adds his name to a very long list to make that particular mistake. That will put him into qualifying 1 tomorrow afternoon, because he's currently in the bottom of the standings in 28th place, 1 position behind the former winner who ran this place back in 2023, Tony Arbolino. Curiously, at the moment, he's down in 27th place on a 135.8. Arbolino was in the top 10 this morning, did a 34.9. As we stand at the moment, of course, haven't been able to see the reasons for that as we now pick him up on screens. Arbolino now looks like he's in the business of beginning to rectify his current afternoon problems.
Yeah, right on cue with Tony Arbolino. It's not going to rise him to the top of the standings, but if he keeps that sort of 6th, 10th, 7th, 10th gap towards the end of the lap, he's going to promote him just inside that top 14. Felix Salac currently P14 on a 135.187. So that's the target time so far. We've just done the 20 minutes to go. The 14 comes out of the final corner and just misses out on the top 14. But a banker lap time in for Arbolino, and he looks like he's going again on this lap time around. So we'll keep an eye on Tony Arbolino's progress. We're expecting Arbolino to be much higher than that, as you mentioned. It's a race winner around here, and rediscovered his mojo over in Brazil, and got another top 10 over in Jerez as well after qualifying down in P14, finished P8. So a good salvage job, you have to say, from Arbolino. They first back-to-back top 10s since San Marino in Japan last year, and finished P9 and P6. It's now 23 races, I make it, podium for Tony Arbolino. So definitely due one, and we mentioned weather, we mentioned this morning as well. One rider who firmly sticks in your head when you think of MotoGP when a car race, it is the number 14, Tony Arbolino.
It's the first name that comes up, isn't it, when we see the forecast. I think that's a bit of Tony Arbolino then. Have a look at what his odds are for Sunday. He's gained at minimum 3 places from where he qualifies to where he finishes every Grand Prix so far. He does tend to make his way forward on a Sunday. I guess there are 2 ways of looking at that. He's either very much a Sunday specialist, or he's qualifying slightly lower than the potential of his bike, where yet to see Arbolino start on the front 3 rows of the grid so far this season, having got the change he wanted, having ditched the Boscoscuro, which of course he rode back in the through the Private Boscoscuro team last year, back over to a Calex, where he's certainly enjoyed his best success so far as a Moto2 rider. We've certainly seen promising signs from him, 3 consecutive top 10s as you mentioned. Saturday afternoons are the element of the weekend where Targettelli needs to work on the touch.
Yeah, absolutely. That time didn't improve, and he's not too happy about that either, the Italian. He's always very charismatic both on and off the bike, as his teammate Barry Baltus pulled back into pit lane. So not much movement in terms of riders at the top of the standings. Yeah, obviously we'd like to move for some of the riders like David Alonso, P23. Last year is when we need to start maybe being a bit concerned. Maybe now is the time into the final 15 minutes where we need to look at Alonso in 23rd, John Roberts down in P20, Aaron Canet was beside the top 10 this morning. He is 18th. They're the sort of big names. Alex Escudero as well, of course, P24 as things stand. So a few of the riders who we're used to seeing in and around the top 14 and of course a lot higher for the likes of Alonso and Escudero at some parts of the season. Here is Escudero on our screens on the Clint factory team machine. He is P24 and stays in P24. It's actually Jorge Navarro who's got the better of his teammate so far. We haven't said that too much this year, if at all.
Navarro's done a 35.3. That compares to a 35.7 that he did this morning. Escudero a 35.6 at this stage. Actually, that's 4 tenths quicker than he went. Navarro, which is quicker than Escudero this morning too. So this is a bit of a running trend through the weekend at this stage. Did mention earlier on this morning that Escudero has only got 1 session of prior experience on a Moto2 bike around this Le Mans circuit. Didn't come here due to injury in 2024 and then hurt himself with a big high side, which left him with some lung contusions that ended his weekend on Friday here last year. So potentially a circuit that Escudero maybe not so familiar with and clearly not getting on with at the moment at this stage of the action. 15 minutes of practice to go. And Escridge at the moment needs to find minimum half a second to get himself into the top 14. Of course, that is aiming at what will certainly be a moving target.
Yeah, and it's kudos to Escridge that we're saying he's down in P24 on the unfavoured chassis. It's got to be said from the Clint Patrick team. And we aren't surprised to see him down outside the top 20. That's such the signs of progress and what we've seen so far from the number 11, who sits P8 overall in the championship. One place ahead of Colin, half a point ahead of Colin in the overall standings. This lap time might improve for Escridge, might move up a couple of paces, estimated to be in and around P20. Get him over the line, just gets it out of shape though, a bit squirrely on the exit, firing towards the line, loses a bit of time, he's moved to P23, but as we know, that is not enough. He's got to find around about 3/10 as things stand if he wants to get inside that top 14. He's going early. It would make sense to me that he's got another pair of fresh Pirelli tyres waiting in the box if he wants to go for another time.
Yeah, to underline your point of how expectations have very much changed around Escridge now. He's got 30 points to his name to put him 8th in the World Championship. That is already his highest points scoring season of his Moto2 career, bettering his best score, which was in the 20s last year. So already after 4 Grand Prix, Escridge in uncharted territory in a Moto2 campaign, and that's why we're now starting to look at him in 23rd place with an element of surprise rather than previous years where we didn't really bat an eyelid at that. And it's clear that there is a talented rider in there with Escridge. 22 years of age, from Valencia, of course very close friends with a former Moto2 world champion in the form of Pedro Acosta. So Escridge, who I think we might have said in the past with the right machinery underneath him, could very much challenge at the front of the Moto2 race, but he's proving that he can do it on a forward too.
Yeah, exactly. We'd love to see what Escridge can do on a Calix or that matter as well, but it's great for the forward and the Clint Factory Racing guys and girls down there, of course, work so hard to put their bike on the grid and reaping the reward so far this season, which is great to see. As we get a look at the championship leaders bike, and that's not good news to be taking the fairing off and seeing the screwdrivers and whatnot working away on the bike. So not quite sure what's going on with Manu Gonzalez down there for Gonzalez's sake. Hopefully back out for the final 10 minutes of the session. He's pretty comfortable, it's got to be said, in P3. As a pensive Joe Roberts looks on. His teammate Fred Salach falls back into pit lane. To be fair, I mentioned at the start of the moment, very impressed with Salach after the big crash this morning, after not setting a lap time, to go out there this afternoon and put in a very decent run, 35.1, to put himself in P14, and a really top job done so far after check line in this session.
This is a circuit that Salach likes, took one of his 2 career second places right here when he was second to Tony Arbolino back in 2023. Also had a Moto3 podium, memory serves, back in the day too, did Salach around here in slightly iffy conditions. Does tend to do a lot of his best work around stop and go track layout somewhere. It's quite a lot of stop and a lot of go around this particular circuit. As David Alonso absorbs the information from the CF Moto Art Spark, who certainly is a fast learner. He's a very good problem solver in Moto2 as Alonso. Well, he's got 11.5 minutes to drag himself from the muddy waters of P24.
Certainly has. Alonso there, just getting some final words before he heads out for the final 10 minutes of this session. This is the reigning Moto3 world champion, Jose Antonio Rueda. Haven't seen the number 98, of course. Adrian Huertas wins the 99, so Rueda couldn't bring over his what became famous number 99 into Moto2, but the 98 didn't look too bad on the front of that replicator MI machine either. Good to see Rueda back out there doing his thing. Of course, he's not quite up to scratch just there, but still rediscovering his best form after being on the end of last year. We'll just see Manu Gonzalez heading back out. So whatever potential issues were with that Calix Triumph machine, he's heading back out, which is good news. Maybe just spotted something a little bit wrong in it. A quick fix as Rueda comes around to complete his lap time. I'm pretty sure this is his his first lap coming out of the box after his out lap. Rises to P25, 1.2 seconds off. So Rueda can get inside that top 20 and maybe get within a second of the top time. That would signal a decent front.
I think it's quicker than he went this morning. He was 1.2 off earlier on in practice. He's 1.277 off right now. If you're not with us this morning, or if you don't follow Jose Antonio on social media, it's worth reminding you that he has undergone arm surgery on his right arm since we last saw him in Jerez. It's almost a rite of passage, isn't it, as a Moto2 rookie? They almost all undergo arm top surgery at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Mentioned it at the start of the show as well, the way that they're undergoing arm top surgery, and Colin Vire struggling with it. Last time out as well, albeit not fully down to just his forearm being under scrutiny, but that was because of the shoulder as well. I seem to remember last year there was quite a few riders all in quick succession, all undergoing arm top surgery. It's obviously quite a regular occurrence. I think pretty much every motorcycle racer at some point in their career has undergone arm top surgery, such as the nature of the beast in motorcycle racing. Obviously a very physical sport. Marcos Ramirez, first time he's seen the 24 this weekend. P23 one place ahead, or was one place ahead of Antonio, and now it's just creeping towards that top 20, of course, standing in, continuing to fill in injured athletes.
And as you caught up with the team last time out in Jerez in qualifying, no sign of an imminent return. We certainly expect another month or so before we see any signs of him back. Might, if we're lucky, see Ankel again before the summer break, but the MSI squad, they're going to look elsewhere for a replacement next weekend for the Catalan Grand Prix, because Ramirez's services are required in Most in the Czech Republic, as he is a regular on the World Supersport grid. So Ramirez will be elsewhere on board the QJ motor machine in the World Supersport Championship. And MSI have had their fair share of replacements, because they had to replace Sergio Garcia for much of last year. So we'll await with bated breath the identity of Montoya's teammate next weekend, as Senna Aegis sets his best lap time of the afternoon so far at 34.5 for Aegis. He cuts the gap to Guevara now to under 2 tenths.
Yeah, clawed a decent amount of time back in that final split as well today. Just so I'm not sure he's made a slight mistake around the lap elsewhere, but clearly Aegis got that final split hooked up. This is Manu Gonzalez, not quite hooking it up on this lap so far, halfway around and 3 tenths off, unless he, of course, finds time in that final split. This won't be improving Manu Beckham.
Aegis was fastest in the 4 split this morning too. In the pre-practice one, he was a full 10 quicker than anyone else through there. And the 4th sector begins just as you approach the S of Blur, as we're completing the 3rd sector here with Manu Gonzalez. So the 4th sector starts around about now, takes you through the S Blur and through the double right-hander of the recorder on. And Manu Gonzalez, once this session is completed, will be having a look at the data of his teammates to see what line he's finding through there.
Makes sense as well, because he said after the Spanish Grand Prix, of course he won it, but he said he's losing a lot of time on the straights, and that is pretty much the only sector. Through 11, 12, 13, 14, yes, he's got a good exit at the 14. Said he's got no issues on corner exit, it's just pretty much top speed that he's struggling with. So it makes sense that is where Aegis is quickest. All the other sectors through 1, 2 and 3, down the hill to 6, up towards 7, and then down towards 8, and then 8 to 9, all boast at least a decent amount of strength. So it makes sense that Aegis is quick.
He's way down the bottom of the top speed standings, is Aegis, down in 23rd, with only Screech and a couple of others behind him. Alonso Lopez, another rider, one of the other very tall Moto2 riders on this grid, who struggles in a straight line. There's no real way of being able to hide that particular penalty. As Danny Holgado has gone up in the 2nd place now, and he's done a 34.4 to sneak in ahead of Aegis, but we're still waiting impatiently for signs of progress from his teammate.
Certainly are. This lap time's not going to take Alonso anywhere either, as Ivan Ortola then sets a couple of red helmets. We've got a few on our screens. Bautis did click through the 1st split with a red helmet. He's lost a bit of time, but he's well in touch with the top time. Yuji Saki is within the 10th halfway on the lap as well. Aegis has gone red through the 1st split. So has Danny Holgado, although Holgado's lost a little bit of time there as well. But yeah, Alonso has got a little bit of pressure on his shoulders now, because it's okay being down outside the top 20 when there's 25 minutes to go, but not when there's just over 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Sortola into the final sector. He's up behind Sasaki on the 71 bike, the Monovan RW bike. Grezinu at the moment, he's up in 10th place and also on a personal best. So this shouldn't hold up Ortola too much. Can he caught the back of a fast train? Manu Gonzalez, the world championship leader, is at the front of it. Ortola takes 2nd from Holgado. So it's now Spaniards 1, 2, 3 and 4. Guevara from Ortola. Bauta splits them. He goes 2nd now. Just 3,000 to drink. Abid Van Guevara. It's closing up at the front. A 10th of a second now covering the top 4.
Yeah, all 3 of those riders on your screen. It was Gonzalez, and then it was Ayumu Sasaki as well. All improved, but Ortola was the quickest of the lot. We're getting plenty of lap times in. Mario Aggi just a second off just outside the top 20. Those onto Van der Gorber. You know, for time you can see on the bottom timing screen, this is Senna Aegis, nothing improved there for Aegis. He's slipped down to P7. There's Ivan Guevara just sits in the box. Of course, he's still sitting pretty at the top for the timesheets. Yellow flags in sector 1 is that turn 3.
Yeah, generally means done lots of game, doesn't it? We saw Philip Sarch down there earlier on today. So crucial that Van den Gorber gets this lap in and gets himself into the top 14. That's exactly what he does. Moves up into 12th place. That really gets Arbolino out, and Mario Anchi will be changing his prospects. He will be going to Q1 because he was the rider down Dunlop.
As long as they're about to cross the line, is this going to take him into the top 14? It should do, unless he's made a mistake. It doesn't. Loses a couple of attempts, and now P16. It's a lot better than it was, but still not good enough for Alonso. And he's coming up to yellow flag, so this lap time isn't going to count either.
Yeah, he's about to see Mario actually 64 by the side of the racetrack, and that's going to scupper this lap. So by the time he next comes round, he's got 2 laps remaining to try and get himself back up into top 14. That's his back up. He hasn't been in it at any stage so far this afternoon. What can Bottas do then in the final sector? He's got 3,000 to a second to try and find from the lap time he did a moment ago to get him into position to move ahead of Guevara, who's still sitting watching in the pits. Still very confident and comfortable with where he is in the running. Bottas didn't improve, but Philip Sarch did, as he now moves into 11th place and pushes Munoz out.
Reiterating the point from earlier, top job from Sarch, who pretty much lost the whole of the morning section. Robinson cruises just over half a second off, but it's not quite good enough for the top 14. That is the American racing box looking on pensively, of course, nervously. They want both riders in that top 14, and that shuffling has moved Alonso back down to P18, so it's got a little bit worse for the Colombian. And I'm surprised Guevara is still sat in the box. Okay, he's sitting at the top of the pile, but the riders have closed in, and surely you want to be out there getting some lap times on the board, no matter how quick you are, but maybe there's a problem we're not seeing.
Yeah, he's on 34.348, which, as mentioned, is his 300% shy of the all-time record, so it's not like his Q2 place is nearly down, but yeah, you want to be out there learning something at this stage of the session. So for whatever reason, whether it's out of his control or not, Guevara is not currently doing that. If he does venture back out of the racetrack, we will draw your attention to that. Here comes Alex Escreech, who might be about to turn his Friday on its head.
Worried there when Marcus Miron's tried to move back onto circuit. Mirror is just making a little bit of a mistake there, lost a lot of time. I think the screen was a little bit wide coming out of 9 into turn 10, so that's cost him time, and a lap time that was looking good enough for the top 14 now is not, and the Screech has only got a couple more attempts at this, so pressure on the shoulders of the number 11 inside the top 10, the championship, of course, to get himself into that top 14. Alonso is back out, well, on a lap time. He's been out for the last few minutes, but back on a lap time that will count as things stand. Not too far away in the first bit, but not a personal best.
Well, the Screech at least knows the speed is there, because he still went 20th. He was in the end within, what, a tenth of a second or so of getting himself into Q2. Only won that 4 tenths in the end, but he lost 6 tenths in that third sector. So if Screech can put a clean lap together, he's got 2 more chances to do it, and he might still secure a Q2 place. And here's David Alonso about to drag it back in the final 2 minutes. Personal best in the second sector for Alonso. It's nothing that's going to give Ivan Guevara, Manu Gonzalez, Senna Aegis and co any nightmares tonight, but it could just rescue his weekend. Into the 4th sector he comes, and it's not a personal best. It's going to need something special from the Colombian in the 4th sector, but Alonso is one special rider.
It certainly is. If anyone can pull that time out of the back when they need it most, it probably is David Alonso. If he can hold that gap to the line, he's really just about getting to the top 14. Garcia is 0.522 seconds off in P14. Alonso coming around the final corner, finally was like, no, nothing going, and 1 lap to go then for the number 80, if he's going to be in Q2 automatically on Saturday afternoon.
He needs to pray that there are no yellow flags now, because that would bring an end to his session. Just the big Jorge Martinez, as far as 2 concerned, he's seen plenty before in his career, so he won't be panicking. Of course, remember, he's already seen one of his riders go to Q1 and take a pole this year. Danny Holgado did that in Brazil. Holgado at the moment looking very safe and comfortable. He's up in 5th place, and with less than a minute to go in this session, Ivan Guevara will not be taking any further part. He is still in the pits.
Yeah, it's surprising, as we mentioned, but no such worries, either oozing confidence or maybe just some issues down there in that side of the Pramac Yamaha box. Chelsea guillotine isn't the right time. Philip Sarch just manoeuvring his body out of the final corner, nothing going for Salich on that lap. Celestino Vietti, though, is going pretty quickly. Just going to click with third split, and he's going very quickly. Celestino Vietti then could be rising to the top of the timesheets on Friday, which would signal a very good start to life with those new WP suspension fitted into the front end of that Bossa scorer.
Alonso also setting personal bests. He's going to be right on the cusp here as Alonso of qualifying too. But I've actually a new lap record from what is a new configuration of motorcycle. Celestino Vietti just 2 thousandths behind. Where was this WP suspension before, he's probably saying to Luca Boscoscuro down there. We have 3 thousandths of a second covering the top 3. Even by Moto 2 standards, that is super close. Gavin Alonso could only dream of a 134. His best today, a 35.0. That spells Q1.
When we were going to worry, now we are going to worry for Alonso, and the team will be, and Alonso will be as well. Clearly had a decent amount of pace in the sort of first few splits, but couldn't hook a lap time when he needed it most, Alonso. So he is going through Q1. Is Ramirez making a late dart to the top 14? It's going to be pretty tight. He's within touching distance as he follows Yuya Sasaki on the roads. This is the 24 now, coming around the final corner on the final lap. Maybe a bit of slipstream could help Ramirez out. Is he going to jump up to the top 14? No, he's going to lose his time in the finals.
He's not too pleased with it either. It's Marcus Ramirez. That's the second time we've seen some randomly hand gestures in the last couple of minutes. And I'm fascinated to hear from Ifan Guevara shortly, because he did go out with about 10 seconds to go at the end of the session to put a practice start in. Maybe he was just super confident at the end of that session with the long run that he did and decided, I don't need to put a fresh tyre in this. I'm already through.
Yeah, I imagine it's just very, very confident, and maybe they've looked at Sunday and thought, a bit of a waste of time going on dry tyres, but I'd be very surprised if there wasn't some form of issue or something going on. Maybe it was just different tactics. We saw Guevara head out straight away and set the fastest time of the session, that 1:34.348. Maybe they stuck that soft tyre in at the start of the session and got the lap time in, thumbs up. A happy Ethan Guevara and a happy team down there as well. Squeezed into the top 14 on Friday in Jerez and then picked up that free place grid penalty while celebrating that late lap. No substitution this time around. P1 early doors.
Boscoscuro 1 and 2 on this Friday afternoon at the French Grand Prix. One with Owens, one with WP, but they were 2 thousandths of a second apart. Guevara and Vietti. Valtters just 1 thousandth further back in third place. As said, even by the standards of Moto 2, that is super, super close as we head into qualifying tomorrow. As we've learned to do, without any question. Put Alonso down in 18th, and that's kind of how it was looking for most of the session. Here we go to qualifying ones. The rider 6th in the championship, the rider 7th in the championship, Dani Munoz, and the rider 8th in the World Championship, Alex Estridge, who was in 19th place. They're all heading through qualifying 1 tomorrow afternoon.
Better day for Holgado, it's got to be said, just a 10th off, and after the troubles of Austin and what unfolded in Jerez as well, especially on Sunday, good to Holgado rediscovering his form, but very tight in Moto 2, just what we like to see, work to do for Alonso. So a big Q1 session coming up in conditions that we don't know what's going to unfold. Might be wet, might be dry, might be a bit of both, but a very intriguing opening day Moto 2 action here.
All the top 10 in the championship actually are in Q1, because Arbolino's in there too. He was 17th. It sounds harsh, but they were just over half a second off the pace in the end. 0.522 of a second covered the top 14. As you're giving up a quarter of a second in a single sector as Alonso is there through the second sector, which is all about heavy braking and acceleration. Alonso, it's got an extra 15 minutes work ahead of him tomorrow. I did say earlier on in the season that he wasn't necessarily carrying the level of confidence he liked for the braking. Was that his problem? We shall find out ahead of tomorrow's FP2. Ifan Guevara, though, with his right at the start of the piece, quickest. Boscoscuro 1-2 ahead of Celestino Vietti. Barry Valtters third with 3 thousandths covering today's top 3. Ivan Artola 4th ahead of Alonso Lopez, with Dani Holgado and Colin Bayer. Manu Gonzalez, the championship leader, 8th, just ahead of his teammate Senna Regis. They were both within 2/10 of the pace. Sasaki, Salich, Knecht, Van den Gorberg and Garcia complete the top 14. That is Van den Gorberg's first Q2 appearance of the season. Big shocks though, further down. The riders 6th, 7th, 8th and 10th in the World Championship. Alonso, Munoz, Estridge and Arbolino are the headline names in qualifying 1 tomorrow. Luca Lanetta also a part of Q1 after his crash at turn 7. with that record matching 1:34.3 right at the start of practice this afternoon is enough to see him through as the quickest rider on day one. Moto GP practice is on the way next.
World famous as the home of endurance with 2 and 4 wheels, MotoGP has landed in Le Mans for the Grand Prix of France. It's the 39th Grand Prix at Le Mans, and France's fanatical fans are dreaming of more home success at the Johannes Arco's 2025 heroics in the buildup circuit, which lies 200 kilometres southwest of Paris. Practice is next live. It's time for Moto GP. 4.19 kilometres, 2.6 miles. That is the buildup circuit in Le Mans. First visit here all the way back in 1969. Was a return to the MotoGP calendar. Only 6 years ago now, back in the year 2000, located in northwest France. Scary first sector of your typic 6 gear through the first corner, hard on the brakes and then turn 3. Be careful not to wash out the front there. Then overtaking opportunity down into turn 8, garage there. A few rides in Moto 3 being caught out by the Shimano bird faces. Turns 9 and 10. Most demanding braking points, 8, 9 and 11. Good afternoon, welcome back to Le Mans. Welcome back to what I'm delighted to say is still a very warm and sunny Le Mans. Beautiful Friday, we've had to kick off our Michelin Grand Prix of France, our 5th chapter in 2026. The European phase of this year's World Championship well and truly underway. It all started, of course, 2 weeks ago in the Andalusian sunshine at the Circuito de Angel Nieto. Triumphant on race day Sunday was Alex Marquez, who will looking for more home success in Barcelona next weekend. More pressing matters though emerging for the world's fastest riders as they look to vie for the top 10 in this upcoming practice session to be in that Q2 session tomorrow. A Q2 which the rider on your screens, Fabio Quartararo, led here in front of a passionate and partisan home crowd. They can barely move an inch in this Le Mans paddock. Fabio Quartararo and last year's French Grand Prix Johannes Arco. Superstar status, the pair of them. I'd say this morning in FP1 is Johannes Arco who fared the better of the home heroes as he was 4th fastest and what was a very promising start to his home Grand Prix for the Castrol Honda LCR rider, a 1:31.109. 4th in what was a very, very tight 45-minute session this morning. The best possible news for Zarco fans was his best time, which put him just outside the top 3, was on worn rubber. Not even 3/4 of a second split the top 18 riders. That was down from Luca Marini. A surprise in P1 for the official Honda team, down to Fabio Quartararo in 18th place. The weekend though is about to click into another gear as we get set for what is always a dramatic ending to our 60-minute practice session. Just a quick reminder for some potential newcomers, the top 10 at the end of this session will go directly into tomorrow morning's qualifying to run over 15 minutes in what are almost ideal conditions here this afternoon in Le Mans. Having the pleasure of talking you through the action at this iconic and this historic venue is Matt Burton, Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down the pit lane. And it was advantage Honda, an advantage of Luca Marini at the end of play this morning. The Italian aided by a fresh rubber front and rear as he found a 1:30.857, and eventually they found there were 2 riders that did find sub 1:31 laps because Fabio Di Gianantonio had a late lap were reinstated, which meant it was an all-Italian top 2. Luca Marini looking on song this morning on the factory Honda. It's a bit of new aero, we believe, arrived from the rest test, and Marini taking full advantage of.
Yeah, he did put in a brand new medium rear tyre in addition to a soft front tyre to set that 130.8. But as you mentioned with John Zarco's performance, that Honda certainly had a fair turn of pace earlier on today. 4 manufacturers up inside the top 5 earlier on today. It was super close. Marini's 130.857. There was a second covering the top 19 down to Diogo Moreira on the LCR Honda earlier on today. We're expecting a clear pecking order to establish itself this afternoon, but it certainly looks, given certainly 4 of the 5 manufacturers look like they've got genuine top 10 pace. Any mistake in this practice session could cost you a place in Q2.
Top 2 in the World Championship. One of those top 2 is Jorge Martin on your screens right now. What a start it has been for 2026 for the factory. A brilliant team. Not a phenomenal start here in France this morning as Jorge Martin and Bezzecchi were 15th and 14th respectively. This was Jorge removing a bit of aero himself. He didn't realise at the time as he leaned right through turn 10. The exit of Shimano Berg, you would just see there, is right buttock clipping, I suppose that's the most funny way we can say it. The right hand side of his backside, just removing some of the rear Aprilia aero. And there were problems later on in the session. Marco Bezzecchi, his rear aero, detaching itself with no helping hand required from the World Champion leader. But fair to say, Lewis, 2026 has been a stellar start for the Noali factory so far this season. But there's work to do this afternoon for Bez and for Martin. As mentioned, they were 14th and 15th in the play this morning.
I'm sure if the regulations allowed it, I'm sure Aprilia would try and install some aero on Jorge Martin's backside. That is the way MotoGP tends to be going nowadays. Any kind of advantage you can get, they will find it. We saw some new front aero debuted from Aprilia at the Herret test, although that has not been debuted in a race capacity or competitive action so far here at Le Mans. At the top of Prix this morning was Raul Fernandez. He did put a brand new medium rear tyre in, set that 131.224. Iger likewise to take 8th place. So we're not too clear at the moment as to which manufacturer genuinely has the fastest package around this Le Mans circuit. It does look super close. As mentioned, I think there are 4 manufacturers of the 5 here who genuinely feel they've got real Q2 pace.
Yeah, inside the top 10 in the play this morning, it was Fabio, the Gian Antonio, who we're looking at on screens right now, Zarco and the Marquez siblings, who did not, inside that top 10, opt to go for new rubber front wheel rear at the end of that session. More on the subject of Ducatis. One of the fastest Ducati so far in 2026 has been in the hands of Italian Fabio Di Gianantonio. Let's get a bit of a Ducati update from Jack down the glorious sunshine of pit lane. Good afternoon, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm making the most of it this afternoon because I don't think I'm going to be able to enjoy it both Saturday and Sunday. So back to 50 for myself this afternoon. A very interesting update. We teased it this morning. The Ducati team bosses teased it to me as well that their aero updates were going to be unveiled. And it provides a very interesting story. Fabio Di Gianantonio and Alex Marquez, the only 2 of the factory riders to be running the 2026 aero update. Of course, this being Ducati, well, each rider will get 1 homologation, 1 aerodynamic update to go throughout the year. So Alex Marquez and Fabio Di Gianantonio have decided to use that with the 2026 side fairings. The front wings remain the same. When it comes to Marc Marquez, he has quite interestingly decided not to choose that, but instead has decided to go back to the 2025 side fairings, which are slightly bigger downwash ducts and a slightly smaller wing. It's a small evolution on the 2024 aero that everybody's been running throughout the start of the year. Now, at first, I was thinking, well, where is the logic? Where is the sense in that Marc Marquez finished his 2025 World Championship winning campaign with the 2025 aero, then started this year with the 2024, to then just 5 rounds into the year opt for a 2025 aero. Well, it makes no sense to be going back to what you had at the start of last year. But when I think about it a little bit more, Mark spoke throughout pre-season about how the GP24 aerodynamic package was less physical, allowed him to ride the bike in an easier way given the limitations that he had. It's a great sign that he now feels comfortable enough to go back to what he knows. And I think one of the key elements as well, we'll obviously speak to Mark this afternoon to get his thoughts on it. But the word that he's used most over the past month is consistency, and the fact that he hasn't been able to be consistent. You would imagine his decision to go for 25 and what he knows rather than the brand new 2026 is based down to the fact he doesn't want to throw another unknown in
much. Thanks very much, Jack, for those brilliant updates down in pit lane. So Marc Marquez then back to what he knows. Will he see him get back to his best? It's been Marc Marquez has had his struggles so far in 2026, particularly, he says, in the early laps, particularly he's got the new rubber, full fuel low. He's just been struggling to get the feeling in the early laps of Grand Prix, which normally has been one of Marc's big fortes. He was, down in 9th place this morning. No cause for great concern because, as Jack pointed out at lunch break, he did have very impressive pace on worn tyres. But it was Marc's poorest getaway on a factory Ducati, his lowest FP1 since the Solidarity Grand Prix back in 2024. Don't worry, 93 fans, not the time to be pressing the panic button just yet.
Why Jack's comments are so important is because you're only allowed one aero update in the entire MotoGP season. You're only allowed 2 aero configurations in play at any stage. Like, Marc Marquez could go back once again to when he started the season with if he wants, but you're not allowed to just chop and change aeros throughout the entire season. You've got to homologate one aero package and homologate one upgrade, unless you're Yamaha, of course, who get the option with their concessions of a second aero update through the season. So it's a decision that you have to get right through a 22-round championship. You can only make that decision once.
Yeah, Marc Marquez going backwards to try and get himself moving forwards in this year's MotoGP World Championship. Finds himself on characteristically 5th in the World Championship, 66 points worse off Marquez after 4 Grand Prix of 2026 compared to his unbelievable start to life as a factory Ducati rider last year. Johan Zarco, well, he might need to win tomorrow's French Grand Prix once again because will leave a potential dent in his win bonus to us. He's been busted €1,000 for a little bit of a misdemeanor in the practice start section this morning.
Yes, they watch those closely, even though it's against not really part of the competitive session. Essentially what Johan Zarco did is he stopped on the grid, pulled forward again, and then stopped again, presumably to get himself in the ideal position on the grid to do that practice start. But it's deemed a major no-no by the FIM MotoGP stewards because, of course, a rider might see you start to pull away ahead, think that's your practice start, think that you've aborted your practice start, and then potentially run into the backing lead, you then slam on the brake and stop again on the grid. So it's a safety measure which prohibits you from doing that. Johan Zarco did not follow those instructions, and he's been hit in the wallet with €1,000.
He has a dent in the old back balance this weekend as far as the French rider is concerned. Feels we get to see all the danger, we get to see Zarco up close and personal on an LCR Honda. He now feels that Zarco's got the jump on the field in wet damp conditions. He now feels that number 5 is the best rider on planet Earth when it's raining, or certainly when there's changeable conditions. I guess you could sort of say Marc Marquez are running close for that particular accolade, but no question. If it is wet here on Sunday, which it looks like it possibly could be, well, you could just never rule out Mr. Zarco.
Every rider is out there at the moment on the hard front tyre, and for the first time in the weekend, we've seen the soft rear tyre brought into play. No one ran it this morning. Even those who went for fresh rubber in FP1, they went across the medium rear tyre, but everyone with the exception at the moment of Brad Binder on the factory KTM is out there on hard front, soft rear tyres.
Marco Bezzecchi and Marc Marquez at the moment are having sort of completely different fortunes, aren't they? When you look at their Saturdays and Sundays so far this season, Marc Marquez brilliant on Saturdays for the most part. 2 sprint wins already so far this season. 3 podiums in total on Saturdays, but no Grand Prix roster as yet. And you look at Marco Bezzecchi, the complete opposite picture. Marco Bezzecchi only 1 finish so far in our opening 4 sprints. That's 4th place in Guyana. Yet he's not finished lower than 2nd on Sundays. So when you look at the form of rating Grand Prix Sundays, we mentioned this morning out the last 150 Grand Prix points at stake. Marco Bezzecchi has dropped just 5, and it was those 5 that he dropped a couple of weeks ago against Alex Marquez in Bahrain.
Pretty much exactly at the end of lap 1 that Alex Marquez was going to win that Grand Prix and locked in to take a solid 20 points once Marc Marquez crashed down ahead of him. Yet you rank riders by their sprint points. Marc Marquez would be your leader in the championship from Jorge Martin and Pecco Bagnaia, who's had a pair of sprint silver medals in the last 2 Saturday battles. Marco Bezzecchi will be 13th on sprint points, but of course he'll be 70 odd points out of Marc Marquez on a Sunday. Yellow flags are flagged in the 3rd centre of this lap, and we're trying to work out whether it's down Shimano. Is that Jorge Martin who's down through there, or it's Martin digging himself out of that Shimano gravel trap?
He's been down by looks like you can see damage, sort of dirt and dust all over those Aprilia leathers. So Jorge Martin, on his last appearance here in Le Mans, certainly enjoyed his French Grand Prix experience. It's down in that tricky turn 9 and 10 section, which has already caught out a lot of riders in Moto3 and Moto2 so far this weekend. The Prix tech boss Fabiano Sterlachini watches on.
So off the racetrack on his way back to the pits. There's a little bit of damage you can see at the bottom, and of course Tranmere has served as a bit of a warning sign for everyone else when he ignored the black and orange flag in Jerez when he was dragging bits of broken Honda around the racetrack. Not quite as severe the damage to Martin's Aprilia, but he is now safely up pit lane.
Good news for Jorge, looks A-OK. I was just about to mention the winner of both the Grand Prix and the sprint here in 2024. What a last lap that was in the Grand Prix here in France a couple of years ago. And Marc Marquez picked up Pecco Bagnaia into the Shimano Berg S's, and we thought we might have something late on for Jorge Martin. Just quickly coming back to the point we were making about Marco Bezzecchi's lack of form so far in sprints. Pecco Bagnaia with 11 Grand Prix in 2024, but somehow still lost the World Championship because Jorge Martin had his measures so often on sprint Saturdays. Only 12 points for the win in the sprints, but over the course of a 22-round season, that is a lot of points at stake, and it paid big dividends in 2024, didn't it, for Jorge Martin, having that clear advantage on sprint Saturdays over Bagnaia.
Yeah, and it's fair to say that Marco Bezzecchi hasn't exactly aced qualifying either. So far, of course, pole in Burran, first round of the season. Of course, was beaten to pole in both Brazil and Austin, and missed the front row altogether in the wet conditions of Jerez last time out. So Saturdays in general have been where Bezzecchi has made his mistakes so far this season. I think we can forgive him the crash in the wet in Jerez, because as we discussed this morning, the winner fell on one stage during that sprint. But yeah, Marco Bezzecchi will not know ultimately until the World Championship is decided one way or another later in the season just how crucial those lost Saturday points are going to be.
Pedro Acosta is now the fastest rider on day one here in France. He's just found a 1:30.792, which is slightly bigger than Marini's benchmark this morning of a 1:30.857, just as he was this morning. It's Fabio Di Gianantonio. As well was Fabio Di Gianantonio, expected to find his first victory, of course, about 2023.
Isn't it? We're trying to get an idea in terms of what sort of form guide for the race on Sunday is going to be, but the race might be in very different conditions to this. The weather forecast was updated during the lunch break. We got an updated weather forecast from ERTA, which does also suggest that it's not out of the question that we could have rain tomorrow morning as well, which could lead us to potentially have a second consecutive rain-effective qualifying session. That is not out of the question at all. The sprint has a better than even chance of being dry tomorrow afternoon, but certainly all the forecasts, every update we get to the weather forecast suggests that we're not going to touch the rain on Sunday.
If you didn't join us this morning, welcome this afternoon to this Grand Prix action. Just a bit of housekeeping for our first timers in Le Mans this weekend. And Jonas Folger, the German rider who does a lot of fantastic work behind the scenes for KTM. He is in this weekend for the injured Maverick Vinales. Folger this morning doing a pretty respectable 1:34 flat. Didn't come here cold after 3 years out of the saddle on the MotoGP bike. Last time we saw Jonas was back in 2023 when he did 6 replacement rides for the injured Pol Espargaro. He did jump on an RC16 to get a bit of experience in Mugello earlier on this week, which I think he was very grateful for. Can you imagine 3 years off a MotoGP bike to jump into the Lions Den against the very best riders in the world who are already nicely dialed into 2026. This is round 5. It's Pedro Acosta. Some start to this practice session for the 21-year-old Spaniard, because he's just increased his advantage to a 1:30.760.
Yeah, Pecco Bagnaia will be pleased with his 30.8. It's put him in second place at the moment. Bezzecchi third on a 30.8, matched by Di Gianantonio in fourth. Then we have Marini and Marc Marquez on 31 flags. Good start to the session from Moreira too, who's done a 31.1, which amongst the Honda pace here so far this weekend. We've got Marini, Moreira and Zarco, 5th, 7th and 8th. Duran is just outside the top 10 in 12th place. That Honda has got some genuine pace so far this weekend.
We know one of the big targets for KTM this year was to get that RC16 turning better mid-corner. We'll do a lot of turning here in Le Mans. 14 corners packed into a very compact 4.19 kilometre length. And so it looks like those improvements from the revised aero, the improved mid-corner turning from the KTM is certainly working so far for Pedro Acosta. A bit of a strategy lap this for Alex Marquez. That will stay there into 9 and 10. The Shimano Birthdays is one of a couple of mistakes we've already seen from him on this lap, and Alex just decides to roll out of it. Zarco is certainly not rolling out of it now as he comes to the Blur S's second gear through here, just around 190 kilometres an hour, 100 kilometres an hour rather. Just here and there, just feathering that power back on. Short work of acceleration, then down out to turn 13. Bottom gear through this particular section of the Le Mans course. Through recording on we go. Well, you could barely hear yourself think when he at this moment crossing the line to win the French Grand Prix here last year. Zarco once again down into the low 131s.
Mir into 5th place, so now we have all 4 Hondas up inside the top 10. Mir 5th, Marini 6th, Zarco 8th, Moreira 9th. Just to underline how well that RC213B is going so far this weekend.
Such an amazing, such a popular victory here, wasn't it, last year for Johan Zarco? I'm sure when he walked back into the paddock here this weekend, he's been doing so much promo work in the build-up to this French Grand Prix, not just this week, but for a good number of weeks. But walking through the gates here at Le Mans on Wednesday must have brought so many special memories flooding back for the Frenchman. First winner of his home Grand Prix since 1954. 50th start as well here in MotoGP last year, so some wonderful memories for Zarco. Can he create some more here on Sunday? As he mentioned in the press conference yesterday, he thinks that the French fans are probably the only fans in the world who will not care less if it's pouring with rain here at the weekend. They won't mind getting a drenching, will they, the French fans, as long as one of their own is taking the spoils once again.
That race is his best opportunity. Revising that somewhat, but Alex Marquez was talking about his chances going into his home Grand Prix. He then went and won it, and Marc Marquez said yesterday when he spoke to our colleague Elliot York about his prospects, he said if you're hoping for a wet race, that generally means you're not fast enough in the dry. So maybe Johan Zarco, I think a wet race would certainly play into his hands, because we've seen as recently as Jerez how good he is in those wet conditions, but we're certainly not writing off his chances completely if we do have a dry Grand Prix on Sunday.
This new shiny set of the Prix leathers for Jorge Martin as he ventures out on circuit. Still not troubled the time screens yet after his early crash at Shimano Birth. He's already had one success here this weekend. Now we hear Martin winning a cycling event here yesterday.
Although he followed his tuk-tuk challenge tactics of a little corner shortcut. That is the Jorge Martin playbook, isn't it?
It's going to be creative, isn't it? That was for the competitive edge never leaves you whether you're off or on a MotoGP bike. Jorge would be desperate to win a gang of 2 of these, wouldn't he? But it was great to see so many of the riders enjoying a bit of a cycling free event here in Le Mans yesterday. Of course, cycling, so many of the riders, the sort of discipline which they use to keep themselves in tip-top physical shape. For MotoGP, so many of them based up in the Andorra Mountains, where so many pro cyclists are based as well, including Alexis Spider, one of Davils, a pro cyclist himself, did he, for a period of time before he decided to dedicate all of his attention to being a Honda test rider.
To our view on screen, he spends most of his training time on a treadmill. I'm sure many of his Instagram followers will be well aware of that particular training technique of Fabio's.
He's got his knees made of steel, hasn't he? I mean, he's busting out half marathon on a treadmill. Didn't it say? There's even a video this week on MotoGP.com, a little special interview which we did with him, where he says he's one of those athletes who just likes to punish himself to see how much he can test both his physical and mental strength. He said, I almost trained to the point where I'm vomiting. So maybe you just need to back it off a little bit if you came to that stage.
Yeah, we're talking about a world champion's mentality. He does punish himself to the brink of, well, it's still chasing the ultimate goal, isn't it? This is why, I guess, he wears his heart on his sleeve so much when things go wrong on the racetrack and when the Yamaha's not working, because he puts his heart and soul into it. They all do. You have to compete at this level. The 22 best riders in the world, you have to leave no stone unturned. You have to have triathlete levels of fitness to wrestle these motorcycles around 22 Grand Prix circuits over sprints, Grand Prix, practice sessions, tests that all go into that as well. It is a physical game as much as it's a mental and a psychological game in MotoGP nowadays. And yeah, Fabio Quartararo certainly is putting everything into the physical aspect to make sure that he has that world champion's physique as well as the mindset.
Yeah, he does. He certainly pounds the mileage on the treadmills. At the moment, unfortunately for Fabio and the other Yamaha riders, they're going through the middle a little bit on that V4 powered M1. No significant progress being made whatsoever. There's been a few new parts thrown in that bike of late, but they just seem to be stuck in a bit of a rut right now. Do the Iwata factory at the moment. Fabio Quartararo is 11, 131.230 on the rider from Nice, which is about 0.3 of a second quicker than what he managed in the play this morning. As we are still awaiting our first time to be sent by Jorge Martin.
Quartararo hails from Nice. He's got the 2 Grand Prix nearest to his home in consecutive weekends. Actually, next weekend in Barcelona, as the crow flies, is closer to his home in Nice than Le Mans is. But of course, this is the French Grand Prix. This is the weekend of all weekends for Fabio Quartararo to try and deliver.
Martin, what a start it has been to his second season in the factory of Trinity. His debut season, of course, punctuated by so many big injury issues, but fully fit. He's been on the money, hasn't he? Double podiums in both Brazil and in America for Jorge Martin. Well, of course, it's tradition, and it still is Tech 3's home Grand Prix in many respects. There's been all kinds of talk and speculation about the future of Tech 3 in terms of will they do with KTM, will they be switching to new machinery or new manufacturer in 2027? Well, one man who will definitely in the know when it comes to all business connected to Tech 3. The boss, Gunther Steiner, joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed. Gunther, I believe, was in Miami last weekend. So you brought the Miami weather with you today. And actually, as we go into the weekend, Miami in the news last weekend for those rainstorms. You might get a bit of that as well tomorrow. Firstly, Gunther, obviously, we're stood in front of the number 94 of Jonas Folger, which means still no Maverick Vinales. We all assumed having the screw out was going to be a minor surgery, but as time goes by, we're starting to realise a little bit more complicated than we first thought. What's the latest updates, and when might we next see Maverick? Because the race is coming thick and fast now over the next month.
Yeah, as you say, everybody expects to take the screw out, and then he goes good, but apparently it's not like this. But he told him also he needs to be 100%. There's no point that he comes back and tight again, and then he has to act the ball, and he cannot go anywhere. So in the moment, it is Mugello. I mean, obviously, he is right at fit for Barcelona. We want him to be in Maverick 100%, because otherwise he cannot 100%. He loses also his confidence, you know, not being out there giving what he can do, because we know how quick he is, you know. So then if you make 100%, then I think that he will reject.
This injury obviously comes at a crucial point in his career. However, we know that contract talks are ongoing. Some have already been finalised. We came into the season thinking that Maverick was secured for next year, but those talks, those rumours are starting to get cooler and cooler. How desperate is he to get back, knowing what's on the line?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, because you see how difficult this is. I mean, from the first to the last, they're only 1 second. If you're not 100% physical, you cannot do this job. So it needs to be made. And then I think the decision will be taken after. I think everybody's got time. I mean, Maverick is a good guy. You know, it's one of them.
As the guys mentioned, it's not taken long for your team to be in the news. A lot of talk about the possibility of a switch to Honda for 2027. Right now, how likely is it that you remain with KTM for 2027?
Very clever question, you know. All right. No, but in the moment, we're still talking. You know, we are talking.
We'll look forward to those deals coming in the next couple of weeks, Gunther. Great to see you here. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Fantastic as always to hear from Tech 3 boss Gunther Steiner. So, quite clearly, as you'd expect he would be, keeping options open, all avenues available on the table, it seems, in terms of where which manufacturer we might be linking up with 2027. Maverick Vignale as well, not Sammy. Oh, that's a bit crash there for Fermin Aldeguer.
It's in the middle of the chicane, isn't it?
Yeah, Maverick Vignale, and it doesn't sound like we're going to see Maverick back on the Tech 3 RC16 in Barcelona next weekend. Magello seems to be a more realistic option at the end of May. And as Gunther Steiner said there, the message has been crystal clear to Maverick. Don't entertain returning until you are 100% fully fit. So maybe another 2 or 3 week buffer in a couple of weeks on the treatment table will get Maverick back in full swing. We certainly hope so, because as Gunther Steiner said, he needs to be out there. Contract time, one of the biggest rider markets we've ever seen in MotoGP. It's tough to be convincing anybody, isn't it?
Yeah, this is Aldeguer. I thought it was his teammate coming through the picture, but it was actually Aldeguer. There's Alex Marquez off to the right, and he's in the middle of the chicane. He's desperately trying to keep it up on his left knee, because he wants to keep the engine in so that he doesn't have to restart it on the service road. The front end is already going. You can see his right foot's now starting to come out as he's trying to wrestle that bike back upright once again. And unfortunately for Fermin, it was a losing battle.
Yes, thanks. We know we're really close behind him as well. He's going to get caught up in that particular incident. We ain't saving that one, Fermin, I'm afraid. Down he goes on the road.
It's a left leg that he's been recuperating, that he's trying to stave that bike on his left knee. Broke that left femur back in January. He's still walking with a little bit of a limp, which is the legacy of an injury that he suffered some 4 months ago.
Pre-French Grand Prix, I have to say the gossip columns were erring more towards Tech 3 maybe linking up with HRC, as Jack put the question to Gunther Steiner. But I've done a bit of digging this weekend, spoke to some of our media centre colleagues. It seems to have swung back in favour of KTM, and the status quo being remaining as far as KTM are concerned. Last thing that KTM can really afford to be doing is losing 50% of their entry in MotoGP. Of course, data, information, so key, in particular when you move into a new era as well. 850cc capacity next year, as for shown from mixed in Citroën tyres. You need the maximum amount of bikes possible out on the grid. It would be a disaster, really, at this stage for KTM to lose half of their entry. So they are moving heaven and earth, they're told. They're moving mountains to try and persuade Tech 3 to remain on board.
Of course, Tech 3, such a successful satellite team over the years, be it with KTM or more famously in previous years with Yamaha. And of course, that's why they would be such an asset potentially to Honda, if they would be able to bring them into the fold. Of course, they both enjoyed some satellite success here last year with LCR2. And if they could add the Tech 3 squad to that roster of bikes and have 6 bikes on the grid next year, which of course would match Ducati on the 2027 grid. That would be a huge feather in the cap of Honda, when, as you say, you want all that data and you want to assist with the development of what are brand new motorcycles.
To give them a sample, maybe while Gunther Steiner's having a good look around at all his options, maybe he just wanted to go in a different direction, just to put his own stamp on the Tech 3 project moving forward. As he mentioned, if you're in their situation, really is a leap of faith, isn't it, into 2027, because nobody's going to be really quite sure when all these key decisions have to be made, which is very, very do you stick on Tech 3 going to stick or twist? That's going to be the big question to 2027.
See damage. Gian Antonio potentially go top. 30.7 for DJM. That is the fastest lap time of the day. So many are expecting that Honda to be pitching next year in the 2027, the new era of MotoGP. Everything we hear about that new 850 is that it is super quick, but we won't truly know until all the 850s are put on the same racetrack at the same time at the start of next season. A pretty debut theirs at Jerez following the Spanish Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. So as Gunther said, whatever you do, whatever manufacturer you go with, if you're a satellite team next year, you are to a certain extent guessing.
If it is just the full Hondas next year, Joan Zarco certainly has one of them secured. at Prix, all of this sort of chaotic rider market talk this year. He was already signed on a 2-year contract with Zarco. His name was never in any doubt. Moreira likewise to stay put in LCR. And Fabio Quartararo and David Alonso, we believe, are going to be the official HRC pick. So it seems like the names are pretty much done and dusted as far as potential for bike entry next season. At the present, as mentioned, Fabio Gian Antonio. Well, we keep waxing lyrical, don't we, about Digi's performances so far this season. No wonder his name is at the top of many team managers' shopping lists for 2027. And his name mentioned once again with Trackhouse of Prix. And why wouldn't it be, given the form we've shown so far? Aprilia and his current guys, I mean, obviously if they could not expect any kind of significant drop-off from Aprilia in the new era next season, that will become a very attractive proposition as far as Digi is concerned.
We were all surprised, weren't we, when we first got the reporting of Ayagura potentially heading to Yamaha. Of course, of the lure, as we discussed this morning, the fact that we couldn't understand why I is making that decision, but that is such an attractive ride for someone next season. We were expected to be alongside Raul Fernandez, who we're fully expecting to stay put at that Trackhouse team for next season. Ramirez is certainly another rider in the frame, and another rider who will certainly have his eye on that second Trackhouse Prix for next season, and a potential reunion with his World Championship winning team manager, Davide Brivio.
Yeah, you have to feel that there's probably more... thought that he would have been maybe a candidate for a future factory Aprilia rider. I can perfectly understand why he has been tempted to go to the Yamaha factory seat, which means that they're shopping once again back in the rider market. Back with Jean Zarco down through this magnificent turn 6, latch up out. Does right off that downhill right-hander. Here's Ayagura, just keeping an eye on Ayagura actually. He made a mistake on his previous lap somewhere because he was flying through the first half of it. And he could potentially be stopping himself close to comfortably, maybe certainly in the top 6. But something went wrong in this third sector. Whether he ran off here in the chicane, a very easy mistake to make on the brakes into 9 and 10.
It's a half an hour coming up for Ayagura, because we have seen a bit of a running theme through this season of him not necessarily nailing soft tyre time attacks. Hasn't qualified any higher than 6th so far this season, and he said after Jerez, everyone can use the extra grip from a softer tyre, but not so much me. That's something he's going to have to get over in the next half hour.
Yeah, he also suffers early on in Grand Prix and in sprints that pressure when the tyres new. He struggles to get the pace quickly, doesn't he, Ayagura? But the factory, the Ducati team, looking to respond from another tough Grand Prix last time out in Jerez. There's new aero flying around everywhere, old aero as well as far as the Bologna factory is concerned. Of course, they'll be focusing predominantly on Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia in the factory garage. And I'd like to say we didn't get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Tarlo Sulic.
Yeah, good to be able to speak with Davide. As I was explaining at the start of the session, Davide, Alex Marquez and Fabio Gian Antonio, obviously with a new dynamic test. Quite interestingly though, Mark not opting for that, instead going for the 25 aero that he had on his bike last year to such great effect. So can you just explain that decision from Mark to go back to the aero package from the side fairings anyway, that he knows so well?
Not now that the package it seems the same, but it's different. It's something that we test in the red, and both riders have now on the bike. It seems that see, while Mark was speaking after the performance speed, so they are working on that.
You said in Jerez after the test that you felt that a step had been made. From what you've seen in the session this morning and halfway through the practice session, do you still believe that to be the case?
Yeah, we had this referring this morning. We are now that's something monotone.
It's clear that there are two different development paths between the independent riders and Mark. They're on something different as well. So how are you going to juggle that going throughout the rest of the season?
We are able to follow the wish of every rider, so I think that this is a must from Ducati, and Gigi listen to every rider, back on satellite, and try to give him the best.
Thanks as always to Factory Ducati Moss, Davide Tardozzi. I'm sorry, Davide, but I'm going to have to read out this particular stat, if I can find it, which involves the Factory Ducati team. They've not had a podium in the last 9 Grand Prix, their worst run. Well over 10 years as the sparks fly, not in a particularly good way as far as Thurman Alligator is concerned. As mentioned, he comes right back on the line there, doesn't he? So fortunate there's not anybody behind him. He'll have the opportunity of being to the right to or maybe avoid contact and practice, but Matt Hamilton are right. Yeah,
It's a rider's instincts, I guess, always to try and save any kind of like that, especially nowadays with the regulations on restarting a bike. If you lose the engine, you have to go to the service road, which is going to take you much longer period of time. It's going to take you a couple of minutes to disappear behind the tyre barrier and restart your bike again. So they're almost incentivized to try and hang on to the clutch, hang on to the bike, and try and stop the engine from cutting out. Iagura, who is still on the used tyres, we haven't seen him go across to a brand new set yet. Continues to improve. He's up to 14 points. Martin also making his way up the order. He now takes 6th. He slots in just behind his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. So we've got a 10th of a second covering the top 5 at the moment, and just under 4/10 covering the top 10.
Iagura will know that if he can qualify better, and if he can be perhaps a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more confident, or get more feeling on fresher at the start of sprints in Grand Prix, there are podiums out there for sure for the track out to put it right. Just Crawley denied, of course, our first podium when his engine went kaput, when he was steamrolling towards the top 3 in Austin. And pretty much every Grand Prix so far this year, Thailand in particular, last time out in Jerez, his end of race pace is as good as anybody's out there. He's just got to get Saturday morning sorted out, hasn't he, Iagura? Because he keeps blowing these wonderful opportunities, race pace-wise. I mean, he's as good as anybody else on the grid, no question.
4th row in the last couple of Grand Prix ago. Of course, qualifying was rain affected in Jerez, but either way, it's still a qualifying session when you've got to go out there and deliver. And he certainly had too much late race pace for his teammate, didn't he, in Jerez, passing Raul Fernandez into turn 6 on the very last lap. As Trackhouse took a 5-6, all 4 Aprilias. Back at the Spanish Grand Prix, did come home in the top 6, even if their winning streak came to an end.
He's a proper rocket, isn't he, Iagura? One of the sort of lighter and shorter riders in the MotoGP field. So just wondered as well, maybe in the early part of the Grand Prix on Sunday in particular, when you're running with the full fuel load.
Maybe jump off that.
We've got a Trackhouse barbecue.
Raul Fernandez.
Not in a very good way yet. He's right, the foot's going to be getting very, very hot there. That's going to be a terminal one by the looks of it. Flames pouring out the side of the Prix RSGP. Quickly on the scene go the marshals, out of the fire extinguishers. So it's a cooked RSGP Aprilia trackside there as far as Raul Fernandez is concerned. He parks it up quickly. Now his mission is to get back to the paddock as quickly as he possibly can. There's a down garage there, isn't it?
At the far end of the circuit. So he's got the longest possible route back to the pits from there. Down at turn 8, we're right at the opposite end of the racetrack at the end of the lap here. And yeah, the Trackhouse team is keen as us, I think, to see a replay, see how that fire started.
Well, he's seconded the scooter.
Yeah, give me the keys.
You're okay, mate. I'll ride this one back. Thank you very much. Smoke still pouring off the side of the Prix RSGP. Trackhouse, more like Steakhouse that was, wasn't it? As far as Fernandez is concerned, so they're already prepping the spare bike for the Spanish rider. As soon as you could feel the intense heat building around his right boots, quickly got himself off the circuit with Raul Fernandez. When that drama came the way of the Spaniard, he was sitting in 10th place, which is where he still is, 131.124. Crucially now, for the late session time attack, Raul Fernandez is a little bit handcuffed. He's only got one bike at his disposal.
It's looking to make up of the top 10 at the moment. The Spanish Gian Antonio continues to work on used tyres. Ducati KTM, Ducati Honda, Aprilia, Honda, Ducati Aprilia inside the top 10, and that is what is making things so close, and that's what's potentially going to spoil the day of someone like Alex Marquez currently in 13th, Agura down in 14th place at the moment, Morbidelli down in 19th on the VR Policies Ducati, just ahead of Aldeguer, who we've already seen crash. It's the speed and the performance of the Hondas so far today as Didier gets garage there all wrong and almost ends up in the those four Hondas, and I mean all four of them, is Moreira's up in 12th place. They are really complicating matters for Ducati, Aprilia and KTM this afternoon.
From the outside, Le Mans doesn't look like it's got a lot of undulation, but on board now with Marco Bezzecchi, where you really do drop off down into garage there, just like DJ, he gets it all along as well into that tricky turn 8, decelerating from 4th gear around 265 kilometers an hour down to that tight double right-hander, 1st gear 70 kilometers an hour. And here's another real spectacular part of the undulating features of Le Mans. Some other parts, but a drop down through La Chapelle, climb back up there now as you go to the museum corners. This is the turn 7 left-hander. And it feels like you're dropping off a cliff once again as you power down the hill into garage there. Back with a possibly how low that KTM sitting as he gets the right height device dropped down. This, of course, was at garage there in 2024 when Pedro Acosta was through the Iverdino. Still not quite sure himself how he knew he got away with that. Was it Fabio Di Giannantonio?
Narrowly missed it.
His Bezzecchi involved that one as well. Good first day though this for Acosta here in France. 3rd quickest he was this morning. He's been a permanent fixture inside that top 3 this afternoon as well. He's currently still in 2nd.
Already looking more competitive than he did at any stage in the Spanish Grand Prix weekend. We've got a circuit that he admits he's ever really got the best out of. And Enea Bastianini was comfortably the quickest KTM at most parts of that weekend. Acosta currently 2nd. The other KTM's Bastianini's just outside the top 10 of only 11th, even though he's less than 4/10 of the pace. And we've got Binder down in 17th place, less than 6/10 of a second off the pace, and less than 2/10 off Q2. And he's down in 17th. Got Folger, teammate to Bastianini. He's at the back of the field on a 1:33.5.
Just a smidgen, a whisker over at 2nd. He's covering the top 21 riders in this practice session, all the way down from Digia, who we're looking at now, tackle the final 2 right-handers. That's the perfect way to tackle the corner one. Down to Fermin Aldeguer, he's in 21st place. Of course, his course this afternoon not helped by that tip-off going through the first chicane. Now through the fearsome, the scary blind entry through turn 2. Hard on the brakes now through 3. You really have got to be full commitment, full precision through that first corner. Fabio Di Giannantonio nailed that quite beautifully. He just looks at one, doesn't he, right now, with that Ducati GP26. Rider and machine working in perfect harmony together. Martin knows what that feels like on a Ducati, because he did it so often, of course, back in 2024. He is out on circuit after the early get-off at the Shimano Duerpestes. Well, he's been fast. He didn't take him too long to get into the 130s. He's only a 10th and a half, actually, behind the Giannantonio.
Here's the lesser spotted Marc Marquez today. We haven't seen an awful lot of the world champion for much of the 2 sessions we've had so far today. He's currently in 9th place on a 1:31.0, continuing to do his homework. We haven't seen Marc Marquez go across to a brand new tyre since this session began, and of course they're all doing this homework, putting in laps on the front rear tyre, continuing to put the miles in. They might not even get to use this homework in a dry Grand Prix on Sunday. The forecast doesn't seem to predict that it's going to be wet all day on Sunday, right from warm-up all the way through Moto3, Moto2 into the MotoGP Grand Prix on Sunday afternoon. Tomorrow morning may also have a few showers to impact proceedings, with hope, and the likelihood at the moment is that just on the balance of probabilities that we should get a dry sprint.
That's not the optimal route through turn 2 and 3 as far as Marc Marquez is concerned, 3 and 4 rather. He drops now down through La Chapelle, one of his 17 sprint wins that was right here in Le Mans last year. Amazing record Marc has got in sprints for the factory Ducati team. 22 sprints he's participated in red. He's won 16 of them. That is some record, isn't it? For the number 93. But still though, it feels like we've been saying this for a long, long time. Time to find that elusive 100th Grand Prix success. No Grand Prix victory since the San Marino round in Mazzano last year. I mean, to work hard in 2026 for his cross, isn't he, Marc? Into the corner on we go. Kissing the tarmac there, almost about getting his elbow down now through the mid part of the 13 and 14 section. Till just about then, picking up on the fat part of the tyre, getting the drive grip. Hard braking and hard acceleration, 2 key features around this Le Mans circuit.
watching his teammate at the moment, Pecco Bagnaia, who's going quickly, fastest of all through the first sector. He's right in touch with Gian Antonio through the second sector. Gigi Dall'Igna is quite keen to see that himself. We'll pick up the 63, I'm sure, in just a moment, because he's in the third sector. He has lost a quarter of a second, actually, as we now pick him up in Espler, where he tangled with Maverick Vinales in this Grand Prix 3 years ago, before two of the most mild-mannered and polite gentlemen in the paddock almost had some fisticuffs after taking each other out.
Yeah, there's nothing more funny, is it? That's it. Right away, just trying not to look at each other, track helmets on. It was very, very quickly resolved. All very amicable. In fact, they shared the same scooter, didn't they, back to the paddock on that occasion. I think it was pretty amusing after the event to see, as Lewis just mentioned, two of the most affable, pleasant chaps you could find in MotoGP. It all got a bit heated, all got a bit hot on the collar, as it so often does when these guys are pushing for the absolute limit on 300 horsepower, 220 mile an hour MotoGP machines. Bagnaia going to be happy with his afternoon's work so far, third fastest, 1:30.815. Still just the 900s covering the top 5 at the moment, as Alex Rins charges the factory Yamaha into the final sector. At the moment, Alex Rins down in 16th place. Alex is only just over half a second away from top spot. Not a bad job at all.
He's gone for fresh rubber, has Alex Rins, brand new soft rear alloy. He didn't get the immediate benefit on that particular occasion. We saw Yamaha taking a step back with their front aero earlier on today, so it looks as if Alex Rins has reverted back to something a little bit more present day on the front of that Yamaha V4 as they desperately try and find some performance from motorcycle, but admittedly Alex Rins won't be riding beyond the end of this season.
Yeah, he admitted, unfortunately, during his home Grand Prix in Jerez, that he has been informed by Yamaha that there is no room at the end in 2027 for Alex Rins. This weekend, it's his 150th start in the MotoGP World Championship, aged 30. He still feels that there's plenty more for him to offer in the MotoGP World Championship. But in the game of musical chairs, a pretty frantic game of musical chairs, it doesn't look like Alex, one of several high-profile riders currently on the MotoGP grid. You have to say he could be left without a chair, without a seat at the end of the campaign. You think of Frankie Morbidelli, who's struggling at the moment on the Ducati GP25, clearly with the Aldeguer for Gian Antonio rumours about VR46. No potential slot for Frankie. Brad Binder looking very, very vulnerable, unfortunately, in terms of next season as well. Alex Rins certainly in that club as well. What's Alex going to do here, though? Is this potentially a top 6, maybe? Could be top 10, shouldn't it? Yeah, 8 in between. Quite extent for Alex Rins. Johan Zarco, well, he is out on fresh rubber.
Yeah, now he's right behind him.
He's taken pole position here previously in his Grand Prix career in Le Mans. Has Johan Zarco. He knows that special feeling. Diogo Morero along for the ride as well.
Yeah, he's got the toe ropes out and he's right behind the top of a Diogo Morero tactic, which did annoy the Cuban's Moto2 rivals for a lot of last year, but it's a successful tactic, and of course when you're trying to learn it, because Diogo Morero is in his rookie season, why not jump in behind your experienced teammate who won this Grand Prix last year? Zarco then is in the heart of the record of where once again, like last year, he's going to be greeted by thousands of his compatriots cheering him on. And Zarco gets down to a mid-130, a 30.5 takes him into top spot, and Morero right behind him, up to P7.
French fans loving life, loving watching their home hero Johan Zarco tackle this Le Mans circuit. Pole position here back in 2018, becoming the first French rider to take a home pole since Christian Saron and Paul Ricard all the way back in 1988. So he has been on pole here previously. Of course, that will be a task he'll face in Q2 tomorrow morning. But it looks like Zarco should find himself sailing into that second session. Once again, the two LCR Honda riders set to improve. Out of the museum corner they both go. Morero failing the harder front tyre for his time attack here, just looking for that extra braking stability, that extra straight up and down, strong performance from the hard front. How popular is Johan Zarco in this part of France? How much does Johan Zarco loved in France in general? When we talk about home heroes, for Johan Zarco and Morbidelli certainly fit that bill.
Even buy a drink again in France now, Johan Zarco, after becoming that first French home winner for over 70 years, and he's about to extend his lead still further here. Morero struggling to go with him at the moment on the this second time lap as the LCR riders move in tandem. This is going to be down to a low 130, maybe a 30.2 or a 30.3 for Johan Zarco, and this might already be booking his place in Q2.
This is smart as well by Moreira, smart by the team. Zarco, absolutely one specialist. He does move the goalposts even further. We're down to a 130.197. Zarco Moreira fires himself up into fourth place. He's just at the exact same lap time as Pecco Bagnaia. That's some accolade for Moreira. Johan Zarco's gone early with his first time attack, and it has been a statement one as well. A 130.197. Zarco now over half the second clear of the chasing pack.
We yet to see Diogo Moreira in qualifying too. This clearly is the best chance he's had so far. It looks like KTM are going a similar route. This is Bastianini, isn't it? It's Acosta leading Binder, so the two Factory KTM teammates also out together. Acosta, like Moreira, he's gone for the harder front tyre. Binder has taken the same strategy.
Here goes 37 and 33. Out of turn 4. Down through the famous bridge into La Chapelle. Turn 6, this seemingly endless right-hand before you attack up the hill, then now harden the brakes once again into the second gear. Turn 7, another really good overtaking opportunity here on the brakes if you're in the mood for it. You've got a confidence in your front end, just making sure you're not impeding the two KTM's, Alex Marquez. Down into garage, there we go then. Pedro Acosta, third quickest this morning, third fastest so far this afternoon here. Prix are coming to the party as well, but Bezzecchi and Martin in there. First time to
Outside of Binder improving behind him. Looked like a wild ride for Binder into the museum corner up behind Acosta. So the 33 is down in 17th place. Looks like he's going to struggle to move up too high in the order from there. Acosta with a very strong third sector, cut the gap to John Zarco, and this should lift leapfrogging ahead of Fabio Di Gianantonio back into second place.
We'll follow the Spaniard then now on the brakes, trail braking into that turn 13. He's absolutely killed that final sector there under number 37. Yeah, he does, but picking up one place up into P2, then goes Acosta. Still nothing for Zarco's impressive 130.1. That might take some beating, that one. Acosta, well, just over 2 tenths of a second further back in second place. Martin's making his charge towards Q2, potentially moving up from 8th to 4th.
The Guru just set fast his first sectors elsewhere. We have to keep an eye on Marc Marquez too on the factory Ducati. He's just gone back out. He's just put a brand new software retiring, and he needs to run. Marc Marquez down in 12th place as Martin gets himself buried into the 130s. Moves ahead of his teammate Bezzecchi. There's 7th and 8th.
Good laps coming in by Acosta and Agura. Acosta lost a minute. Agura rather lost time in sector 2. Acosta's on the charge. He's got some nice temperature now, and eventually rubber underneath him. Would have taken a little bit longer to got temperature, optimal temperature in that harder front compared to the medium, but now that'll be working a treat underneath Pedro Acosta. We know how good he is. Such an attacking rider on the front end of that KTM. With that hard holding up underneath him. Well, this could be the best time of the weekend so far. Michael Bezzecchi also putting up a strong fight for success here as well. Acosta then now. Out of turn 12 he goes. Oh, he's down. Well, what were we just saying? What was I just saying about his confidence in that hard front tyre? And he's pushing too hard. Acosta then bites the dust. Trail braking into turn 13, and Acosta was on course for the fastest time of the weekend so far. He's A-OK, sprinting back to the paddock, but Acosta's gone down.
And that's going to scupper the two Aprilis who are now out of the top 10. Martin and Bezzecchi, they're going to hit the yellow flags into turn 13. The recordable section, we're arriving at it now. So Bezzecchi can see the just at the top of the picture, you can see Acosta trying to recover his way back to the pits again. Bezzecchi over the line takes 5th place. Martin will come across the line. He did back out of it, but I'm sure that Bezzecchi lap will get deleted.
As good as that hard front tyre will be in terms of your braking performance, you will not have this same sort of turning performance or edge grip when you're flinging on the side as you would do with the sort of softer compound front. Was that a factor at play there as far as Acosta is concerned? Ralph Fernandez, the only Aprilia that he's got at his disposal after his earlier cooking session on the RSGP, well, he's up to 3rd. Good lap that by Fernandez. brilliant. 1:30.417.
So Marc Marquez did improve on that lap, but it got deleted due to the yellow flags. It would have already been a 30.9 for Marc Marquez. He's now down in 18th place. The Marquez brothers 18th and 19th, although Alex looks like he's about to change that. Bastianini's now gone second too. So we've got Katie.
In Le Mans, Bagnaia powers the Ducati to the finish line, third quickest for Pecco Bagnaia.
So Honda 1-2, Ducati 3-4, KTM 5-6 with Bastianini and Acosta. But here comes Fabio Di Giannantonio, who's had all of the, there's been the signs, haven't there? He's had the hallmarks of a rider who's looking at something about trying to dominate this French Grand Prix weekend. And is this where Fabio Di Giannantonio lifts us up on the order? Poor third sector belongs to the Hondas, but this should lift him nicely inside the top six.
Those Honda talks for Gunther Steiner in Tech 3. The Honda bill might have just gone up a notch for A50s next year. Well, Bagnaia is crushing his current lap, absolutely crushing what is going to be his 19th lap of this session. But Giannantonio does find his PB of practice of 1:30.267. Pecco Bagnaia, well, he's going to be charging towards top spot. This could be our first 1:29. Our first 92nd lap of this French Grand Prix so far. We know how good Pecco is to win this final sector as well. Here he is then, through 9 and 10. That looks like the old Bagnaia, muscling, wrestling that Ducati around.
But Honda clearly works very well through that same section. Once again, Bagnaia couldn't match Mir through sector 3. Two Aprilias, factory Aprilias, and Martino Bezzecchi are now back out there. Because Bezzecchi would have been in the top 10 had it not been for the yellows for Acosta's crash. So he's clearly got the speed, but he's not got the time on his side now. He needs to deliver on this final one. Is Bagnaia going to give us the first 1:29 of the weekend? It's not, but it is quick enough to lift him ahead of Mir. A 30.045. Bagnaia now on top.
6.5 minutes of this practice session remaining. Bagnaia, Mir, Zarco, Di Giannantonio, Marc Marquez, Bastianini, Acosta, Alex Marquez, Fernandez and Negura. At the moment, they are your top 10, which at the moment, of course, does not feature our World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi, the top two in the World Championship right now, 16th and 17th respectively, as we're going to replay a Pedro Acosta. Gravity takes over, and down the road goes Pedro Acosta. At that stage of the session was second. He has been relegated back down to 7th now.
A little bit of a kick from the rear tyre, wasn't there, before he crashed, which certainly won't help matters for Pedro Acosta, and that's a lot of lost Euros disappearing into the Grand Champ as that KTM goes for its own journey. We'll keep an eye on Fabio Quartararo, by the way, out of picture too, who's going fairly quickly. He might just get himself into the top 10 as we now ride on board, and that's the last we'll see of that KTM. And DAZN pundit and KTM test rider Paul Espargaro not enjoying what he's in. Quartararo does, momentarily at least, get himself into Q2 for Yamaha.
What a result, what a bonus this would be if Quartararo could get himself into Q2. You just know that he is wringing the neck out of that M1. You don't find anybody who's going to get anything more out of that Yamaha than Fabio Quartararo at the moment. Back on board then with Jorge Martin, the factory of Prix. We've got some work to do late on here. 5 minutes of this should remaining. Still remaining down in 16th and 17th are Martin and Bezzecchi. Alex Rins at the back. Well, he's right behind the 89 of Jorge Martin. These two are close pals up in the Andorra Mountains. And Alex Rins taking full advantage of this reference ahead of him. Here we go now into the blur S's. Now this would be a shock for Alex Rins to put the factory Yamaha into P1, and the result is to get himself inside the top 10, given what we've seen so far from Rins on the 42 machine. He had a bit of a twinge there, didn't he, Alex? That's how hard he was pushing on that Yamaha. Over the line, the two Spaniards will go. Martin fifth, Rins third. Alex Rins goes up into third place. What a lap on 1:30.195.
What a lap from Alex Rins, the lap of the day, surely. Marco Bezzecchi then has 4 minutes remaining. He's P18 now, the World Championship leader. We're heading into genuine crisis territory for Bezzecchi. He's got 3 more laps to get himself into the top 10. At the moment, he's staring Q1 in the face.
Alex Rins having been dumped by Yamaha next season and seemingly out of a MotoGP ride next season, saying, hey guys, I'm still fast enough to be at this level. I can still cut the mustard with the very, very best. Mention this is 150th Grand Prix starting MotoGP this weekend. And that will put a smile on Alex's face. A brilliant 1:30.195. Luca Marini, fastest this morning, trying to rescue his day one here in Le Mans, down in 14th place at the moment. Jorge Martin pushing towards potentially the best lap of the day. Fast through the first 2 sectors is the Martinator.
Bezzecchi's improving, but as you saw there, the estimation at the moment is they'll only move up 1 place, 0.18 of a second down at the halfway stage, but 3 tenths, 3.5 tenths covers the entire top 10 at the moment, and that's all changing. Alex Marquez and Bastianini set personal best. Marini manages to put in at 30.4, but that's not quick enough.
No way near quick enough. Luca Marini only up from 14 to 12. Iagura, we're keeping an eye on Iagura. His split times, he's so good in the first half of this Le Mans lap, is Iagura. Repeat your time now, seeing the red sectors in the first and second splits. Martin then does spare some blushes at the factory in front of him. A 1:30.128 as Rockinson. Martin up into third place. Bezzecchi then only up to 12. There's all on here for the World Champs leader. He's been in dire straits before on Friday so far this season and come out smiling, but he's under the cosh. Aguero then, has he nailed the third and fourth split this time around? Well, he did, but only up to 8.
And that's Acosta now dumped out. He's about to chase that. Looking at stability for Aguero there as he approaches turn 1. Acosta from P11 up to 5th now. So Mark and Alex Marquez, they're both now booted out of the top 10. It's changing by the lap.
The Red Block doing it, Alex, world champion Marc Marquez, and world champion Marco Bezzecchi at the moment, going into what will be a massive heavyweight Q1 session. 2 minutes for 120 seconds we've got left here then in Le Mans.
Yeah, something went wrong for Mark in that final sector, so he's back out of it. So Mark's going to have one more shot at this when he comes around next time around. Here's Alex Marquez then, who only needs to find a half a tenth to get himself into the top 10. He might go all the way up ahead of Bagnaia. The Jerez winner now attacks the line. Gian Antonio going super quickly behind him, and Alex Marquez matches Bagnaia to the 1,000th of a second.
Yeah, mate, no, that was a big lap. First 1:29 incoming. Zarco's flying as well. We do get a 1:29, and it's courtesy of Fabio Di Gian Antonio. 1:29.917 from Bigia. But keep an eye on Zarco.
How big is this for Marco Bezzecchi? 15th up to 6th. The World Championship leader might well have just spared his blushes. Joan Zarco, though, is attacking the line. He's from Bigia.
1:29.907 from Joan Zarco. The Frenchman really is flying once again on home soil. Yes.
Crowd don't like that very much, do they?
Get a heart rate monitor right now on Lucio Cecchinello for Saturday and Sunday here in France. Zarco then finds a 1:29.907, exactly 100th of a second clear of the...
In 13th place, the world champion needs a crucial 90 seconds here to even get himself into Q2.
Sweating late on here, as well as Costa, who's in 10th place. Exact same lap time he's done with Iagura. Aguero has the advantage in 9th. They'll just do that count back. Agura's next best lap. His quicksilver has gone down.
That's out of he's in trouble.
In our headsets, we've got a faller here late on in the morning, the final 10 seconds of this session now. How much could this prove decisive as far as the world champion Marc Marquez comes where's over. Marc Marquez then comes through that sector. Was it Bagnaia that was on the floor? I was going to say it's his teammate, so Pecco Bagnaia then, who's going to go through the Q2 in third place, wrestling with the Marshals. It's going to put his teammate, reigning world champion Marc Marquez, in Q1.
But I think he's fast enough anyway. I don't know whether Marc Marquez has seen the yellows and recognised it's all going wrong. Look, he's sitting up. Marc Marquez knows it's all over. The world champion is heading for qualifying one here at the Mont.
An own goal by the Ducati and Ogo team. Nothing that Pecco Bagnaia could do, but he's crashed in at La Chapelle. Down the hill into turn 6. Not costly for Bagnaia, apart from a bit of a crash bill. But as far as Marc Marquez is concerned, the reigning world champion into Q1 because of that crash. That moment there, little did he know it from Pecco Bagnaia, has proved so costly for Marc Marquez. The world champion then will be in Q1. No dramas, no problems. Magnifique once again here in Le Mans for Johann Zarco. His 1:29.907 puts him in D1 here on practice Friday. What an opening day we've had here in the French sunshine. Johann Zarco once again lighting up Le Mans. Fastest by 100ths of a second, clear of Fabio Di Gianantonio. Surely that's going to be one of the closest top 10 we've ever had on a Friday afternoon. There's not even 3/10 of a second. Ultimately, at the end of that session, we split. The top 10 have gone directly through to Q2. Zarco, Digia, Bagnaia, Alex Marquez, Mia, Martin, Bezzecchi, Rins, Agura. What a job by Alex Rins in 8th place. Agura at 9, Acosta.
Alex Rins up in 8th place. It's terrible for his teammate, Fabio Quartararo, the other home favourite. He was only half a second away from his compatriot Zarco, but that amounted to 17th place.
Certainly now we get under 30 would paid a heavy price for his early crash in the first chicane. Aldeguer was only 21st and fastest. Well, Alex Rins clearly trying to keep himself in the shot window ahead of his 150. Grand Prix start. What a lap by Rins. One of the start performers of practice Friday. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, my Americano, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. We've spoken a lot about Yamaha's troubles this year, but credit where it's due. That's an unbelievable lap from Alex to get into Q2, Maya.
Yeah, he did a great job. But since this morning, it was quite fast. And all the super. They could result, and we will take it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure he will. Great job. Well done.
The flank spinner. Agura. For Marc, his 1:29.10 lead empty. Zarco once again lighting up Le Mans. Fastest by 100ths of a second, clear of Fabio Di Gianantonio. Surely that's going to be one of the closest top 10 we've ever. Johann Zarco once again lighting up Le Mans. Fastest by 100ths of a second, clear of Fabio Di Gianantonio. Surely that's going to be one of the closest top 10 we've ever had on a Friday afternoon. There's not even 3/10 of a second. Ultimately,
To tell you, they've just got up even more. That's he made a fantastic job. Also, the team made a fantastic job. I want to say thank you for everyone. We are only Friday, but of course, let's take home this nice Friday and work for tomorrow. Congrats. Thank you.
yeah, fantastic job by LCR and by Johann Zarco. Only 2 riders today in the 1:29, Zarco and Di Gianantonio. Unfortunately, nowhere near the 29s, and plenty to ponder for our reigning world champion, Marc Marquez, 13th at the end of day 1 here, and in Q1, and not given the chance late on to improve on his 1:30.371 because of yellow flags on his last flying lap at turn 6, and who brought out those yellow flags? None other than his factory Ducati teammate, Pecco Bagnaia, and a sort of kick Mark 1 is down as well. Bagnaia tyres going into Q2 in the top 3.
Yeah, cruising through the end on 113.0. Ultimately, if you leave it down to that very last lap of the afternoon, you put yourself at risk of some yellow flags, some outside factors costing you everything. And I think it's debatable, to be honest, whether Marc Marquez would have been fast enough anyway to get himself into Q2. This man certainly was. And while Johann Zarco will understandably steal the headlines of Le Mans, the lap of the day might well belong to Alex Rins.
Alex Rins, like all the other Yamaha riders, clearly at the moment unable to showcase the best of his skills, the best of his talents on that struggling M1. But he took his opportunity quite brilliantly. One of our 2 riders in the 129 bracket today is Fabio Di Giannantonio. And once again, we're getting very used to saying this, aren't we? In 2026, Digia lands as your top Ducati on day 1 here in France. Fabio Quartararo, not even 6/10 of a second away from his compatriot Johann Zarco in that session. 16 places between the 2 home heroes. That's how close the competition was on day 1 here at the Bugatti circuit in Le Mans. It's been some start to this Michelin Grand Prix of France. Hopefully the best is still to come, but on day 1, the home fans going home happy.
An unbelievable opening day. Just to underline how close it was, there were 2 riders with identical times, 3rd and 4th, and 2 riders with identical times in 9th and 10th. Zarco quickest from Di Giannantonio and Bagnaia, whose late crash scuppered the Q2 hopes of his teammate. Alex Marquez 4th, from Mir, Martin, Benzecchi, Rins, Agura, and Pedro Acosta, who squeaked through the Q2 despite that crash of a corner one. Bastianini misses out for Tech 3 ahead of Brad Binder. Marc Marquez 13th, Raul Fernandez, whose bike caught fire midway through the session, 14th ahead of Miller Marini. Quartararo, Morbidelli once again in Q1 ahead of Moreira, who was size 4th at one point. Shuffle back to 19th ahead of Toprak. Aldeguer, who crashed on the Dunlop chicane, and Jonas Folger, the injury replacement from Vinales at Tech 3.
So Johann Zarco then, top rider on day 1 here in front of his home crowd. Let's just check out angle. Started the session on the hard front, soft rear. It's doing pretty, well, some very strong high 130s, low 131s, and an untouchable on a fresh soft rear tyre at the end of the session. 139.907, sending the home fans happy. For the Italian.
An identical fastest lap time to him was Alex Marquez, who will be one of several, a little relieved in the end to be through to Q2. He was doing mid-31s for much of that session, 31.2, 31.3 sort of pace in the end. Got down to a 30-point flat on a brand new soft rear tyre, which saw him through in 4th.
How are we looking on the splits around this 4.19 kilometre Le Mans circuit? Agura super quick in that first sector once again, just ahead of Alex Marquez and Zarco.
3 for manufacturers in sector 2 to Giannantonio, just edging Rins in the second split.
Pedro Acosta leading a place of the Ducatis in sector 3, ahead of Digia and Bagnaia.
So Aprilia fastest in sector 1, Ducati in sector 2, KTM in sector 3, Joan Mir for Honda quickest in sector 4.
Well, that was some start, wasn't it? The 2 proceedings here in the Michelin Grand Prix of France. French fans had to wait over 7 decades to see one of their own win in MotoGP on home turf. Surely we're not going to get 2 French wins in 12 months, thanks to Johann Zarco's brilliance. The 2025 Le Mans Grand Prix winner sets this all out quite brilliantly on day 1 here in 2026. Zarco in France, fastest once again.
Bye.